Hello and welcome to another wonderful evening with the American Ricci Mahjong League. My name is Ennui, and I am joined tonight by Nathaniel. How you doing, Nathaniel?
Oh, I am doing excellent, and I'm so excited for the games tonight. There's matches going on all over the league. I think every single division is playing tonight. I can't wait to see the results.
Oh yeah, I feel like with Whale Cup last weekend, a lot of people had to put off their games either because they were watching or playing in it, and so it feels like a lot more happening during the week than usual.
Yeah, it's the second week of the final session, and everything is being determined. A lot being determined today in A2. This division, we'll be starting here with Andrew, Vincent, Kevin, and Patrick playing all four games of their series, and there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, Vincent and Kevin are both right next to their respective lines. Vincent, very close to promoting back up to A1. Kevin, very close to slipping into demotion down to B1. And then you have Andrew and Patrick, who have a little bit of distance from those lines. But if Andrew were to take a huge fourth, would be in danger very quickly. And Patrick, with a huge first, could likewise start to see the light pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. Patrick is going to be going all out for firsts. And if Patrick gets a good score, it could be Kevin on the negative side of things. So they could effectively switch places if Patrick does have that big first and Kevin has that big fourth, or at least get tied right on the cut line. Things could get very exciting in that sense. And it's not impossible to imagine Patrick getting out of the demotion zone here. We saw earlier in the week, Philip, who was at negative 200, picking up 60 points, over 60 points in just 2 games. We saw Dustin as well, who is currently in the 6th place, just outside the promotion, also picking up 60 points. It's not impossible to see Patrick jumping up to that cut line and maybe even surpassing it.
Well, Dustin was even was almost tragic to watch because Dustin got plus 100 after 3 games, took first in the first 3 games of the set, and then in the fourth game just took a pretty harsh last that sunk him below that promotion line. But as you said, if you look just at where Dustin started that, it's entirely a win.
And of course, a similar situation for Andrew. I mean, it looks like Andrew's pretty comfortably safe at plus 112. However, with a couple negative results, all of a sudden you're on the border. And if Vincent is getting the big wins, then we could see a reversal there as well. So it's really important that these players are at the same table. The results have twice the impact.
I mean, that is a much tighter line than I feel like it looks like. If
Absolutely.
Andrew is at a 10K last place, like as the only person underneath 30K, that would be enough. And that's really not that huge of a last. But here we go. We are starting with Patrick as dealer here.
And Andrew on the right, Kevin across the table, and Vincent on the left. Dora is the one mon, and my eyes scan across the table to see the pair in Kevin's hand, but the shapes are also pretty reasonable there. We might be able to see a Ricci out of that hand, but how does our dealer look?
The dealer's hand has a lot of so shapes. There's just way too many conchons in this hand. Like the complete triplet of one so and the 4, 5, 6 so are both very nice, but everything else is conchons gonna be very slow getting started here.
Oh, you're so sad. You drop that early 7 pin and then draw the 8 and 9 to follow up. If I'm seeking value, I want to build an Itsu in the Sozu, but that requires some very precise draws. And with this West pair up, you're probably just heading towards a Ricci Nomi. We are Ishanten. To the right, though, Andrew is building towards a Tanyao, and I wonder what the play is going to be here. Decides to get rid of the 2 so, and eventually you could draw, say, a pair of 3 so or a 6 so, and work towards a Tanyao or Ipeko in that sense. And the hand we missed on the left was the Vincent Anko of Hatsu. That is Ishanten for the Ricci
Perfect
Hatsu.
Ishanten, even. So very efficient there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Vincent's got an advantage here. If he ever feels like someone's getting close to Tempai, he can always call his way to a cheap hand and shut it down. Could even call this 9 pin and does do so. This will just be 1300 for Vincent.
Waiting 3 so 6 so.
And 7
And
of those tiles are in the wall.
Yeah, well, and with four Tuso discarded, I was just about to say with four Tuso discarded, that makes me feel like the three so is such a good tile to wait on because oh, there it is. It's got to come out, right?
Yeah, Vincent probably a little suspicious about the three so for that exact reason that all the two so are discarded.
Yeah, Kevin refusing to discard it there. It'd be interesting to see what he's waiting on. Yeah, there it is. And it's not an expensive deal in Hatsunomi.
Nope. It will shift the dealership, so Patrick loses the first chance to go on a bit of a run, and will move us to Andrew. Andrew's a player who has a very classic style, plays efficiently and with a little bit of value greed. This hand looks like it can turn into a Tanyao. There is a Dorahatsu, and that is interesting. There's one across the way in Vincent's hand as well. We'll see how long they stay in the respective hands. To the right, Kevin is working towards a Tanyao as well. It looks to be 2 tiles away from Tenpai there, looking for a head. Across the way, Vincent, again, that Hatsu lone tile. And a lot of honors to get rid of. Not very good shapes in that hand.
Yeah, the rest of the hand's just a mess.
For Patrick, slightly better shapes, but not a lot of value here. And
I actually wonder if we're frozen here. We've been on this one pin draw for a while.
Patrick's either disconnected or really thinking hard about what to drop here, or we've got the Tenho glitch.
Yeah, the Tenho glitch is, you know, you got to make sure you get vaccinated for it. It's going around pretty hard this time of year.
Oh, wow. We come back and see a Ricci from Kevin. That is the South player. And there's an Ipatsumo. Ricci Patsumo Tanyao. It's going to be a Mangan and Noguda, so it will stay that way. Great pickup for Kevin, and this is what Kevin's looking for to avoid the emotion zone, just pulling out ahead of everyone else early. And you can play pretty safe if you can get a big enough lead.
And really what Andrew didn't want, he didn't do anything wrong. A turn 5, turn 6, Ricci, a Patsumo, Mangan while you're a dealer. It's not your fault you're in last, but now you got to get out of it if you want to stay safe.
Fortunately, early days still. It's only East 3. Kevin's dealership has reasonable shapes to shift to a Tanyao, and there's a Dora in hand. To the right, Vincent, already calling the Hatsu, has the Chun as well, and is Ishanten actually. After the Chun call, would be waiting on a Shanpon perhaps. I want to find a way to turn that into Toy Toy, but it's kind of difficult to see a path unless you pair up one of these Mon tiles before you get your other calls. We do see a con, though.
Oh, that's the con!
It reveals the 6-pin.
Which there's one in Kevin's hand, and Patrick just drew one, but can't really use it.
Oh, Patrick's Ishanten, so probably just throws it back. How do you greed the 6-pin if you're Patrick there? What can you discard?
There's no way I keep the 6-pin. If you're keeping the 6-pin as Patrick, I feel like you have to discard 2-pin.
Yeah, and I think 2-pin or 5-so would be ways to make that happen.
Oh, because then you could take like a Kutsuki Ishanten. Oh,
right.
But now we have a very awkward Shanpon waiting on 3-pin 5-so for Patrick. That is a Suji trap with the 6-pin Sumogiri the turn before the Ricci.
Yeah, we did see the long hesitation. Patrick did not like the wait, but decides with the Dora Suji trap and the 2 Uda indicators, it's worth taking the chance. And we saw the Chun pulling from Vincent, who's going to fight this. Not a lot of value in Vincent's hand, but it is Tenpai. Yeah, Patrick denying the Kanchan on the 4, so deciding that if you discard the Dora, the Suji feels a little bit stronger. But we can only see 1 2-pin discarded so far. And so the lower Pinzu don't exactly look safe. I wonder if Kevin's going to try to fight here with his 3-pin draw and 2 Dora in hand.
Well, the 3-pin you can use. Like this is easily incorporated into the hand.
Yeah, this is very wide Ishanten. So many pin tiles will get you Tenpai. In fact, I think almost everyone does it. Almost everyone. I don't think the 8-pin will get you there.
Well, the 8-pin's already discarded, so you can't draw it anyway.
Perfect. And East, doesn't like the East. It is once cut. I think I would shove the East. Or just draw the East, and now we're working towards E2. We're
Wow.
basically in the same position that we were prior.
Oh
There's
my
the
god,
one
Ben's
pin.
gonna come out first.
That'll be Vincent taking 3,200 plus the Ricci stick.
Yeah, the 3,200 there, mostly thanks to that con increasing the foo.
And we'll be the dealer now, working on a potentially a Tanyao. We'll see what happens after we've gotten rid of a few of these honor tiles. For Patrick, multiple pairs in the hand. Actually, one of those is an Anko, so good shapes all around. In fact, this is already Ishanten, but no door in hand. There is one across the way in Andrew's hand, but that kind of looks like it wants to be a Junchan or a Chanta. And on the left, we have Kevin with a lone door in hand, kind of floating out by itself, but will probably hold that as long as he can and hope to draw around it.
That's Tempai actually on the right for Patrick. Not taking the Ricci though. It's still turn 3. There's lots of ways this can upgrade around the 5 pin. So not unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we took a bad Ricci, we ended up dealing to 3,200, so maybe we're hoping for something better here. Nope, one turn wait, looking for the improvement. Didn't see it, so takes the Ricci. 5 pin, 9 so. There are 2 left in the wall. I don't foresee the 5 pin leaving anyone's hand quite easily because that is 2G to the door tile, but the 9 so, you might consider that as a discard. It's a little weird when you see the Tsumogiri Ricci on the north. Does that make you more suspicious about tiles close to the 7 so?
It does. The only if you notice it now, paying attention to Tadashi and Sumagiri can tell you a lot about what might be dangerous. But if there's one time that you're not fully paying attention to Tadashi and Sumagiri, it's in the first few draws. Because you have a lot more to think about with the way your hand might be constructed, a lot more to think about what you might need, and it's a little bit easier to not be paying as close of attention. So I do wonder whether the other players did notice that that was a Sumagiri pay Ricci there.
And here, Vincent has a hand that looks like it's worth fighting with. It's just, you have to discard Dangerous Styles. Will push the 2 so. And my recollection of playing Vincent in the A2 a couple seasons ago is that he does play pretty aggressively. So we'll call into Tempai here now. For Tanya, we did see a Ricci on the left from Kevin, but that will cause a deal in to the aggressive dealer push. Well played.
Yeah, wanted to save it there. And Vincent doesn't need huge wins, really.
No.
But the more points you can get while you have the opportunity to, the better for sure.
I mean, the hand was worth 1,500 points, earned more from the Ricci sticks than from the actual hand itself.
That call also broke Apatsu, which
Yes.
could have been pretty damning if Kevin had gotten that.
Well, Vincent will carry on as dealer. The door is the 3 so, and we have door acceptance in our hand. However, 2 penchants, 8-9 mon, 8-9 pin, and a bunch of honor tiles means this hand will probably be pretty slow to develop. To the right, Patrick is working towards potentially a pinfu, if you can find a pair. Pretty good floating tiles in that hand. Across the way, Andrew with 2 Dora definitely will want to be fighting for this hand. Good shape surrounding those 2 Dora as well. Still holding on to this 4 so. This is one of those scenarios where I don't mind dropping it too early, but we still need, I think, one more block in the sand, so we'll hold on to it for now. And for Kevin, there's the Hatsu pair and a Dora in hand. Actually, pretty close to Tempai. This is already Ishanten. And there's the Hatsu going into Tempai.
Waiting on the 2 so, the Dora indicator there.
It is a little hard to find the Dora indicator, but there are 3 in the wall.
Yeah, no one has them in hand, and they're not really useful. Andrew could use one if Andrew decided that he wanted the 2-3-3-4 Nakabukure shape, which he might not, but there is a play to be made there. But neither Patrick nor Vincent could do anything with the 2 so. That's an interesting draw for Andrew. What do you drop here? Oh, okay. I was waiting for Nathaniel to respond, and it looks like Nathaniel has dropped off the face of the earth. But that's okay. He'll come back. He climbs very well. We do have an 8-pin discard here from Vincent hedging a little bit. That was safe against Kevin. Perhaps not willing to discard the 5-pin yet. Ends up pairing it up, so won't have to. But deciding to cut 3-mon, which is also safe. So we're seeing a little bit more defense here from Vincent than we saw on that last hand where he was willing to push.
Yeah, up to 4 pairs now. I had a little bit of a Discord disconnect, so we're back now, hopefully.
Andrew with the super perfect Ishanten. A Ryanmin, a pair, and then a San Minchan with a pair attached.
Yeah, the awkward thing about the the Samenchan for Andrew is it involves discarding the Dora if you draw 258. But I think
Which
you're willing
Dora
to take
does.
that.
Yeah, it just looks so bad against Kevin.
Although we have passed the 6 so in the middle of all those Tsumogiri discards, and that made its way through, so at least you have a little Suji, but it wouldn't be terribly surprising to see a 1-2 Penchan waiting on the Dora. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Does
Yeah,
switch out with a 7.
the 7-pin's a pretty standard discard there. We could get an improvement on weight here from Patrick.
Yeah, could take the 3-6 weight. Sorry, 2-5.
Discards the 4 and takes 2-5, which is actually being held a lot in hands. And we have another weight switch from Kevin, who's now waiting 9-mon 3-so. Oh, and the 2-so comes into hand, which is Chitoi.
2-so would have dealt into Kevin, Kevin on the left, but he switched the weight after drawing a Dora, and so it only deals into Vincent, who had just found the Chitoi Tenpai.
So it's like the 2-so was safe for the amount of time between Kevin discarding and Vincent drawing, and that's it.
And Vincent, with that win, will be able to continue on his dealer, and this Hypai looks a lot stronger.
A lot of good Pinfu paths here. A lot of times when I hear Korak say this hand looks like a Pinfu hand, I don't believe him. But this one, a lot of good Pinfu shapes.
I've just got to fill your Kanchan first. To the right, we have Patrick, who had that surprise Damaten deal in, but good shapes in this hand, as well as Adora. Across the way, Andrew has what looks to be just a Ricci. I'm not going to call this one a Pinfu.
You know what? I would call this anti-Pinfu.
Very similar shapes, like the Mont 3579 Mon was the same shape that Vincent had, but the remaining Kanchan shapes leave a lot to be desired. And the floaters are not as strong. For Kevin, there is a door in hand. And is there a Tanya route to this hand, or are we just going to take a Ricci?
It's all according to what you draw on pin. If you draw something next to that 7-pin, or I guess since you paired up the 2-so now, it wouldn't be outrageous to discard the pair of 1-mon.
Yeah.
You could even hedge it a little bit by discarding a single 1-mon, and then you're still able to accept the 3, but now you're not. Now Tanya's gone.
Rewarded for keeping that efficient block, and you have an Ishanten, although it is Kanchan.
Although if you draw 2-so, then you can start to think about how you might build something a little bit better.
Yeah, Sun Uncle, a possibility for this hand. Vincent has found Ishanten. Would hope to draw the 4-mon first so that we can find the Pinfu. In fact, we'll just Sakigiri this 6-pin, discard a tile near the Dora ahead of time, and we'll lose out on Tenpai as a result. We were hitting the middle
as well.
Yeah, middle of second row is about the time when you start to sacrifice your efficiency for safety, but it does come back to bite.
I would like to point out that Andrew has yet to draw not a single even tile in Manzu or Pinzu. None. Only odd tiles so far.
It's not as if they're being hoarded by the other players, so...
Oh my god. San Anko Dora 1 Dama from Kevin on the left, waiting on the 3-pin.
And Kevin wants the Suanko. There just needs to pair up one of these other tiles, and there are 2 Dora in the wall, as well as the 2-pin.
We see all the 3-pin. Oh, this has got to be a con, right? Want that extra draw? Flips
9,
flips the
10.
Hatsu as the Dora, which helps no one.
It definitely adds a lot of
There's
tension to this
Tempai.
hand. And you just
Patrick
have
can
to
now take,
Ricci.
yeah, either take Champon or you could take a Kanchan. Decides on the Champon.
Tumon has 1 left in the wall. 8 Mon has 2 in the wall. So pretty good for a Champon.
Formon is safe, and now we're gonna see the chase from Kevin, which is very unfortunate because the only 3-pin is in Andrew's hand. Andrew could very easily deal into this though, because this 3-pin is Suji to Patrick's Ricci.
Yeah, there's a Sumokity Ricci. Oh, there's the 8 Mon, and that's going to deal in. Ricci Dora 1 will check the Ura. There's 2 chances and hits 1 from the con. And so that'll be 5,200 points going Patrick's way directly from Kevin.
Yeah,
Okay,
that is prime scenario for Patrick.
Yeah, if Patrick can get over 30,000, then we'll have the exact scenario that the 2 players who were in a better position did not want to see.
Well, and this is such a great hand for Patrick to be seeing in this second dealership. The first dealership ended very quickly, but now you're starting with 2 Ryanmen and 2 Yakuhai plus a Dora. This is screaming call and go.
Yeah, ready-made 5,800. All the tiles you don't want in your hand leave very nicely when you have once you start calling. And for Andrew, these shapes aren't bad either. You've got great Tanyao shapes, if you can find the Formon particularly, and Dora acceptance. They're only getting better across the way. Kevin, with the shapes that are not as strong and no value here either, is probably going to take a backseat in this hand. On the left, Vincent has 3 pairs. Probably going to be a Ricci there. We did see a call of the tune from Patrick, though.
I would love to see Patrick like steer this a little bit towards the 407 so wait. I love making like fake Honitsus.
Yeah, there was a Honitsu opportunity here. I mean, if you drop 5-6, you have blocks in the Pinzu.
Absolutely no fear from Andrew though. Andrew sees that 7-pin discard after the second call and is like, nah, this 4-pin's fine.
Hey, you're not Tempa yet.
I don't believe you. And he's right. It's a perfect Ishanten, but not Tempai. That this could be cheat into Tempai. Does take it.
Oh, and Andrew just reach you right into this. Chooses
the
the
discard
1-4.
Chumon, which is really bad. There's only 2 left in the wall. We see 4 already discarded, and we do see the reverse Ipatsu Sumo. Patrick getting it during Andrew's Ipatsu turn.
Yeah, not the Mangan greed, but you will happily take 2,000 all.
Plus a bonus stick.
Yeah, free stick from Andrew, and that puts Patrick over 30,000 as we were predicting, and pretty close to fighting for first. Andrew and a battle with Kevin for third and fourth.
Just has a couple of shape issues on this hand. You could drive this towards, say, a 1-2-3 Sanshoku, but there's just a lot of cruft that you're going to have to chip away at here. Can't accept the Dora 3-pin.
It almost needs to accept the Dora 3-pin in order to win this hand. And there are 3 in the wall to be drawn. To the right, Andrew working towards a Ricci. And if you can fill perfectly your Kanchan shapes, you might even be able to add Pinfu. But now you have 2 pairs. The Pinfu Dreams might be dying. Across the way, Kevin has great Mon shape. I wonder if that will turn into an Itsu in the future. Definitely thinking about it for now. Hoping to end up in a Pinfu there. And on the left, Vincent has the ability to call the Yakuhai South. Not a lot of value in this hand other than the lone Dora. And you'll note Vincent holding on to this 2-pin for a long time, hoping to draw a second Dora and make use of it. But now that we've hit Tempai, it leaves the hand.
And now we have thoughts from Patrick. This is, I think, a hard decision to make. Decides to discard the 5-so. Oh, but we are going to see Andrew is going to call Ricci, waiting 2 Mon, 5 Mon.
Yep,
This is a much better weight.
Filled the Anko perfectly to get the Diamond weight. It is just Ricci Nomi, but any hand it is a good result for Andrew, any win.
Patrick really needs to draw the 3-mon to dodge this.
Vincent has yet to declare Ricci here and decides to just drop away from the south pair. It was a pretty bad 7-mon Penchon / Conchan.
Patrick deciding to drop from the Anko of Tuso. Can still keep the hand alive that way. You could even open it for 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku.
Oh, another door drawn. Mon tiles aren't super safe, but we'll drop the half. I guess it's Genbutsu. Kevin dropped 6 Mon across the way.
And this is something. Oh, but there's the sumo from Andrew. No Ura. So just Ricci sumo. I've noticed this in Kevin's play before. Played him a couple times, both in ARML and I think once IRL. But Kevin very willing to push. Like Kevin is an incredibly aggressive player.
And didn't deal in there. Andrew was really hoping for an Ura to increase the gap, but with the Tsumo, you have taken a small 500-point edge over Kevin for third place. And we saw a fast call from Patrick, who is content to take 1,000 points and move the dealership forward.
It'll be interesting to see, though, if Andrew can convert this hand and maybe punish Patrick for cutting his hand down in size so quickly. I mean, Andrew's Ishan-10, just bad shapes. The only good Tempai that you can possibly get is getting a Tempai drawing 3-pin.
And you don't even necessarily want that Tempai, because then you have to discard your Dora. You'd prefer to draw around the 5-so and discard the 1-2 Penchon and end up with a WWYD in the future. But if you get Tempai soon enough, you might just take it.
Yeah, Patrick, in the meantime, now Tempai, drew some beautiful tiles. Now has a wonderful shot. I love this. Oh, are we going to see the Dora discard? That actually saves Andrew here, because the 7-so would deal in to Patrick. It does! Ricci's on it.
Oh, but Poland, that's a Dora Poland from Kevin. We'll fight with Tanyao.
And Kevin's not even close to Tempai here.
No.
Like, this is, like, a lot of players will push for Dora, for good hands like that. But usually they want to be at least Ishan-10. And this hand is 2 Shanten at best. I think 2 Shanten.
Yes. Patrick not calling Klon, that would ruin your weight, your nice 7-so, 8-so weight, but does discard the 9-so.
But it'd be so much fun, Nathaniel.
Oh, what?
It switches to the Taki. Says it. This tile's too dangerous. I'm gonna discard the 8-so instead, and immediately gets it. Incredible and tragic for Andrew. That puts him in last.
Yeah, unbelievable. And that means that Kevin now has a chance to increase the lead as dealer. There has been a call already from Patrick, a very optimistic call of the South, hoping to fill shapes, but the shapes are coming. Drew a Hatsu pair and now has all the blocks necessary to win the hand. Again, not a very expensive hand, but if you keep chipping away with 1,000, 2,000 point hands, you'll eventually surpass Vincent for first.
Wait a second. It now has all the blocks necessary to win the hand. There was only 4 blocks in it before. Now we got 5.
Okay. I'm thinking Pon, Chi, and then you're on a Tanki.
Yeah, Hanaka Tanki.
Exactly.
Fair enough. I'll give you that one. Do you think on the right there that Vincent... what kind of hand do you think Vincent's going for?
Ricci Nomi? Ricci Dora 1, rather.
Yeah, that 8-pin... I just find that 8-pin discard interesting. I feel like...
You're holding these
East
honors,
especially... Right? I'm wondering, is Vincent perhaps playing with the idea of Chanta or Honitsu even? You'd have to drop a lot to get there, but you could open.
I think you might be right. I mean, you're not super optimistic, but now you have 2 diamond shapes in the other suits. I think Honitsu is less likely. You can work that Mon shape towards a 7-8-9 and make Chanta out of that. But you're right. Vincent was holding on to those honors a little bit longer than you might normally. So there is a good possibility he was thinking maybe about holding safe tiles or working towards the Chanta that you mentioned.
Does toss the Hatsu now, which surely Patrick calls.
Yeah, just deciding what tile to discard after calling Pon.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You get extra 5 seconds. You might as well use the whole 5 seconds if you know you're gonna call and not eat into your extra bank. That's only more time for you to consider what will be discarded afterwards. I think that's something that a lot of players who aren't used to online play won't think about as much, especially on Tenho where you have slightly less time than on a platform like say Mahjong Soul.
Well, this is going to be Tempai for Patrick on the 3-mon, but there are two other hands that are quite close to completing, and this is the
Oh
big draw for
no!
Kevin. Was Ishanten for a long time with a very pretty hand, but he'll deal into 2,000, and with that,
That's enough.
it's a tie. We're going into South 4. First and second are tied, and if it remains this way, they will split the first and second UMA. So will, instead of plus 15 and plus 5 respectively, it will be plus 10, plus 10. So for
And then
example,
you have
Andrew hits Kevin or Kevin hits Andrew directly.
and this has got to be pawned. Yeah. Kevin 200 back. So very much trying to get as quick of a hand as possible. Does have a whole bunch of wins, including the South.
Oh, Vincent. Ishanten now for
Takes it.
Honitsu Chun. Pawns available, chi available. I almost don't want to chi the 6-mon if I see it, or sorry, 6-pin if I see it, but it would give me Tempai.
Yeah, the
If I was
9
sitting in
pin just feels
Vincent's
like such a good weight. Like the 9 pin feels like a tile that people are gonna struggle to use.
5-pin. And Kevin's
Yep.
dropping pin soup. Kevin wants Honitsu.
Yeah, but you don't need it if you're Kevin. You can't. I mean, even with Honitsu, you're not getting above 30k. Oh, but draws the 6 and still discards it. No.
We're going to see dueling Honitsus here. And now that you have 3 calls from dealer, are you willing to push the 6-pin? Same for Andrew. Doesn't want to drop the 7 either. Prefers the Monzu.
Yeah, Kevin's pushing. Kevin's going to push.
Yeah. And the question is, what will Andrew do? This is going to be, well, still 2 tiles away from Tempai. So much.
God, that South is horrifying. God, these players are fearless. I would not be dropping this 3-pin. I would have not dropped the 6-pin. I would not have dropped the South. I would be discarding all the Sozu in my hand. I'm in first. Who cares? Like, get me out of here.
Oh, Andrew
the
drops
7-pin.
into it. And that's going to not end the game because dealer repeats.
That's like worst case scenario for everyone except Kevin. Like, like this is the one thing you didn't need if you're Andrew.
It's understandable for Patrick to be pushing there because if he can get the plus 15 points, given his position in the overall standings, he really needs a clean solo first place. And I think Patrick's hand was progressing nicely. However, for Andrew, you are in a little bit of trouble here.
Although you can still come over this, you are 5,600 behind Kevin. And there is 300 Homba in the middle. 6-0 is Dora, which Andrew can accept into hand, but Kevin already has one, and Kevin is much further along. Could even get 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku here.
I wonder if Kevin would be willing to even open for that. And already Ishanten.
Sanshoku Dora 1 wouldn't quite... Well, Kevin just needs... Third is at the end of the world for Kevin.
It's a question of if you're willing to accept third, because I mean, Mongon and you're over 30,000, and Ricci Sanchoku Dora 1 is already Mongon. So,
but will you ever win if you stay closed? That's the big question.
Right.
You are Ishanten, but around the rest of the table, I mean, Vincent's hand is also pretty good, just doesn't have enough blocks yet. Needs to draw around either the 5-pin or the 7-so.
But it has...
And then Patrick, Ishanten as well.
5-so, 7-so, excellent floaters. And does Patrick have enough value to overcome the gap here?
You could keep this 5, maybe discard the 4-mon. Yep. Because now, if you draw a 6-so, you'll have Ricci Penfu Dora 1.
And that would be enough with Itsumo. I really like this play from Patrick, holding the door acceptance as well as the Ipeko chance, giving yourself all the outs for an extra value.
And if you draw 5-mon first, before you draw a 6-so, then you could get Ricci Penfu Sanshoku, step it up a notch. But here we're going to get a Penfu without the Dora.
Yeah, this was probably the worst draw. No Ipeko, no Dora, but you are Tenpai, and so if you hit Udai with Itsumo, you still have a shot. Oh, so sad to see the 5-pin come into hand right afterwards, but still, 4-7 weight is 3 left. 2 7-pin, 1 4-pin.
If the 6-pin or the 9-pin comes out of Andrew or Kevin's hand, do you even take it?
Ooh, that's a good question. The gap is...
Oh, this is tip high for Vincent. Discard the 8, so yes, waiting on 4-mon, 7-mon, 4-mon Genbutsu. But this weight also pretty eaten up. We see there's only 1 more 7-mon in the wall and 2 4-mon.
Andrew, extremely pleased to see the Ricci from dealer. That means there's another chance. If the first Ricci deals into the dealer Ricci, then we go again.
You just have to not deal in.
Andrew which is also looking Ishan 10 and could fight with Chitoy.
Oh boy, but there's the 4-pin. That's gonna deal into Patrick.
Here's the question: do you take the Ronin or not? You need Uda too.
But there's 2 Ricci 6, right? So that's gonna be 38,000. So you only need 1 Ura.
And there it is.
Only needed 1 Ura with the Ricci stick.
I forgot about the second Ricci stick. Patrick with the win.
By 400 points. And that deal in almost brings Kevin underneath Andrew.
Well, that was certainly a thrilling finish. We have Patrick picking up plus 27.3, marching towards the cut line for the demotion, marching up, making progress. Vincent plus 16.9 also advances into the promotion zone with that win and is right next to Andrew with another result like this. The two will switch places. Kevin eats the negative 16.4, slipping closer and closer to that cut line. And for Andrew, negative 27.8, again, makes this a contest.
I mean, this went from being 2 players who really had something to fight for and 2 players who are really far off to now this is a 4-way brawl. This is an absolutely monstrous table now. So everybody is going to be desperate for everything.
Absolutely. And I know we were talking about all the other matches that are going on in the league and thinking about switching around tables. I just want to stay right here. I want to watch this match as much as I can because anything could happen now. I mean, the exact result that the players who were below wanted is what they got. The lowest player in the pool got their first place. The second player up got the third, and the highest player got the fourth. It's like an exact reversal of the positions of the players in the standings. And so let's stay right here and see what happens in the next game. I believe they have started, but of course there's a little bit of a delay, and it will be 3 minutes before that game goes live for us. In the meantime, I did want to mention there was another game that was being played at the same time. It was from the A1 division. And the really interesting scenario for that division was whether or not Claire could overcome the negative 130 point mark in order to avoid demotion. She was about, I believe, 30 points away from that, 37 points away. And the results of that game were Kathy with the first place, plus 35.9. Korak took the second with a positive 17.5. Claire third, negative 18.9. And Oliver fourth, negative 34.5. And so that hurts Claire's chances a little bit, but it's not completely lost. You can still pick up
52.4.
52.4 points. And we saw a couple games in these past couple of days with plus 52 finishes. So we won't be watching that game, but we'll keep a close eye on it and see if Claire can pull off a miracle first place to get out of demotion there.
We do see Dustin in the chat. Does have a lot of reason to be excited about this result because both Andrew and Vincent being right here at the promotion line is fantastic. Because now if Kevin and Patrick go off, you can drag both of them below pretty reasonably.
Yeah, the conditions for Dustin to promote involve Andrew, Vincent, and Matthew all falling below and Pio staying below. But while that seems like a bit of a stretch, a result like this is not the worst because it dragged the person who was farthest away from you a lot closer. Although I will
And
say,
Vincent,
go ahead.
Vincent already being close, you expect there to be some variation up and down. So you're
Mhm.
not really concerned about the fact that Vincent gained here if you're Dustin. Like you said, just the fact that they're close still, that's all you need going into the fourth game.
And the other thing to consider here is that depending on the hiatus situation, although it's unlikely for the A2 division, occasionally an extra promotion slot is added. So even if you don't become guaranteed promoted in one of the top 5 slots, if you're the next person out, there is a very small chance that you might be able to advance to the next division due to a player taking a last-second hiatus. And so even if one of these players were to drop below Dustin, you'd still be a little optimistic. You still have a little bit of hope. But as it is,
And we
will
are,
go right into the second game.
Patrick is our first dealer, 7 so is Dora. You can accept that. You've got great shapes if you don't look at all of your useless tiles.
Well, isn't that what we always say when we open up our hand? Optimistic to the end.
Look, you've got 7 great tiles here. You only got to get rid of the other 7.
For Kevin on the right, there's the Hatsu pair, and these are shapes that I'm very optimistic about. I mean, Nakabukure shape in the Pinzu, the 4, 5, 5, 6, can accept a lot of tiles. Similarly, the Nobutan shape on the right, although I guess Nobutan refers to a weight, but 5, 6, 7, 8 shape is excellent. And now you've drawn this 7 so really, a 7 mon rather, there's really good opportunities for this hand to complete. Across the way for Vincent, this is looking like a Ricci and maybe Pinfu. Actually, Pinfu quite possible if you can draw the 8 pin. And on the left, Andrew is working with that lone Dora tile. The Mon shape's not great. The pin shape's excellent. And then you want to draw around that 7 so.
As Kevin on that last draw drew a second
Mon.
5 mon and then discarded from the Nakabukure, I was almost wondering if it'd be better to toss the Hatsu there.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
this
a
is
good call.
why. Because now you'd have a very good Ishanten, I believe, heading towards Pinfu.
Yeah, Kevin perhaps valuing the ability to open the hand for value, but if you're aiming for a maximize the value of a closed hand, I think trying for Pinfu might not be a bad play. It is Ishanten regardless, and we do see a Ricci across the way. That is a Tempai from Vincent. Ricci no Mi, but with a very good weight on the 1 pin, 4 pin, with a Sotogawa trap early 2 pin cut.
So 3 of those left in the wall, and Sotogawa here refers to outside tiles. So with the 2 pin being the third discard, that makes it slightly less likely with efficient play for the 1 pin to be the weight. In this case, however, it was more so just the fact that Vincent had a very close to Tempai hand from the deal, so there wasn't a lot of improvement to be made. And I think the tossing away that 2 pin was clever. There was already a couple of pair candidates. No reason to keep a third pair candidate around.
Right, especially when that third pair candidate, the 2 pin, is already part of a Yamen shape, already a good shape. The other candidates were worse.
Andrew decided to play defense later on in the hand, might have been tempted by the Sotogawa trap, but not anymore. Now you've got 3 1 pin, and you can almost just fight this with Adora, especially if you draw into that Ipeco shape.
Yeah, but look at the tiles you have to pass. 3 pin, a little sketchy.
5 mon feels
sketchy. 5 mon might be okay. We do see a chase from Kevin on the right, though, and it is Ricci, potentially Tanyao with Adora. If you get the 6 mon, it's Tanyao. With the 9 mon, it is not.
There's 6 of the... Oh, there's one of them. 5 of those left in the wall.
And definitely looking like the more likely tile to be drawn, as the 1-4 is dying. There are only 1 4 pin left in the wall.
There's the 9 mon.
So Ricci Tsumo Dora, we'll check the Ura, see if this turns into Mangan, and it does! The last weight tile in Vincent's weight was the Ura indicator, and that means Kevin is the one who's coming off to a great start. Unfortunate for Patrick, who ate the Oyakaburi there, but very good result for Kevin.
Kind of an awkward hand for Kevin here. You have an Anko of the South, So you can't open your hand unless you get Toy Toy, really. I guess you could shift towards Honitsu, but in what? Toy Toy looking far more likely here. But you'll take Richinomi if you get it. I mean, well, not Richinomi, you have two Dora. Two
Yeah,
of the Dora, three so.
yeah, you'll take any Ricci at this point with two Dora. And after drawing the two Mon, I think you are kind of feeling like this hand's going to be built vertically, drawing into Onkos or even calling for Toy Toy. But there's a Chi Toy route as well. I mean, there are 2, 3, 4 pairs in the hand. So if you draw a fifth pair, you can start to think about it.
Problem is you're really going to be fighting against Patrick, who is holding a lot of So tiles that would be useful to you, and is likely going Honitsu.
Yeah, with these early cuts and a call, that's very indicative of a Honitsu or a Chanta. And we can see that it's a Honitsu. Across the way, Andrew working towards a Tanyao. Seems Andrew always has good fights when he's able to create these Tanyao type hands. Holding the 2-4-4 shape in the Sozu, even though the 4 so is really the only real pair in this hand, because you want to be able to accept the Dora 3 so if you draw it.
Well, and you'd also love to make 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. You can always discard a 7 pin to get Ricci, Sanshoku, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora 1. Like, that would be an absolute monster. I know Andrew in particular is a big proponent of you don't even have to have Dora to have a big hand. If Ricci, Sumo, Pinfu, Tanyao, I think is a big goal of Andrew's.
We have Vincent on the right, who has become Ishan 10. Holding this Tuso, though, I'm not sure if I want to have this in my hand if Patrick makes any more calls, but it does allow you to accept the Dora in the future.
Well, hasn't discarded a Sozu in a while, so it's possible that Vincent is just already skeptical of it. Well, now, if we get a Suagiri from Patrick, Tadashi's maybe sees... I wonder. Sometimes I think about those sort of plays, like... The Tuso, if you Sumo Giri, looks safer, but Vincent's going to push it anyways, waiting on 4-pin, 7-pin.
Yeah, at some point, if you're going for your Honitsu and you're not getting anywhere, you're feeling like you're not going to win the hand, sometimes it's good to just make Tadashi to scare the rest of the table. They're like, this hand's making progress now. And then you finally make your pin, your So Tadashi, and they think, they're Tempai now, but you're really, really far away. So it looks like Patrick's folding out.
Andrew Tempai, though, 5-so, 8-so. Which, God, we see every single one of those. No tiles left in the wall for Andrew.
One of those situations where the Shampon weight is actually better. Or is it? Actually, all of those tiles were gone too. Just no hope for Andrew.
So Sozu just a garbage suit to have a weight in. And now we have a 5-so weight, which is all gone. Still all gone.
So Vincent was
Ishan 10 for Patrick now. And that 7 Mon, like, isn't horrible to discard, but it's not going to matter. I was so drawn into the way the hands were shaping up. I didn't realize that we were at the end of the wall.
Yeah, just no tiles to get there. So Patrick finds a safe tile to pass. And we'll go again. Kevin remains dealer. 2 Ricci. Actually, just the 1, but Hatsu is paired up in the hand, and we have reasonable shapes for Kevin. No Dora, though. We'll hold on to this 3 Mon just in case we draw a 1 Mon. To the right, kind of similar situation for Vincent with okay shapes. The So Kanchan Penchan issue needs some improving, but holding on to the 3 Mon just in case we draw the Dora. Across the way, there is a Dora for Andrew, and we have it in a complete shape as well. So looking strong for a potential Ricci pin for the future. Would like to discard this 1-2 Penchon in favor of a pin connector, or even any Peiko in the upper Sozu in this case. On the left, Patrick with the double Yakuhide, the North and the Chun, both are valuable for Patrick. And
really thinking about this one, so.
I'm not sure. Well, maybe it's a Honitsu or Chanta.
Or
play.
Chanta.
Yeah. Chanta's a bit of a stretch. You kind of need to pair up the Hatsu first, the Green Dragon. But it definitely could come into play.
Well, now if you draw the Green Dragon...
Well, if you call this, you're dropping the Monzo, I think.
Right. Well, if you... I don't call this, though. I really hate having 4 tiles in hand and not having a pair.
Okay,
Doing
no,
the opposite,
this makes sense too. You could go for Chanta and Dora
Dora.
acceptance.
So this would be a Mongon.
I mean, you could also
Chanta, Dora,
call,
Yakuhai, Yakuhai.
right? You could drop the Hatsu and just take your headless shapes, which is not bad either.
But one of the issues with that would be if someone does chase you later, which is pretty likely, the Hatsu is by no means a safe tile since it's totally live, but it feels a heck of a lot better than a live 5-so or live 4-so.
Yeah, we'll see when another door is drawn. We've only seen one of them.
And we have a Ryanman Ishan 10 for Andrew. Just really needs to draw something around the 4-5 pin or 6-7 mon.
So tense. I mean, the Hatsu pair in Kevin's hand is really stopping Patrick from being able to make progress.
This 3-so draw had, well, this is a potential Furritin now.
Yeah. Decides that the headless is the way to go. Perhaps felt that the Hatsu was in hand, so it wasn't any better than a random pair of the 3 or the 4.
Well, and Kevin, that call just got Kevin to 2-Shanten. And now is discarding and is Ishan 10 with a good draw the turn after the call. So
yeah, discarded the 4 pin because of the potential Foodie 10. Oh, just redraw the 5 so.
5-so.
It wasn't the
Well,
one you're
now
looking
you
for, but it is Tempai.
Now it's going to be very sketch. You Tadashi the 3-mon. If you do draw the Dora, you're obviously going to go Dora Anki on it. But the 2-mon, the Tadashi 3-mon, and then the eventual Tadashi 2-mon would look very sketch.
The Russian Tanki 4-so for Honitsu.
And also the Nakabukure, the Russian Tanki, as you say there, waiting on 6-so for Kevin, and a Ricci from Andrew waiting on 5-mon, 8-mon.
This is so scary for these players. What do you do? 4 is Suji to the Dora. I know that Andrew already has it. Just pushes it. It's not like the 6-so looks any safer. If anything, it looks more dangerous. What with Patrick going for Honitsu? Oh, we can see a switch here, but it's Furiten, so I don't think we will. And also the 2-so is pretty dead. Yeah, 5-so just comes right back out.
3-so doesn't. I wouldn't have hated the 3-so discard there. 3-so doesn't feel awful.
Yeah, but you're still Furiten though.
Yeah, it's Furritin, but for defense. Like right now,
yeah. I
like, do you really think you're gonna win this 4-so weight? Like, who cares? Like,
well, you are pushing Mongon here. Oh, Dora. You could switch. This is also a Mongon. But no, it just pushes the Suji Dora. It's really concerned about these So tiles. And Vincent's out of this hand.
what made the 6-pin look better than the 3-pin here?
Con!
And now we got a con for Kevin.
The Dealin tile, and that will come out.
And deals it.
Ricci. Oh, that was Hote. And there's an Uda. Oh, that's max punishment. It was the con tile, the con as well. That's something that you don't really think about too frequently. It doesn't show up very often. But because the con reduces the number of tiles left in the wall, that actually made that Dealin Hote.
I actually didn't think that you could do that. I thought if you conned, that would cancel Hote because it's not the last tile from the wall. You drew a tile from the dead wall. Like, it's the final discard.
It's the last discard, yeah.
But like, you haven't drawn the final tile from the wall. I guess you can't Rinshan Haite, but you can con Hote. Or are those backwards?
No, you've got it.
Okay.
Because there was one tile left in the wall, it wasn't going to be Hote, so you can call the con. But then once you've done so, there are no more tiles left in the wall, so that you have the final discard.
Well, I've certainly learned something new about Mahjong today. That was a situation I've never seen before, and I might never see again. We don't see a Chi from Patrick for the open Sanchoku there. Could chase the 5-6-7 if he wanted. Kevin on the left has 2 Dora Anko of Haku and a Honitsu. So we'll be opening that at the first opportunity, I presume.
And I'm kind of getting excited for Patrick's hand. After filling in that Kanchan, now you've got excellent pin shape, and you're just looking for a head, really. Got a door as well. You'd love to just draw another 5-pin. Oh, well, we're also the Ricci. Chooses the Suji Trap weight on the 8-mon.
It is Suji on the Ricci tile, so a historically untrustworthy Suji, but that hasn't stopped many people from dealing into those in the past.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you look at the discard pattern, it's gone 7, then 5. Feels a little bit better. And we see...
That is a pretty...
Yeah, both 8-mon have been drawn by Vincent. Might end up being the pair in this hand now that we've called the Chun. And yeah, Vincent, not a believer in the value of Andrew's hand, despite not being able to see any of the Dora, which is easily usable.
No 5-pin visible, and it's not like Andrew's discarded tiles that make you think middle Pinzu is safe.
Oh, do we call this if we're Vincent? Doesn't want to go for
Kevin?
Yeah, sorry, Kevin, yes.
That feels, as much as we've seen Kevin push today even, like you chi that, discard 8-so. 8-so again is another tile that looks really bad.
Yeah, and Kevin decides that the play is actually going to be Chitoi, typically a defensive way to find your value. You can get there pretty safely. Oh, we'll see a chase on the 5-8. Pin for Patrick. Ricci Dora 1.
Could accept another Dora. And now we have the chi from Kevin.
Yeah, but look at the weight. It's 2d10 for Patrick. Already dropped the 8-pin.
Kevin just going for Tanya now. Kevin not willing to push against 1 Ricci, but 2 Riccis? That's the ticket. Enough. 4-pin, 7-pin weight now for Kevin, or 6-so Tonki.
It decides
takes the 6-so. The Furitan 6-so Tonki.
2 2d10 weights, and then this hand from Andrew, which can actually win on this 8-mon. Ricci Dora 1. And there's an Ura Andrew coming alive in this game.
Yeah, this is what Andrew needed. You really wanted to recoup your losses after that first big fourth, and Andrew doing just that. Andrew playing consistent, standard mahjong for the most part, and is getting rewarded here.
Yeah, as long as you're playing consistently, you can't expect to lose all of the time, assuming that you're consistently playing strong. And I think that last game, Andrew just didn't really have the flow in that game, wasn't able to put the hands together fast enough. The other players with much faster hands. In this game, Andrew has been getting the first tempi a lot of the time, applying the pressure to the rest of the table, and, well, winning.
We do already have an East pawn from Vincent.
And this hand looks like it's gonna be Dorataki, huh?
Yeah, it's got that distinct Doratanki flavor that a hand has when it has no head, 2 Ryanman, and a bad con.
The worst draw is almost drawing the 7-mon, because then you can't go Doratanki, or I guess you can. You just drop away from one of your
You just discard a Ryanman.
Okay, but this is a nice fill-in for Vincent, filling the so shape. Now we just need to fill the pin shape, or just draw the Dora, one of the two, and you're perfectly happy. We do see 2 Dora on the right for Patrick, and that hand is Ishanten with 2 interesting shapes, 2 shapes that can turn into Ipeco. And there's one of the tiles that helps. We'll see a Ricci for sure. Ricci, Dora 2 with Ipeco chance if the 5-mon is the winning tile. 2-mon, of course, will also be a winner for Patrick. And Patrick in 4th place cannot afford a 4th place. And so this is a really important hand to win. There's the Apotsimo. I was just about to count the tiles on the wall.
Replaces the Ipeco.
Dorachu Ura!
Good for the Hanuman. A huge win for Patrick. That's going to put Patrick in 2nd place.
Yeah, and Andrew eats the Oyakaburi there, so brings the first place player way back down to the rest of the pack, and there's chances now. Andrew's still the only player over 3,000, but entering the South round, we have chances for everyone now.
Yeah, with everyone else above 20K, you don't feel particularly fantastic about that 39.5, even if you do have a shot at a 789 Sanchoku here.
Yeah, Andrew will be angling in that direction. Patrick, I wonder if this will turn into Chinitsu. Starting off with the, one pin, some honor cuts, holding the ability to draw this 4-pin Dora, but maybe feeling a little regret once you've paired up the West. Still, I don't necessarily disagree with the discards. I mean, Honitsu is nice, but you do want to be able to win the hand as efficiently as possible as dealer.
Well, and the West had already been twice cut. Like, it's
That's
not like
true.
that West. It's not like that was a live West that was getting tossed out. It was a twice cut West.
Missed the early cuts from both Kevin and Andrew, so not even less of a punish there. Patrick did draw the 5-pin pair, but we'll see the Tempai all ready for Andrew. No 789 Sanchoku, but it is Riichi Pinfu on the 5-8 pin, and very fast. I fear for Patrick. As dealer, you want to fight for this hand, but especially now that you've drawn a Dora.
Usually 3-so would look really, really bad here with the 4-so Riichi tile, but honestly, when it's a 5th tile Riichi, that 4-so could be from literally anywhere.
Yeah. And Patrick will cut the 3-so and probably the 2-so now. The concern here is that the pair in this hand is likely to be the 6-mon, and that means the 5-pin will probably need to be discarded upon reaching Tempai. I wonder if Patrick attempts an Itsu here. Might be a little too aggressive, but we'll see the call. Could also
Itsu
be a call.
Would be a slight... Oh, but discards the 5-pin. I was going to say that's a slightly safer way to go, because then the 5-pin can reasonably be your pair in that case. Discard a 1-mon. But alas.
It felt like no matter how Patrick played that hand, if he improved at all, he was going to deal in. And even with the open, found the 5-pin to be the deal in tile. So we'll be 3,900 points going Andrew's way, and we'll secure the lead a little bit more now that there's only 3 rounds to play, and Kevin is your closest competitor. However, Kevin is the dealer, so you do want to pass this dealership as quickly as possible if you are in Andrew's seat. And for Kevin...
I mean, these are great shapes. Other than Manzu, although the 159 Manzu shape is kind of interesting because all tiles except for a 2 or 8 give you some sort of good shape. 1 and 9 and 5 all give you pairs. 3 and 7 both give you Ryankan. 4 and 6 both give you Ryanmen. So I feel like 159 is so much stronger than 258. But we have a Riichi on the right from Vincent.
Yeah, Riichi Pinfu.
Wow.
With a Dora, winning 6-9 mon. Again, a fast Riichi.
Turn 5, once again. And there's even less to know about this hand. And you're always frustrated when someone calls Riichi, and then the first tile after the Riichi is a tile that you probably would have guessed was safe anyway. I mean, a thrice cut terminal Suji.
Please give me more info. And here's the thing about the 159. If you do draw the 3 or the 7 for the Yankan, you don't really want that shape if the 5 is the Dora, because even if you draw, say, the 8-mon here, you're not really thrilled.
You're not going to be excited to cut it.
Yes, exactly. But Kevin keeps progressing the hand. Well, we'll take a step back, deciding that it's worthwhile to play a little bit safer in this situation.
Do have Vince, 4 pairs. Could once again try the defensive Shitoi.
Mm-hmm. A 6-pin is safe. Ooh, could call for Tanyao. Does forego that option.
Would deal in.
Still 1 9-mon in the wall. And 3 6-mon. Feels like Patrick's going to push this hand even without a Dora.
Is he Shunten? Oh, but there's the sumo. So Vincent getting that, and this is going to be a pretty huge sumo for Vincent. Almost, not quite enough to get above 30K, but very close, right at 29.2 here.
It would have been a huge Uda to find. As it is, your dealer, and you have a chance to make it over 30,000. Even if the game were to end here, it wouldn't be the worst result with a negative 0.8 for Vincent, but you want to be able to get over 30,000 for that full positive score. The hand's not looking amazing, though.
Yeah, I got a couple of awkward Kanchan shapes you need to fill up, and your floaters aren't that good. A lot of times you can salvage a hand with a lot of bad shapes if you have good floaters to improve, but this hand just doesn't have a lot of forward momentum.
Andrew's, on the other hand, looks much better. 5 blocks and 3 honor tiles, and now you've improved one of your blocks and dropped an honor tile. There's also
With
2
two
Dora
Dora
in that hand. Across the way for Patrick. A bunch of pairs. 4 of them. I don't know if Patrick wants a cheat toy, but occasionally cheat toy can become expensive.
Certainly isn't drawing anything, so, we'll probably just take whatever at this point.
And for Kevin on the left, calls the north, has the door acceptance holding that 6 mon, but looks to be a very cheap hand otherwise.
A lot of thought there for Vincent after drawing the 6-0. Had to cut a shape, decides on the 2-pin, 4-pin.
Yeah, one of the awkward things in this hand is there are 3 pair type blocks, 7 so 9, the 7-9 pin block, and then the 7 mon pair. A lot of times you'll drop one of your excess pairs, but Vincent might get rewarded here with that 3-so draw. Now you can potentially end up with a Samanchan in the Sozu.
That has actually said a lot about 3-pair hands, dropping one of your pairs when you have 3 pairs. I feel like dropping away from one of your pairs is most often useful if you're E-Shanten. If you're 2-Shanten, a 3-pair hand can easily be 1 away, be perfect 2 away, to use a Ricci Book 1 term. But we do see the Ricci here from Vincent waiting on the 8-pin, which there are 3 left of in the wall. Kevin able to call the Chi and discard a safe tile. Oh, and now we have the chase from Andrew.
And if you look at that hand, it makes a lot of sense. Ricci, Dora 3. Drew into the Anko.
Oh! Even against Steeler, against the Apatsu!
Ricci passes Dora 3, no Uda, but this is going to all but confirm first place for Andrew, and that keeps Vincent below 30,000, importantly. So going into all last, Andrew looking at a potentially plus 40 score.
And that was massive for everyone at the table. Kevin desperately needed to not have that happen because a last place puts Kevin into demotion. That was huge for Andrew because, as you said, that all but confirms first place for Andrew as long as you don't deal into something absolutely bonkers, which Andrew typically won't do. So I imagine we'll see pretty safe play in all last year from Andrew. That was huge for Vincent because you lost your dealership. You now need a 2-Han hand to get above 30k, which isn't that hard to craft, especially since you have a Dora Formon and a pair of Chun in your starting hand. And for Patrick, that was huge in 2 ways. Now, if you get a Mongon, you confirm that you'll be above 30k and have second, which is huge for Patrick. If the game ends early, though, you're not in last place, which was a very big threat before, and now is still in danger, but less so. A 3rd place is not near as bad for Patrick as a 4th place would be.
We see Vincent calling the 7-mon, going Atozuke early. It's not a call that confirms the Dora in the hand, though, and hoping perhaps to pair up the Dora and then be able to call the Chun. See Patrick fighting back with a call of his own. Atozuke, but maybe hoping to turn this into Toy Toy. Yeah, drops out of the shape completely. This is an aggressive Toy Toy call.
He's going to try and force the Mongon, it looks like.
It looks like it.
I mean, 5,800 isn't enough. So you have to either get to 50 Fu. Oh, the 9-so is going to commit, though. Yeah, if you get to 3-Han 50 Fu, that would be 6,400, which is enough. Otherwise, you have to get the Mongon. Oh, and now we have Tim Pyle left for Vincent waiting on the south. That could so easily come out of Patrick's hand if Patrick wasn't so hard forcing this. Oh, it might come out. Well, 8-so, 9-so first?
Yeah, I think Patrick will hold on to this because that is double south. That is a route to Mongon. And we'll have to wait and see when the next south is drawn.
8-so? No, discards 9. Well, a 9 pin's already been cut. So keeping efficient tiles, so to speak here.
Oh, but Andrew's fighting, takes the Ricci on the Penchon. It's Ricci Nomi fighting two
So,
open hands. And
the
there goes the
once cut.
South. Takes the South out. But that will put Vincent over 30,000. And so Andrew will finish with only plus 35.1. But I say only when you're extremely happy with that result. That gives you a lot of breathing room moving into these final two games. For Vincent, plus 6.8 also increases the score, puts a little bit of distance on Matthew, who has yet to play 2 games. Vincent, a little more comfortable in the promotion zone. Patrick with a minus 14, but it could have been much worse. And
right, you're certainly not out of it as Patrick now. The minus 14 doesn't kill you. You've got 2 more games. You can still make this up. Kevin, on the other hand, I mean, obviously not out of it, has a very thin margin, but that just dropped you below Andre. You're now 7.4 back. You need 7.5 points to get out of demotion here.
Okay, well, it looks like the next game for this table is going to start in about 15 seconds. And what do you think, Tucker? Do you want to stay at this table?
Man, this table, let's see, who else? I did see that a table recently started. I do think we need to move over to A1. Just because we haven't had the chance to watch Daniel in all of his glory this season yet. So it would be very nice to catch him on film here. I do need to step away for a minute, so we'll sort out which game we're going to and come right back in.
Sounds good. So after a quick break, we'll come back with A1. Table 3 will be Amy, Daniel, Luce, and Aaron. Be back in a minute. All right, we're back with the A1 matchup. And there are some interesting scenarios in this game. We have Aaron, Daniel, Luce, and Amy playing. We can see up at the top of this group is Aaron, who is really fighting for the championship spot, but with only 2 games remaining, would need to pick up about 130 points. It seems quite unlikely. However, Aaron is already up to 45,000, so with 2 huge games, there is a slight chance that can happen. Daniel's in the middle of the pack, so very safe, not in any danger of demotion. Luce a little bit closer, would take have to take a huge jump to get into the demotion zone. And it's really a question of, can Amy escape? It should be noted that in A1, it is likely that the demotion line will actually be negative 130.3. That is the mark that you need to surpass in order to be safe. And we had Claire fighting for that mark a little bit earlier. It is Amy's turn. Currently, Amy in 4th place, but it's a close fight there and can certainly come back. It's still very early in this game. She needs to pick up about 27.4 points in order to make to fill in the gap. So we'll be watching Amy closely. And finds a Tempai. It is Ricci Dora 1 waiting on the 8, so Sudi Trap wait, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, Aaron will break the Patsu. Welcome back, Tucker.
Well, and Aaron is a player who can, I'm sure, masterfully fight this. I mean, we've seen a lot of incredible play from Aaron in the past. And this is a
Yep.
fantastic weight, 3-mon, 6-mon for Tanya Dora 1.
Yep.
Could even slide
Rokipatsu.
down to a Sanshoku.
Although, yeah, sliding down might not be so easy. Give it the number of 4 pins remaining. I think there is one
0?
left, though. I think there is one
Okay.
left.
I didn't count. I just said it.
That's a chance, right? And looks like the rest of the players not too eager to fight this, although Daniel's getting kind of close. Ishanten.
Sumo.
Ah, but there's a sumo for
Oh,
Aaron.
there it is.
We'll pick up the 1,000 all plus the Ricci stick, and Aaron continues to climb. Of course, last season, Aaron was in a similar position where I think he was second overall in the division and was just going all out for the top of the division. Didn't end up getting there, but put out a very good fight. I distinctly remember a Yakuman Tempai in one of those games that would have sumoed had another player not won first. So Aaron definitely has shown the ability to pull in these huge games.
Would need about plus, well, I say about, would need exactly 135 to get into the first place spot this season in 2 games, which could happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Aaron pull 100 points in 1 game.
So this is chump change.
Exactly. And, well, this Hypai, I guess we can't call it the Hypai anymore because we're almost at the end of the row 1, but Aaron's progressed kind of nicely. Still has this awkward 1-2 Mon Penchon. The door is the north, and we saw that come out early from Luce on the left. There is Amy on the right holding the Dora. It makes a lot of sense. Amy needs value, if at all possible. And the hand kind of looks like it's a Chanta or a Junchan. So that's certainly a way to use the Dora in a hand, even if you're planning to call for it. The 6-pin draw kind of messes up those plans, and so we might just see a Ricci in the near future.
Daniel has a pretty good Ishanten here. Can pawn or chi and still be able to win. Does not chi. It is instantly rewarded. Could have taken the 5-so chi for a Tanya only Tempai. Doesn't. And gets Tanya Ricci instead. 8-so 6-mon weight.
One of each tile left in the wall we see an 8-so in Luce's hand. I'm not sure that the 8-so looks particularly comfortable here unless you start to see more of these 6-so come out. Create a one-chance situation. Amy can see 3 of the 9-so. And Amy has some incentive to push. I wonder if Aaron has the same incentive. Does drop the 6-mon out, and that will be a deal. And Ricci Tanya, no Ura. 2,600 points does help Daniel out. That does move him a little bit closer to the second place mark. Still, Aaron, the only person above 30,000, moving into South 1. And what a high pie this is for our dealer, Amy.
Oh, and Amy is such a dangerous person to have this high pie too. Amy is so good at seeking value. And I mean, you have a potential Sanshoku Pinfu. You could even turn this into Tanya with a couple of good draws.
Now, one of the things that I've learned from watching Amy play is don't let her keep her dealership for too long. She will make you pay for it. But on the other hand, look at what Luce is building across the table. That's already 5 pairs towards Chitoy. And it doesn't even have to be Chitoy with this 8-mon draw. You can even turn this into a normal hand now.
And Luce is someone who we've seen absolutely dominate before. We are going to have a Tonki Dama from Amy here waiting on 7-pin. Can't win this as the hand currently is. But there's a lot of weight and value upgrades.
Oh. And she didn't even want to sumo that, sumo Nomi. She really wants the 4-mon to turn this into Tanyao and Sanshuk. That's a 3-han upgrade. And there are also upgrades in the weight as well as the value if you draw perhaps a door. Although we see the door get called by Aaron. That's not a Yaku high call. So the rest of the table trying to decide what Yaku is in that hand. It turns out that it is Atozuke on the Haku, which is Mochi Mochi with what Luce is putting together.
Yeah, Mochi Mochi might be my least favorite Yaku. People don't ask what your least favorite Yaku is very often, but Mochi Mochi is definitely mine. And now we have a wonderful 4-sided Tonki weight for Amy here, 147 pin.
Oh, Ipatsumo. And
this is what Amy does
as well. Because either the one, I had to be the one.
Yeah,
One
no other
pin
way
small.
would do it.
And she got the maximum value of the hand, just like you said.
Yeah,
And
that's what Amy does. I mean, at one point, didn't Amy have like over a 1.0 Ura rate? Like, was getting over 100% Ura?
but
Or am I thinking of someone else?
you're absolutely right. But this season, it hasn't been that way. Amy's been finding the value other ways, and just the patience, not taking the early Ricci, even if 9-pin Tonki seems good, waiting for the upgrade and found the upgrade. Even the choice to hold the 7 over the 9 so that you could get that 3-sided weight was subtle but important for Amy. And another great high pie
God, these
looks
draws. I mean,
it
that was
looks like
Tempai,
she might do
but
it
denied
again.
it.
Yeah, didn't want just Ricci Dora 1. Wants
And
more
this
out
is
of this.
And this is a fantastic example of how to deny Tempai. Did not take the Dama, discarding the 6-pin, waiting
Ooh,
on
she might take this.
Tuso. Yeah, does take this one, though.
Drop the Dora.
Yeah. Well, because now you have Sanchoku.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
Oh, but we'll see a chase.
We got a
from Daniel.
chase!
Oh, this is scary, though. This is an expensive hand for Daniel, though. If you can find
only on 1 mon or 9-pin.
Yeah, if you get the 4 mon, it's less expensive, but oh goodness, who's going to win this one out?
And it's expensive because it's Haku, possible Chanta, which would be 2 Han since it's closed. We're so excited we didn't quite mention that, but
yeah, it is a Mongon for Daniel. If you find the 1 mon or 9 pin. 2 tiles left for Amy's dealer Mongon, and that's in the wall, and 2 tiles in the well for the Mongon side of Daniel's weight. There's also 1 4 mon in the wall.
ooh, Aaron starting to get the kind of value that would allow him to push. Could end up with Tanyao Penfu with Peiko here.
Sumo.
There's the
There's
4
the
mon.
mon.
Sumo. Richi Tsumo Haku will check the Ura. No Ura. But not a bad result for Daniel. I mean, you pick up the Richi sticks as well as the Honba, and Daniel almost in second place at 28,200. Oh, what? Double Richi dealer!
Oh my god. Waiting 7 mon.
Insanity. It's not a good wait. It's near Dora, so it's unlikely that we'll see it come out, but there still is one in the wall left for Itsumo. That's wild.
Would you have taken the double Ricci there?
Honestly, I don't
Like,
know.
what other value are, like, this is the issue, right? There's a lot of times where you might not take double Ricci because there's so many upgrades. How are you going to upgrade this hand? Like, the tile you had was the 1-so.
I mean, if you don't take the Ricci, you're probably just calling the South for South only. If you want to go really greedy, you don't take the Ricci, you drop the 1-so, and then you cut the whole 3-4-5 block, go for Honitsu. But that is, I think, a little too greedy for me. And there's the last 7-so drawn. So now we're playing Defense Simulator for Luce, Aaron, and Amy. Can you dodge this deal in? Aaron doesn't know it, but anything he does will be acceptable. And Aaron might just fight here. This is Tempai.
Oh god, this is such a good hand.
It's not Sanchoku, but it's Ricci Pinfu Dora.
Oh, 1 off. And now you're like, oh no! The double Ricci! It's gonna come back. The 2-so, 5-so, how is that? Wait, there's 3 left in the wall, it looks like. 1 5-so, 2 2-so?
You're right. Yeah, but more live in the wall than the 0 tiles for Daniel. And again,
the 0 tiles for Daniel from draw.
Right. Well, I guess Amy drew a 7 mon a little bit later, but yeah, it's not looking good here. Any second now, feels like Daniel could draw the deal-in tile, unless Aaron gets it first. We haven't really been able to analyze the defensive play from the other 2 players, but those with the winning tiles have been dodging quite nicely. And there
these two Riccis have been tossing out so many middle tiles. The defense was not incredibly difficult there for the most part.
Oh, and the Ura as well for max punishment.
Oh, and that really hurts because now Daniel a little over 2K in last.
As it stands, Aaron looking at a plus 40 points if the game were to end here. Not really enough to put you in contention, so we'll keep fighting forward.
I'm going to look up real quick. Let's see. Doesn't Aaron hold the record for the highest game in ARML? He does at plus 102, yeah. So as you said, it's within Aaron's known strike zone.
And well, Aaron has found a path to winning a lot more points. It's going to be a Kokushi attempt, I'm sure.
That's 8 distinct journals and honors.
It's far away, but given Aaron's standings, the only thing that he has to fight for in A1 is that top spot overall. So you might as well go for it if you have a shot.
That 7-mon was kind of a decision point because that hand was not awful for Chanta. It's not like some Kokushi hands where it's never going to be anything. Like, you have 4 Chanta shapes.
Yeah, and if you pair up the Hatsu, that's a Dora as well. That makes your Chanta really valuable.
Well, now you could get Chanta Sanshoku.
Yeah, hedging Honitsu, now hedging Chanta Sanshoku. There are other routes to completing this hand.
But Luce's hand certainly looks much faster. I mean, everyone's hand at the table looks faster, quite frankly.
Yeah. Luce had the opportunity to call the 6-0 that would have fixed the bad Tanyao shape and given you a chance at Tanyao Sanshoku, but wants more value, wants to put this together closed. And now that Aaron has filled the 789 shape in the Pinzu, and now the Sozu, this is actually looking quite good. It's Ishanten already.
What do you think of Luce's 2-mon cut there? Drew the 1-mon and cut the 2-mon.
I think that's concern about the Kokushi. Because Luce is fairly...
immediately drew the 3.
Yeah, but now you're facing a Ricci. What do you do here? We'll play Genbutsu.
Shaw's live. Yeah, just playing safe.
And let's take a look at the Ricci. It is from Daniel Ricci Tanya with an Entotsu weight. 4-mon, 7-mon, Tuso. And there's 1 4-mon left in the wall, as well as 1 Tuso. Oh, well, there's the Tuso. And will Amy fight? Yeah, starts with a 7-pin. That is the most efficient cut for this. And you'll have to drop a pair later, but we'll put off that decision till later. And back to Luce, I think, given her position overall in the standings, the only thing that's bad for her is if she gets a really big 4th. And going into Yakuman is really the only way that can happen. And so that's why I think we see her playing more cautiously to the Kokushi than maybe she normally would as dealer.
Didn't discard the 1-mon until Aaron had done 4 Tadashi honor tiles in a row, like very clearly folding against the Ricci.
And now we can see all the north out, so Kokushi is dead. Amy decides the 8-mon is a little bit too dangerous to push, so it looks like she'll be folding out as well. So can Daniel find the last 4-mon? Oh no! The Tuso came out. Luce and Aaron were making it look safer. They had dropped a bunch of 3-so, and the one chance causes Amy to deal in, and that actually puts Luce in 4th.
Yeah, that brings Daniel 200 points above Luce. So now it's going to be a scramble at the bottom to get above 30K, especially for Amy.
Yeah, Amy can still escape with a positive score here, and has a reasonably strong hand to do so. There's a Tanyo available, maybe Ipeko, maybe you can draw a door and make use of that. There's even a world where you end up with a Sanshoku, maybe 5, 6, 7. All things that Amy is looking at as ways to increase the value of this hand. You need to find 3 and 30, 3 Han 30 Fu at a minimum.
And meanwhile, Aaron has, I mean, sometimes when you're in first in this position at the end of the season, you don't have a lot of reason to just keep going. You can just be like if it was Haru, for example, at plus 43.5, like that's a spot where you're never catching first. You can just like fold out. You don't need to go on any repeats. Just let the game end, move on, get to bed earlier. But Aaron has every incentive to just push. Like if you can, the more you can run this score up, the more feasible you could try and chase down Kenyon in the next game.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting spot for a couple players at the table. I'm just looking at Luce's draw and realizing this is Ishanten for Chitoi, but it looks like that's the path that Luce is going to take. On the right, Amy drew a bunch of pairs, also Ishanten for
now
Chitoi.
Has an Anko.
Oh, decisions here. Yeah, drops the 6-pin, and if you pair up the 7, then you have your Chitoi Tanyao, which isn't quite enough, so you'll probably have to Ricci. But another Anko, and things get really exciting. This is actually Tempai. Will Dama...
Yeah, it doesn't take the Ricci. I mean, there are so many of these tiles out.
And you want Suanko. Oh, Toy Toy Tanyao does make the call. Could be Sananko as well, if you can sumo.
Yeah, sumo is...
Well, you're...
Yeah, your sumo is Mangan. Ron just gets you over 30k. The point difference between the two is not massive.
Although every point helps Amy at this situation when she needs exactly 27. And there are 3 tiles left in the wall, so Sumo not impossible here.
Boom.
Aaron fighting back.
Yep, that's the call.
Now I mean, Aaron's been waiting for that Haku for such a long time. Finally gets there. Has a Ryankon and a Ryamen, although the 6-7 looks terrible when you can see all the 5-8 in Amy's hand. And I didn't realize this, but Daniel's actually temping the 5-8 as well. And Damaton here, not willing to throw the Ricci stick out because that would temporarily put him below loose. And then if Amy were to sumo, Daniel would be confirmed 4th place.
An interesting decision here for Aaron, drawing the 3rd Formon.
Yeah, a lot of times you cut the 1-3, but decides that the 7's Mon can leave. You still have a good shape in the 4-4-4-6. Compare
and you
the
can,
6.
And you can see 3-6 Mon as well.
Yeah,
which
and
helps.
Some concern, though, you might end up Huriten if you draw the pin shape first.
Come.
Oh, there's a con.
Oh, and flips the 3 pin as the Dora, which gives Aaron 1 more Dora. Already had 3.
As well as Daniel. Oh, there's a deal in tile for loose, and she will deal it out. So this is going to be a nice victory for Amy. Plus 64 will put her in 2nd place and a 7.6 score. Amy has been slowly climbing. It's been, I believe, a 2nd place, a tiny 2nd place, and then another moderate 2nd place. So with nothing but 2nd places, Amy has put herself in a position to escape demotion in this final game.
Just inching up. And now Luce has a lot more to fight for as well. Again, it would take a pretty huge last place, but since Amy is part of your direct competition for like trying to get out of demotion, that makes slipping into demotion a little bit easier to do here.
And let's see, for Aaron, with plus 35.4, you need a 100-point game pretty much to get there. If things don't look strong at the beginning of the game, might ease up in the second half of the game, but I'm sure we'll be fighting for that at least early.
Yep, and we do have a refresh now, so we can see exactly where everyone is. Amy at negative 149.8. Her goal score, again, is negative 130.2 to get above our lovely Nathaniel here, who has been helping on commentary.
Yeah, so 19.6 is the score you want. And I'm sure they took a little bit of a pause to make sure everyone knew their win conditions. 19.6, it's difficult to get that without a first.
And 99.6 for Aaron. And actually, Aaron doesn't need 99.6. Aaron only needs 99.5 because the tiebreaker would be average rank. And I do believe Aaron's average rank is better than Kenyon's.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way just from a brief look at the scoreline. 10 firsts for Aaron this season and 7 second places is just outstanding.
Okay, hold on a second. The fact that Kenyon's score is 100 better than Aaron's, and Aaron has 3 more firsts, only 2 fewer seconds, has 2 fewer thirds, and the same amount of lasts. That just shows, like, how good the games have been on Kenyon's side, like how well Kenyon has been performing, even when she's losing. That she's 100 points up on someone who, if all you looked at was the rankings, should, for all intents and purposes, be much higher than her score.
Yeah, I mean, I think my last series was against Kenyon, and she only had 1 4th place in that series with 25,000 points. It was, and those have been the 4th places for Luce. It's been just barely losing out with close to starting points, whereas her second places have been outstanding, like 44,000 point second places. You usually are getting first place if you have that mount. And well, if Amy gets a 44,000 point second, I believe that will be enough to do it for her.
Almost exactly. You want 44-6.
All right, so 44-6 or a first. Those are the win conditions. The first place with 34,000, 34.6.
Or 49-6 if you're in third. For the record.
Fair enough. And that would be very difficult to achieve, and I feel sorry for whoever's in 4th place in that game. But we will go into this in a few seconds. Here we are. It'll be Luce, our starting dealer. Daniel on the right. Aaron across the table. Amy on the left. Not what you're looking for a starting dealer.
Hey, Daniel has a pair of Haku.
Hey,
and a complete 2-3-4 shape.
Anything other than the hand we were just looking at. And that has Adora as well. Across the way, Aaron has, you know what, a bit of a mess, but at least there's one completed shape in that hand. And for Amy, probably the best looking hand, given that its completed shape incorporates the Dora.
I mean, still only 4 shapes, though. This, all around the table, not the best showing that we've seen from the wall. We do see Luce getting some nice draws here. This hand is starting to very slowly shape up.
But by the end of the first row, it is feeling like Amy's going to have the advantage here. Aaron as well has picked up a nice summon shot in the Mansu. And maybe might be able to call this down for Tanyao. Ooh, that 4-mon might put a wrench in the works.
The 4-pin?
You're right, the 4-pin.
Okay. I just wanted to, I was just like, did Daniel draw a 4-mon perhaps?
No, you know what? Sometimes as I'm calling something out, I look elsewhere in the table. In this case, I was looking at Luce's Mansu, and the word Mon escaped instead of pin, but thanks for catching that. And another good pin draw for Aaron in the Dora. Sorry, not the Dora, but the Dora connector 3-pin. So this hand's Ishan 10.
I wonder if Aaron could shift this towards a Sanshoku. Just pick up a 7-pin perhaps before you get to Tenpai. Although then you're probably discarding 5-so, 7-so anyway.
Ooh, which shape do you want? You keep 5-5-7 or 4-4-6?
You could also toss the 1-pin.
And shift to Tanya. Starts with a 7. And this allows you to... we could still call the 5-pin for Tanya Tenpai. Luce is drawing a bunch of pairs. Amy Ishanten. I suspect we'll throw this 4-mon back. Unless Aaron really wants to commit hard to the...
Does
Tanya.
toss the 1-pin.
And yeah, it does do so. And this will be Tenpai. We'll be at Damaten. Amy seeking more value. We've seen her create value out of nothing.
You could call this and take the Arianman 3-so, 6-so weight, and does.
All right, so this will be Tanya Dora 1 for 2,000 points.
Which would be a clean little pickup for Amy. Oh, 6-pin's a good draw for Daniel.
That's a Tenpai draw for Daniel. Doesn't want it,
Doesn't
though.
take it. Doesn't want to discard Dora.
Yeah, could also drop the 5-pin instead and take the Kanchan weight, but doesn't like that as much either. And especially since Amy has opened the hand. Might be concerned that she opened into Tenpai, which is exactly what happened. Don't want to be dealing
preferring
with
Amy preferring the 5-pin, 8-pin weight to the 3-so, 6-so.
Aaron,
How do you feel about
play?
that? Oh, was that? Oh, that was Furiton. That's why.
No, it was a Tsumo. It decided he wasn't content with Tanya Dora Tsumo. Wants more.
No, Amy had been Furiton. I didn't realize Amy was Furiton.
Ah, yes, you're right. But also, Aaron willingly choosing Kuri Tenrichi here on the 258. And the weight's not looking good. Yeah.
Is usually better than this.
Tumon looks really bad, and it is bad, but it doesn't deal in. 8-pin
Don't.
would deal in.
It's not for a 10. What? The 2-mon was discarded by loose.
Oh, I thought that was a 5-mon that was coming out.
No, it was a 4-mon that was discarded.
No.
On
So
the
that wasn't
Ricci.
the sumo. That was my misread on the Monzu. I was so excited with like Aaron greeting for value that I totally misread what tile was coming out of the hand. So what a dodge then by Daniel reading that the 2-mon was actually bad.
I mean, I would still call it a good dodge, even if they were for a 10, because you're still reading the dangerous tile correctly.
Yeah. Here I am thinking Aaron is seeking the most value possible and passing up Sumo for a Huriten reach. Because I thought that was a 3-4-5, 5-6-7 shape.
Daniel here, though, does have a Dora 5-pin, can accept another, and these are fairly good shapes. It's very easy to replace the 1-2-so in this hand, although you don't need to now that you've drawn the 3-so. Ishantin.
Oh, we're just
And
filling
there's
up all the
Tenpai.
bad shapes. Wow. Now
So
this is a
6-9
This is a Suji trap Ricci tile that oftentimes does deal.
Oh yeah, this 9-pin feels like it'll very easily flow out of just Amy's hand. Actually, Luce can use the 9-pin, and Aaron could make use of a 9-pin. It just be a matter of what else Aaron has to discard at the time.
Yeah, and perhaps Aaron would particularly use the 9-pin if there was an Itsu shot for extra value. But because the 5-pin is the Dora, I think you're locking that in as the head in the hand. Instead has 1-2-3 Sanchoku chance. And this could be a massive hand for Aaron if he could put this together.
Gotta push the 3-mon here if you want that, though. Thinking real hard, and does.
Yeah, Aaron's decided that this hand's worth fighting, even against early dealer reach. It is just Ricci Dora 1, and I mean, still 3 tiles on the wall for the Shampoo is quite good. Where are the 9-pin?
I promise that I do not have them.
As long as you don't have them, then I'm feeling more comfortable about Daniel's chances.
I make that guarantee. This, is that... Okay, so Amy, I think, is just playing defense here.
Aaron draws a Tenpai. It's not the Tenpai you wanted, but with 2 Dora, he'll take that. And it is Suji Trap. The 2-so just came out.
There's only 2 of them left, though. I mean, this is the kind of push that only comes as the result of, oh, and there's the 9-pin.
Don't.
And we see the Tenho lag. the false pause on the 9-pin there. And there's an Ura. So that's going to flip the placements for Daniel and Aaron.
Yeah, the Bongon that Aaron won earlier, now going to Daniel. And another reasonable starting hand for Daniel, if you think about using that Dora 1-pin. You have some floaters to connect to, maybe a 1-2-3 Sanchoku in this hand. For Aaron, those are lovely shapes. Ishanten already.
Yeah, when all of the honors are out of your hand after 2 discards, you're normally feeling pretty all right.
Maybe a quick call of the 7-mon will angle towards a Junchan. Of course, Junchan, a great way to incorporate a terminal Dora tile.
Dora Tonki, perhaps.
Each.
Oh, but there's
There's
a fast
Tenpai.
Ricci. Even a chance to upgrade the weight, so a 3-6 pin for Ricci Pinfu.
I mean, this is our third turn 5 or earlier Ricci so far at this table.
Now, this is feeling a lot like my last game of the season.
Sumo.
Oh, there's a
And
sumo.
there it is. Ricci Sumo Pinfu, no Ura. So just 4K there with the Ricci stick coming back.
But it does progress the dealership forward into East 3. Dora is the Chun, and there's 1 in hand for Aaron. Now, with all of these honor tiles and penchant shapes, do you consider Honitsu? It looks kind of, a Honitsu or a Chanta. Kind of looks like that's what Aaron is hedging here.
Yeah, with that 9-pin draw especially, I feel like Chanta's the way to go here. This hand is going to be so slow. it feels like you're going to need to help it along, and making your hand callable is certainly one way to do that. Especially since that allows you to hold on to the Dora for the classic Dora Tonki.
Mm-hmm. And well, Aaron's been drawing quite well, has already filled the 7-8-9 shape in the pin. How about the other hands here? Amy with a south pair, able to call for something cheap, but we know Amy's looking for more than just a cheap hand, as Aaron calls the second shape. Across the way, loose, getting closer and closer to Tenpai. That's a great Kanchan fill-in. And on the left, Daniel has a couple of interesting pairs.
Did pass that Shah, pass the West Pawn.
But probably will call the Haku if it were to come out.
Ooh, what do you discard if you're Aaron here?
2-pin indicates that Aaron refuses to drop the door at any point in this hand. It looks like Aaron's planning for the Dora Tonki.
I wonder about dropping 7-so just to hedge a little bit, and it does get the Dora, so it ends up the same. You end up kind of in the same spot no matter what. Although now you still have your complex shape.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you drop the 1-2. If you're committed to always using the Dora, then you want to have the most complexity in your remaining shapes. And so now Aaron can draw the 8-so or the 9-so, or even call those tiles for Tenpai.
Or the south.
Yeah, and the south as well. As opposed to having the 1-2 shape in your hand. 1-2 and a 9-so, you'd probably still drop the 1-2 at that point, but then you've lost the chance at the 8-so. So I really like this this idea from Aaron, that if you're going to commit to the Dora, then what happens? And played it really nicely. Is Tenpai now on the 9-so Chun.
I mean, 9-so and Chun both look horrible here. I mean...
Yeah, what could it be? Honitsu, Chanta, the Atozuke for a Yakuhai. We know it's not the Haku at this point, and Daniel has drawn the Chun. It'll come out. Oh no, we'll trade that Mangan right back. But this is more expensive. It's a dealer Mangan. And Aaron jumps out ahead again. 44,000 points, the only player over 30,000 now, and has this beautiful high pie to start us off in the next round. Aaron has 2 Dora, as well as a chance at Pinfu. You don't even need this 1-3 shape. In fact, we'll drop away from the 6-pin right away. Holding the 1-3, perhaps just in case you build into a 1-2-3 Sanshoku, that would almost certainly require drawing the 2-pin first. But if you can pull the 2-pin, then you drop the 6-7 Mon, you really give yourself a good chance. As it is, we get the Mon shape first, and we can drop away from the pin shape and have our Ishan 10-4, Pinfu Dora 2. I'm looking around, trying to see if anyone can fight for this hand. I mean, Amy is looking pretty strong, but it only has 1 Dora. And the 9-so not really helpful, so that will come right back out. Poor Daniel has just sumo-giri'd 3 souths in a row. That's when you know this hand that you're behind in the hand. One more pull in for Amy as his hand hits Ishanten. And for loose across the way, there are shapes in the hand, but they're not amazing. And there we go. We see the Rigi from Aaron. As expected, the first one to get there.
Sumo.
And Ippatsumo. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen Ippatsumos like this since playing against Kenyon the other day. And no Ura, but that's going to be a Hanemon. 18,000 points. And we said Aaron needed 99 points. We are well on our way. Aaron now. This high pie not nearly as strong, but not terrible either. Especially if you could fill that 1-2 Penchon. There's Dora acceptance as well. To the right, Amy is working towards, well, just a Richi, maybe Richi Pinfu. Across the way, we have Loose with great shapes for potential Pinfu with Dora acceptance. And Daniel, again, just not, just too many honor tiles. And we'll see if we can dodge the 3 in a row Sumogiri of an honor.
Aaron does have a fairly decent Tushan now after the way this hand started. You do really want to get rid of that 1-2 pin shape, but
now, hang on a second.
Now you can get 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
It is definitely possible. 3-pin, still 2 of those in the wall.
Instantly throws that 3-so back. I
Yeah.
almost would have considered 9-pin or 8-mon there. What makes the 3-so better?
Yeah, usually you drop the pair that has no upgrades, like the 9-pin or the 8-mon, as you indicated. I think Aaron's just committing to this 1-2-3 shape and deciding that there is it's the fastest way to get this hand is to be able to call for that. So in that sense, the 3-so is just a liability at that point.
Well, and loose here is Dama waiting 5-so, 8-so for a couple of turns now.
Yeah, it's just Pinfu Dora 1.
And as we mentioned before, loose really just doesn't want a big blast here. You're okay even with a bad third. And that, is going to get the 5-so out. So you're not hugely concerned with, getting over 30k, obviously good. Improving your position, obviously good. But as long as you don't come in a huge blast, you're safe. You stay in A1.
If the situation wasn't as it is here, I'm certain we would have seen a Ricci from loose. But the last thing that she can have is declaring Ricci and being defenseless if the dealer declares Ricci. And so decide to take the Dama win. You're in second place with a fairly strong footing, so no need to be concerned here.
And then even though it's only East 4, Amy in a fairly desperate position here. We were saying that needs a 44-6 second. Well, you got to be above 30k first to get that. Amy currently in last at 15-1 has a brilliant hand here as dealer.
Yeah, that's the thing. Amy as dealer is scary. We'll see if she can put it together. I mean, this is already Ishanten with potentially Peiko.
I mean, Daniel, though, as well, has 2 Ankos in the pin, is going to... Anybody trying to make anything of upper Pinzu, as Amy is with that 6-8 pin, is going to have some struggles.
Good luck. And Daniel might even be going for more than just Tanyao. There's San Anko chance here, Ishanten. Ooh, and this 3-pin really helps Amy out. That's Dora for 1, but it also gives you the opportunity to potentially break away from this upper pin shape. Although you have discarded the 2-pin already, that makes it a little bit harder. Daniel really looking for a 3-so or a 4-so. The last 4-so has been drawn, but there still is 3-so in the wall. And for Aaron, these shapes are looking good as well. You have an extra pair to discard away if you are planning to making a Pinfu. And this is an interesting pickup for Amy. Could drop the 9-8 shape and go for Tanyao, but says, I'm Ishanten, I don't need to play that aggressively. We'll just hold the shapes and keep them as they are. You're starting to get concerned as you look at the board and see no upper pin tiles outside of the 9-mon that Daniel has discarded.
And Aaron discarding away from the Sanmenchan that could have possibly left him Atazuke there. Now we're going to see how greedy Daniel is. Discards the 6-7 Rionman, keeps the pair of Norths.
This is Suwako hype, going for it all here. And Aaron will call it to Tenpai on the 3-6. That is almost dead. There's only 1 3-pin left in the wall, but that is Adora. And here's a 7-so, but it's once cut, so Daniel just throw that right back. Amy Ishanten calls Pon. This is Tenpai, but it is not a Yaku. And so with 13 or 14 tiles left at that point, Amy was just aiming for K10 or perhaps switching this to Tanyao upon drawing the 6-mon. Daniel will make the call, but there still is, so no Suako, but there is Toy Toy Saranko Hope. And 2 3-so in the wall still left.
And a whole lot of wall left, only 20 tiles.
Daniel's got 2 draws, 1 draw now. There goes a 9-pin. There's a 3, but I think the 6 comes out first. Yeah, the 6 had recently passed, and so Daniel reads, Aaron reads correctly that is the safe tile here. Amy can switch up the weight, just tosses the 5 back.
Ooh,
oh no, Daniel. Dora against what Aaron's putting together looks really bad, and he breaks Tenpai. That is a move that avoids the deal-in, but it would have been a 2,000 point deal-in. As it is, pays 3,000 in no 10 payments.
So it actually would have been better to deal in there, since it was into Aaron,
And not
because now
yeah,
Amy only 100 points back.
and not just for that reason, but
Punk.
because Aaron's taking the win, you pass Amy's dealership.
Well, Daniel, though possibly rewarded here, gets a pawn of the East early, has a pair of the Dora Chun, but since you got the Easts, you don't have to get the Chun pawn to be able to convert this hand.
Yeah, could just be East Dora too. And we'll see how Daniel develops this hand. Reasonable shapes elsewhere as well, so looking promising. For our dealer, though, these shapes also very promising, very similar to the last hand, with potential for Ipeku if you draw more So tiles, and just good Tanyao shapes. There's even a 5/6/7 Sanchoku if you can
1
draw the right tiles. But what is this from Aaron?
Waiting
Already
on 3
Tenpai.
mon. Riichi Nomi.
Not the best weight, not the best value, but it is early. It does apply pressure. I think Daniel might fight because there's no safe tile in hand. Your safest tile is probably the Chun, and you don't want to be dropping Dora. Amy will fight because she needs to, and this is Tenpai.
5 mon, 8 mon. Which there are 5 left in the wall for the 5 mon, 8 mon weight. 2 left in the wall for the 3 mon weight. Oh, but Amy's going to get the sumo first.
Yeah, it's cheap, but this is what Amy does. The next hand could be the Mongon. And so we will go again. Amy Dealer, this is... Okay, it doesn't look like a Mongon yet. We'll just start by dropping some of these honors, and we'll see how this develops. There are a lot of pin tiles on the hand to the right, and Luce might just push for Honitsu as a result of that. Only 1 tile in the Manzu, 1 tile in the Sozu at this point. For Daniel across the way, this is looking like a Ricci. Yeah, I'm not seeing much more than Ricci Nomi here. You can accept a Dora, of course. And there's a world where maybe you can turn this into Chanta or Junchan, but that's a bit of a stretch. For Aaron, though, started with the Anko of the Hatsu from the first draw and has continued to develop this hand nicely. Now 2 tiles away from Tenpai.
A lot of great sideways movement for Aaron here, improving a lot of shapes to Ryeonmin.
Yeah, and you'll notice Aaron holding on to this too, so it doesn't really fit the hand yet. But if you pair it up, you'd love that over any of these other shapes. And the decision point for Aaron on when to discard that Tuso will be interesting, assuming no connector is found. Perhaps it will depend a little bit on how quickly you feel the other hands are developing. For example, Dealer, if you feel Dealer's getting close to Tenpai, you might want that to leave your hand.
And there it goes.
In this case, it's just a matter of efficiency. You have all your blocks confirmed, and you're making them as efficient as possible.
We see Daniel across the way discarding the 1-so. Often you would discard the 2-mon there, so that your 1-so is supporting the weaker 1-3 block. But Daniel doesn't want another 1-so, especially as they're all gone. I mean, you really need the 2-so for this hand to improve. That also leaves open Sanchoku.
Yeah, Sanchoku, and you get the door as well. It makes perfect sense, and that was a good catch. Amy, or Luce, has not built Honitsu, has managed to turn this into just a normal Ishanten, just reaching Nomi. And Amy has 5 pairs.
I'm always happy to see players, especially very good players, work hands the way Luce has worked this hand on the right, because I feel so often players get caught in this trap of they see a hand, it's like, well, I've only got 1 mon tile and 1 so tile. I should just go for Honitsu, and they just kind of go for it blindly. And I think we could have seen a lot of players who would have still been, 18 Shanten at this point, having not drawn a single pin tile.
Oh, this is Tenpai for Daniel. And I was almost going to say unfortunate about the 3-mon draw, but Daniel had noticed that all the 1-mon had come out, that the 1-2-3 Sancho was impossible. So determined that the 6-9 weight was actually better here, and will stay Dama for this 2,000 point hand. Pin Fudora 1. And we saw Luce do this. We're seeing Daniel as well not take what would normally be a Ricci here.
Just being a little safe. We now have Chitoy Tenpai for Amy now, waiting on the 7 pin.
Unbeknownst to Amy, all of the 7-pin held by
Sumo.
loose.
And there's the
sumo.
9-mon sumo.
Sumo Pinfu Dora will actually put Daniel ahead of Amy going into South 1.
Amy will have another dealership, though. Everybody has one more dealership, as a matter of fact, since this is South.
Now that we've reached the South round, it's a good opportunity to take stock of the positions of the players and their goals. Of course, Aaron, we said needed a 99-point game, currently sitting at a plus 48. So halfway there, halfway through the game, or exactly where he needs to be. And now has called the tune with Dora 3, Ishanten. So a Mongon would be a brilliant way to advance towards the 99-point goal. And then for Amy, the other important player at stake, currently sitting in 4th place, we said needed a first place in this game.
19.6.
Yeah, it's a real challenge, but you're going to have to hit Aaron directly at this point. And Aaron just keeps moving forward. This is a beautiful tempi.
5 so, 7 so, 8 so.
Feels like at any second the tile will come into hand. There are so many of these tiles left in the wall.
We call this weight Riantan. Rian for like Rianman, like a 2-sided weight, because you have the 6-7 waiting on 5 so, 8 so, and Tan, like Tanki, waiting on the 7 so, because that's your pair.
Yeah, I believe 7 of these tiles are left in the wall. Loose, our dealer, holding all of these honor tiles, being as safe as possible. And if Loose finds Tempai, then we'll take it. But we'll probably just hold anything that looks dangerous against this open hand, like this 5 so. And now you've drawn a 4 so we are getting closer to Tempai, only 2 away. And we have all these safe honors to cut.
Yeah, the South and the Hatsu both look totally fine. The Hatsu was discarded twice 2 turns ago, so practically no danger there.
Yeah, South as well, twice cut.
Especially since it was cut by Aaron himself.
Mm-hmm.
It gives it a slight advantage. And there's another 5 so. That is a little trickier to deal with.
Oh, holds it. Doesn't believe the Tempai, and unfortunately, that was Tempai for Aaron. That'll be 8,000 points, up to 66,000.
Loose in the last.
Yeah, Loose cannot afford a big last. Now, fortunately, she has 2 other players down there, so not going to take the maximum Uma punishment should the game end like this. But what would this be? Minus 13, minus 28? Yeah, Loose can take that. I mean, it would take a minus 42 for her to get anywhere close to the danger zone, and in order to find that, you'd have to be near 0 at this point. So still okay for Loose, but you have to pass 3 more rounds. Oh, and Daniel, what in the world is this?
I mean, you've got the Anko of the Haku. You're holding on to that 5-7 Mon shape, which can accept the 6 Mon Dora. Tossing it now, though, chasing the Honitsu. And you can pawn pretty freely here. Probably don't want to pawn the 5 so with 2 ASO already discarded.
You should look at the other hands on the right. Aaron chasing down a 99-point game. Doesn't really have a hand to do so here. Unless you get perfect draws like that 7-pin. Across the way, Amy accepts the Dora into hand, is looking for a Tanyao Pinfu perhaps with Dora. On the left, Loose aiming for Suanko.
I like how you looked at that hand and you were like, well, that's Suanko, obviously.
Well, her first
I looked at that
Dora.
hand and I was like, well, I guess when your first cut is Dora, that does make it look a lot less like Chitoy, huh?
Oh, no. Daniel pulled the 5s and is waiting on the 5 again, the 5-8, and it will come out from Amy.
That's such a fun weight. Devilish, but fun.
I knew you would love that weight. I feel like there are 2 people who talk about that a lot, and you're definitely number 1 who talks about that the most. Now, Daniel now increasing into a very nice second place. A very comfortable second place. Has the Dora acceptance and the Haku pair. Although the Haku is Mochi Mochi with Aaron on the right. And I wonder what Aaron's going to do with this hand.
I don't want to guess because I feel like I will only look foolish. See, I would have guessed that you'd keep the 9 Mon there. See, I know nothing. I have no idea how to play this hand on the right. I would have kind of hedged a little bit more towards. I would have tossed the Tuso, kind of halfway, hedge a little towards Chanta, hedge a little towards Honitsu.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Tsuiso hedge.
All honors, the only way to go.
I mean, if you're going for 99 plus 99, the easiest way to do that is to get a Yakuman. Yeah, that's another pair. Okay, no, just playing it straight. Starting away from the north. Still holding the south in case that gets paired up. It'd be double south, but now that the hand's progressing, that will drop away. And we just have all our blocks for Chun, Haku, Dora, one hand.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the 9-so is still a pretty reasonable cut there since you still have 6-mon, 7-mon in hand. We do have a Tenpai on the left from Loose waiting on 2-pin. That there is no Yaku there. Just doesn't want to call Ricci.
We've seen multiple times in this game players not declaring Ricci, not wanting to put themselves in a position where they cannot defend. And this will be Tenpai for Aaron on the 5-8. So, but just for Chundora 1.
If the Haku comes out, do you call it?
Yes. And then you just aim at Sumo Dora Tonki. Your weight will be pretty transparent, but I think given Aaron's goals, that is a perfectly acceptable outcome. And of course, the 2-pin doesn't deal in because there's no Yaku for Loose. Could consider throwing away from the shape. In fact, does drop away from the 1-mon.
The 8-so is going to wait a turn to deal in here.
And Daniel might not even want to throw the 8-so because should he pull in the Haku, that would be his pair. And there's the upgrade for Aaron. Now on a Shampoo weight, can actually win on the door, and Amy has this lone door in hand. However, it looks like she's hedging Chitoy and might commit to Chitoy now with 5 pairs. So if your plan is Chitoy, 7 pairs, you want to make it 7 pairs door 2. I'll likely hold this door till the end.
That does. So Aaron has a Mongon now. There's one 7-so left on the wall.
Daniel is confirming the 8-so to be the alternate pair to the Haku. And Luce has found another Tenpai on the 4-7. This is a hand that has Yaku.
A Yaku called Pinfu, although there are no 7-pin left.
Yeah, looking for the... Oh, well, here's the 4. And Daniel dodges the deal in, but Aaron does not.
Oh, Aaron does not, yeah.
So again,
Pinfu
Amy with the
no
dumb hand does pull it out.
All right, this is Aaron's last big chance here.
Yeah.
You need 99.5 is what you're aiming for.
Currently sitting at plus 55.2.
So hey, only 40,000 more points to get. That's 4 dealer Mongons. That's we've seen so many more repeats than that.
We're here we go off with a dealer Mongon. I mean, that's Dora Pon with Yakurai.
And Sanshoku and possible Chanta. I mean, this could be a dealer Hanuman.
You're right. Do we hold the Chun over the 6-0 or the 3-pin?
Oh, I feel like I tossed the 3-pin here. The 6-0 is just more efficient than the 3-pin.
Yeah, I agree with the 3-pin. But nope. Aaron says 3-pin's equivalent to the Chun. We can see 2 of both. And 3-pin's slightly more efficient than the Chun, so we'll hold that. A pair of the Haku across the way for Loose, but once one has already come out.
Loose doesn't really mind a cheap hand here. Like a cheap hand would not be the end of the world for Loose, because no matter how bad of a score you end up with, if you're ahead of Amy, you're fine.
Yes.
It is very, very difficult to conceive of a minus 60 or a minus 42 third place. Not impossible, but very difficult. We do have the 2-pin, 5-pin Tenpai for Aaron here.
It will not be Chanta here. The 3-pin keep rewarded as the Tenpai was found around that 2-pin. And this is 12,000. This would be a great leap forward if Aaron could find a 2 or 5. There are 3 of those tiles left in the wall for Tsumo.
I just want you to know, Nathaniel, that I considered making a first step on the moon pun, And I resisted. I resisted the urge. I didn't do it, and I just want a pat on the back. I've got to say, I want to be acknowledged for
Sumo.
not making the pun. And there's the sumo for Aaron.
We definitely respect that choice, Tucker. Thank you for your self-control. More control than I have, that's for sure. Had the thought of the pun come to mind, it would have left my mouth instantly.
And here we have another great hand for Aaron. Good
Oh my
floaters.
goodness.
Oh god, the 7-mon
The
fill.
fill.
This
And you
is
have Sancho
Kutsuki Ishanten, isn't it?
It is. Oh, it's so wide.
And Kutsuki Ishanten is
Boom.
specifically when you have an Ishanten with a middle tile that is not a part of a shape and you're just waiting to make some shape out of it.
Boom.
It's possible that Daniel might be able to raise here. Already has 2 pawns, but I mean Daniel's still Ishanten. That's Tenpai.
Do you want this Tenpai though? It's
I mean,
Shampoo.
369.
No. Yes, I like this. I like this from Aaron. There's Itsu Chance. There's Pinfu. We don't want a Shambone Ricci.
We
Even
don't.
if
That'd be
the one
3-mon
does look good.
one, so yeah.
Not quite the tile you're looking for. But yeah, so many tiles. Still give Tenpai here.
Your big concern here is just going to be
Chi.
when Daniel gets Tenpai. Okay, Daniel has Tenpai now.
Oh, Aaron just throws the door back even after the 4-pin cut. That is aggressive. Aaron knows exactly what he wants here, and it's Itsu. Come on. Oh, do you keep the 4 here?
Ooh,
Yeah,
I like the
four plus-
Nakabukura. Not Nakabukura, Nobutan. I like the Nobutan shape.
Yeah, but here we lost our shot at 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku by keeping the 9. So we're just going to hold the wider acceptance here.
Yeah, and that is called golden one away when you're in that situation where you can get Sanshoku. You're one away from both Sanshoku and Itsu. It's a very rare shape to see.
Daniel had the opportunity to wait Doratanke, says, I don't need the points, I need the win. Chooses the 1-mon instead. Amy dodges dealing in.
Yeet.
Daniel could even have taken the 5-8 shape instead, but believes in the 1-mon here. We see a Ricci from Aaron. It's not the Itsu, but it is Ricci Pinfu
Pinfu.
on the 4-7. And Amy, still holding this 1-mon, refuses to deal in, has safer tiles.
You mean loose?
Oh, sorry, you're loose. You're right. Amy also with
A-
the 1-mon, though. Amy
But-
most
but
likely
is
to keep
using
it, though.
hers.
Yeah. Especially with that door pull, and this is actually Tenpai. And we'll see a chase.
Yeah, it's gonna chase 2-pin 8-so. The 2-pin's dead. You can only win on the 8-so, so there's only one of those left on the wall.
Yeah, but in Amy's position, you just have to take the Ricci door, too. 8-so, 1 left in the wall. And
Oh boy.
Daniel's been holding on to this 1-mon for dear life. Where are they? Loose playing excellent defense.
Oh,
It-
and now Daniel electing to play more defensively.
Chips it up.
He draws the 2-mon. It's the curse.
Oh, now found Tenpai again on the 1-2-mon.
Furitin, because he
It
just
is
started the
Furitin.
2-mon turn 3.
And there are no more winning tiles left for Tetsumo, so needs to switch the weight
Ooh,
here.
Not a 4. Discard something else. Keep dodging, Daniel. You've done so good. Don't run out of time.
1-mon is 1 chance, but chooses the 2-mon instead.
Boom.
And
It gets the 3-mon from Amy.
no way, found the Tenpai that could win
Holy
and actually
cow!
gets it. That was a
Daniel.
Genbutsu wait.
Daniel changed his weight about 17 times at the end there.
Well, for at the start, held the weight on the 1-mon for so long, was not going to give it up. Finally didn't come, dropped out of the entire pin block, and then found the Genbutsu weight, the weight that was Genbutsu to the dealer Ricci, came out from Amy, who couldn't defend. And
I do want to make a quick note here. A Sanbaimon would put Aaron at 100,200 points,
okay,
which would be plus 90.2. So Sanbaimon's not enough for Aaron. Yakumon though, 32k, would put Aaron at 108,200, which would be 98.2 points. So even a Yakuman is not enough for Aaron. Aaron needs 2 Yakumans stacked on top of each other. There are no multiple Yakuman in this league, but you can stack. So like Suiso Daisangen, for example.
what about Yakuman plus Ricci stick? Is 99.2 enough?
99.2, you need 99.5.
So Yakuman plus 2 Ricci
It's
sticks.
two
Let's
Ricci
go.
sticks. A Yakuman plus 2 Ricci sticks. Surely everyone will play along with this, right?
Yeah. And of course, Amy has the chance to just repeat as dealer. And if that's the case, then you get another shot. Because this hand doesn't look like Yakuman here for Aaron. It looks like Chanta Sanchoku, though.
Amy has been Ishanten for a frustratingly long time.
And since Amy is dealer, any win is good enough here. You don't need to greed for the most value. Although winning a hand with a lot of value will certainly help your position, but first and foremost is to win, or at least be Tenpai at Ryukyoku.
Loose with a nice Ishan. Ooh, loose Tenpai.
We'll see the loose Dama again. Again, positionally, it makes sense.
And this one's deadly.
It really is.
I mean, there's only one left in the wall, but it's just so easy to imagine this coming out of basically anyone's hand.
Yeah, even Daniel's in a lot of danger here because he has Yamen shaping the Manzu and the Pinzu.
Tenpai for Amy.
Oh, this is a chance. Oh, doesn't take it. Doesn't want to greed.
It. I mean, no one's open. No one's called Ricci yet.
You don't know that Luce is Dama here. I wonder what Luce is thinking about. Maybe sees the 5-mon cut and says,
"Oh,
it's too dangerous to push."
No, not Chitoy. This is Pinfu. Pinfu not Pinfo, just Ipeko. Jesus, I can do things, and that's a win for Daniel. Ipeko Nomi to end out this set.
All right, well, we will refresh the A1 standings for a final time. Aaron's going to pick up the big first place here. Plus 66.2 is impressive. Another first place for Aaron will move him up to 11. That is the most first places in the division.
Was exactly 33.3 away from what was needed.
And another impressive showing for Aaron A1. Congratulations to being the second place overall in the division. And that will confirm that Kenyon will be our A1 champion for the winter season in 2023. Congratulations to Kenyon. She will be playing once again in the championship slot, in the championship at the end of the year. I believe she finished second last year and will be looking for revenge this time around. And for Amy, put up a really good fight to avoid the demotion in A1. Unfortunately, that last game just didn't have the flow. And it is finalized. We have the announcement from Edwin League Head, who says that there will be 5 demotion slots in A1. So the 16th spot is safe. I'm a bit relieved, although I feel that my play wasn't necessarily worthy of staying in A1. It looks like I'll be safe for another season.
Well, hey, this was, I mean, with all of the seasons we've had in A1 so far, this was perhaps the most normal as far as point spreads go. Like, I mean, minus 150 feels like the demotion spot. Like, that feels right. Like,
when
that's where demotion should be.
The first season of A1, the demotion line was, what, minus 0.7? Or 0.8?
I thought it was like minus 8.
Yeah, it was almost, it was so small. You will never see another season like that, I'm sure. Although the B1 standings are getting kind of close. It did feel more of a normal season in A1. But that being said, we've had a bunch of other tables going on. The last game of the A2 table that we were watching before is currently going on. The B1 match also has gone live now. And while we're deciding which match we want to watch, I wanted to mention the result of the A2 table. Patrick picked up a very small first place, 18.7. It was a tight race. Vincent picked up a positive result with 7.9, and Andrew also with a positive result at 2.4. So that means the standings in A2 are getting a little close here. Vincent still in the promotion zone, as well as Andrew. And
Patrick has passed Kevin at this point. Now they are both still in demotion zone. but they are both equally far behind now, as opposed to before, where Kevin was out of it and Patrick was trying to catch up.
And it looks like we're rejoining that A2 match in South 3. Who's the big winner? It looks like Kevin is plus 53.5. Oh my goodness. Kevin might even get out of the demotion zone. We'll switch the names over and refresh everything for us here. But it looks like Kevin has a shot here. Tucker, what are you seeing in these hands? I know the door is the south and there's one on the right.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like these hands are, for the most part, a mess. I mean, the person with the closest hand really on the left is Andrew. And there's not a ton of value there,
Yeet.
but Andrew doesn't super need it. Andrew, I mean, a big last is bad for Andrew, but it's not the end of the world since Andrew was able to make up some
Yeet.
ground in the other games. He did create a little bit of a buffer. We do have a reaching now from Patrick, who would love to get over 30K at the very least. The question is, do you pass off of anyone except for Kevin? Oh, it's South 3. It's not all last. I do this all the time. And
That's a good point. Patrick, if he gets the win, still has the dealership left and can run it up, maybe run it past Kevin. And for Andrew, this is terrifying. Currently in 4th place. I don't know how much of a hit this is going to be. Let's see, minus 24, minus 39. This would move him to the bottom spot in the promotion zone. Still would be promoting, though.
But Matthew is yet to play, and that is huge. Neither Pio nor Matthew have played their final 2 games, so you don't want to be in that final slot at all.
What a tense battle right now. Patrick versus Andrew. So many of the 3-6.
Only 1 3-0 left in the wall for Andrew.
As far as 3-pins are concerned, there's also 1 3-pin. So 1 versus 1. Neither player can win on the other's weight. So if they draw it, it will come out. There's the last 3. So Andrew's not winning this hand unless it leaves someone else's hand.
And we do see they're attempting to play defense here. It's just hard.
Yeah. North comes out. Patrick is safe. Kevin is safe. And Andrew is safe. It goes to Ryukyoku. And so we'll have one final chance for Patrick to escape. And he will be playing full offense, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. I mean, you have to. You have to pass Andre at negative 79. So that makes your goal 2.8, 42.8-ish. 32.8? 32.8.
2.8, yep. And that almost requires a first. I mean, it does require a first. So that means your goal is to pass Kevin. But okay, with that goal in mind, this high pie looks pretty strong for a Tanya. You can potentially incorporate a door into this hand, maybe even 2. And yeah, good point brought up by the broadcast director Harrison. Kevin currently at, plus 22,000 points over starting, plus that 15 for the UMA is plus 37. But if you can drop Patrick below, you get earn an extra 5 points of UMA. So that would be really important for Kevin's chances to get out of the demotion zone.
Yeah, it does look like Kevin needs right around 37 to get by. 37 exactly would be enough for Kevin already, because that would put Kevin at 78.4.
And Kevin looking really strong to win this hand with the Honitsu of all things. Honitsu Haku. And
we have Tenpai on the left for Vincent, waiting on 3-pin.
Just taking the Dama here. This is Tanyao Ipeko for 2,600. That would be enough to move over 3,000, and that's exactly what Vincent needs. Could switch the weight now. Do you like the Yaman weight? 3.6. No, wants the value of Ipeko.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but you don't need it because there's 2 Ricci sticks in the middle.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So, I mean, you could have just taken the better weight there.
Oh, and this feels bad for Patrick. This 3-pin. doesn't really fit in the hand, but holds it just in case there's a chi toy available, and we know Patrick does like chi toy.
You know it would be awful if Vincent sumos this.
相撲
I think that would ruin Kevin. That's gonna pull Kevin barely below.
Wow.
A sumo is gonna make Kevin miss by decimal points.
And I can't believe this. That drops Patrick down too.
Oh, it does. No, but Vincent goes above, so it doesn't matter that
You're
Patrick's
right.
so
It
below.
gets Vincent above too. Oh my goodness, we're going to need to see the results on this. Give us the refresh. Kevin with only plus 35.9. Vincent positive
Needed
8.
that the sumo took it away from him. That was it.
0.5 points. Oh, you called it and spoke it into existence, Tucker. And Kevin falls short by, as you said, decimal points. Patrick put a good effort in, but will still stay in the demotion zone. Andrew taking the negative 38 hit, still in the promotion zone, but just barely. And Matthew has games to play. Pio even could overcome.
So Vincent now has to be safe, right? Because Matthew, even if Matthew and Pio pass you, you're still good. So
Yes.
as long as Riley, Matthew, and Pio don't all pass you, which is virtually impossible because some combination of those are playing each other, you're good. So Vincent, pretty solid on getting back into A1, earning his way back up. Andrew, though, God, that is such a rocky spot to be in.
And all you can do is sit back and watch. Hope what the work you've put in this season is good enough. And plus 83 is a very respectable score. That is right around the promotion line that we had last season. And goodness, well, when are these last couple of A2 matches? I know they're not today, they're not tomorrow. I don't think they're happening until the end of the season, really. I know one of those games is going to be played on Sunday. That's the Matthew and Pio matchup. The final day of the season. Matthew and Pio will be battling it out to see if one of the two can promote. Oh, goodness, that Sunday is going to be wild, too. We'll also have the conclusion of the B3 promotion playoff matches happening that day as well. And I know we have the conclusion of the B3 demotion playoffs. That will be starting pretty soon. Before then, though, the only other table that's playing is, I believe, in B1. And I know they're mid-session. How long will it be before the B3 demotion playoffs? Okay, looks like about an hour. So let's tune into that B1 matchup then. Maybe we'll take a quick break while we set everything up. And when we come back, and I think this is a very important B1 table in terms of promotion in that division. So we'll tune back in a couple minutes. All right. We are back into the action here. It is a B1 matchup, and we've got Eric, Anya, Sam, Sichuan. They're not sitting in that order. Our dealer currently is Anya. To the right is Eric. Across the table, Shiromi is Sichuan. And on the left, we've got Sam, who is Lara. And, well, it looks like it is Shiromi who has come out to the early lead here. I guess this is the late lead as we're already in South 3. 40,700, but Sam close behind, within a Mongon of catching up on the left at 35,400. Anya trying to fight back in this match in her final dealership. Anya and Eric currently in the promotion zone, but those are the two players who are sitting in the negatives here. And Sam trying to fight back at negative 0.3. Actually, not that far off from the promotion, as the cut line here is only plus 29.7.
Yeah, so, I mean, everybody has something to fight for here. Eric does not have a cozy enough spot to take anything lightly. Anya really needs to push up the standings. Sam, within 30 points, as you said, of promotion. And Sichuan, not out of things by any means, can definitely crawl out of this hole, even if it is a slightly deep one.
Yeah, we just saw the other night the final match of the Aldwin, Kevin, Rachel series. I can't remember who the fourth player was because they were, I think, pretty safe in that series. But it was Alfred, the league leader at that point. And that put the cut line at negative 37 so tight, it made the task even harder for Sichuan to come back from. However, putting together a good fight here in the lead currently.
Anya getting some incredible draws as well. At turn 9, you'd really like to be Tempai, or at least Ishanten. But this is a very good 2 Shanten for Anya. Eric, though, however, on the right, is Tempai waiting on 6-so. But that is the pair. The Dora, as a matter of fact, is a pair for Sam on the left. So only one of those left in the wall.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting move from Eric. Had the 8-so in hand, could have waited 6-9, but decided that with the 9-so being cut so many times that it made sense to confirm the Dora wait, and then it gives you opportunity to draw into the 4-so later, which would allow you to also win on the 3-so.
And there it is.
There it is. Well played by Eric.
And well commentated by Nathaniel.
Well, we see a 5-pin that doesn't really help Sam directly, but could have held it for a slightly wider shape in the Pinzu. Still Ishanten as it is and holding the safe west.
I mean, is it safe, though? It's only been once cut. So, I mean, it's relatively safe. It's a guest wind to everybody except for Sichuan.
Yeah, but and Sichuan is actually looking for that west. Is Tempai now, though, on the 4-mon, not willing to take the Ricci as there's upgrades here, both in terms of the Dora and in terms of the potential Itsu.
Although if Sichuan draws Dora, we'll almost certainly deal in on the 3-so.
That's true. And similarly, Sam might be concerned about the west being called by Eric for a Honitsu. As we see, well, I guess the first cut was the 2-mon, and then late 9-mon.
It's really weird. The west comes out, but not the south. The south was a much safer tile than the west, having been cut twice.
Wrong.
Oh, but there's the 3-so coming out of Anya's hand.
Anya did find Tempai and had a Tonki. Chose the 3-so, and unfortunately, 3-so to cut in order to wait on the more outside, more terminal 2-so, which is a fairly standard move, but that does deal in to Eric, who will happily snatch up the points and take us to all last.
Home.
Oh, early pwn from Eric, aiming to repeat dealership and make it over 30,000. I think,
yeah, and doesn't really need to fight for much more than that. I mean, you're a dealer, so any win is going to continue the game. So it's not like you can really, just contentedly leave things at a third very easily with Agariame off. But I mean, a small third is perfectly fine for Eric here.
Right, and I mean, after you win this hand, you are approaching, the 30,000 mark, approaching second place with Sam. And look, Shinomi's only at 40,000 points. You could even, with one Mongon, surpass Sichuan there. So if we hover over the middle, we can certainly look at the gap, the distance between all those in one go. We can see it's about 10,000 points on the left, about 7,000 points across, and 13,000 to the right. But there's an early tempi, as expected from Eric, just for the east only.
Boom.
Sam taking the south pawn. Can still get Sanchoku Chanta here.
Yeah, and will that be enough? South Sanchoku Chanta's 3,900. Not by Sumo. See, that'd be a 5,000 point swing. But direct hit would certainly do it.
There are 2 3-pin left in the wall.
It'll be interesting to see if Sichuan draws the 3-pin. What happens?
Oh, there it is!
Starts with the 8.
I mean, it is Suji. But that 1-1-3 is just a better shape than a lot of other shapes. Oh, okay. Now we have the Ricci from Anya on the left. The Ricci stick. Does that make Sumo not quite. I think Sumo's just barely not enough. Although I'm not doing the math carefully.
Yeah, Sumo is 2,000, 1,000. So it'd be 4,000 gain plus the 1,000 is 5,000. Plus the stick is 6,000 swing, but that's still 200 points shy. Now for Anya, this is a Ricci Pinfu. Not really enough to overcome.
Yeah, Sam folding here.
But will Eric?
At least somewhat. Eric, I think, can fold. Well, can fold. Well, Mongon Sumo is what it takes to pass you.
Yeah, Mongon Sumo will do it.
And the tuner gone. I guess there are still 2 that you can't see.
If Anya has the pair, that's awkward. But also, dealing directly with Ura is uncomfortable as well.
Sumo.
Oh, no way.
Oh, ow. Holds on to the DLN3 mono and sumos it.
That is insane.
Nomi, 500 all.
And we'll take the stick with him. So Eric at 29,600.
Honors.
Yikes. Well, we'll start with the 1 mon and hope that the draws improve.
Eric is an incredibly efficient player. Actually, one of the former season champions in the ARML, who has had the misfortune of demoting twice, has had some incredibly unfortunate seasons, but has done a very good job of fighting back in B1 this season.
And with these hands, Eric oftentimes is a proponent of playing a bit unnaturally and holding the honor tiles. But in this situation where he kind of just needs the win, and now has a chance with the Sanchoku, is going to start to play this hand more normally. And I actually started the hand very normally with a 1-mon card.
Well, but as you say, the 1-mon does hold on to the honors a little bit. It gives you it gave options. The 6-0 unseen. Not a single person has any of the Dora here, although almost everyone can accept it.
Just as you say so, there is the 6-0 for Sam. That gives Tempai. There's a Shampoo Wait, not willing to take the Ricci here. Definitely a lot of upgrades possible. Or you can Sumo.
Ooh.
Sumo Dora 1 isn't exactly enough here. Imagine a Ricci there. Ricci Pot Sumo Dora. That's a Mongon. Would have taken first place. But it certainly is understandable.
It feels more likely that you'll draw an upgrade first and be able to get Pinfu out of it.
There were so many upgrade tiles available, way more than there were Sumo tiles.
And 5-mon is such an awful Shampoo tile.
Right. As is, Sam will pick up a nice second place. And look, second place isn't bad here. That puts Sam just outside the promotion range, especially with Anya taking the 4th place. Now Sam is 1 spot out.
From promotion at 18.4 now, the one downside in B1, especially for this table, is that so many tables have yet to play their games.
Yes.
As we said at the top of the cast, there's been the first week of session 6 saw a lot of conflicts for many players. So a lot of people haven't gotten to their games yet.
And I know this table will be playing 2 games, and they'll be finishing up tomorrow. And then I know one of the tables will be finishing up their games on Sunday, but I'm not sure when the rest of the B1 tables will be playing. I think due to conflict, they might even need to extend, to delay, postpone their matches until even after what is normally the end of the season. There is a week of rest in between seasons in order to accommodate such situations, but that might be the case for one of these tables, and that just builds up the tension. You don't really know what your ending goal is going to be for any of these players, so you just have to do the best that you can. Put yourself in the best position to either promote or avoid demotion. And it looks like they are going to start another match here.
We've got 3 minutes until we are capable of watching the next game.
Yeah, and I guess while we're on this little break here, just looking at the demotion side of things here, I know that it's still a little bit uncertain, but currently the first demotion spot is Aldwin at -37. When is the last time that you saw a cut line that low? I guess I'm not sure whether the word is low or high, but I can't think of
Right.
one since the A1 season that we were talking about, where single digits demoted.
Right. Well, since single digits demoted, I think that was only the A1 season. I think it was the 3rd season of ARML. There was some real whack stuff going on because there were so many hiatuses. I mean, that was the season that there ended up being like 8 promotion slots from A2 to A1, stuff like that. So there might have been one that season, but -37, like you said, that is just like -37 feels like something you should not be punished for.
You would feel very secure with a -37.
But here, I mean, now granted, people could still fall below you. Michael has 4 more games to play. Anya has 3 more. Leon has 4 more. And then you have Jacob with 4 more below you. Edwin with 2 more directly above you. So it's very easy for people to fall below Aldwin here. But I mean, there's only 4 people below 37, and all of them are also in positions to come up. So even if one of them, even if someone does move below you, it might just mean that someone else passed you, and you might end up it being a wash. So you definitely hate to be in Aldwin's position where you have absolute, or maybe you love it, where you have no agency. It's not your problem. You don't have the stress. Everyone else has to fret about it, and you can just wait.
Absolutely, and game should start momentarily. Here we go. Eric, our first dealer. Sam to the right. Anya across the table. And Sichuan on the left. And Dora's the 8-mon.
I really like the hand across the way for Anya. A pair of Easts. You have a Dora 8-mon. You have an Anko of the 8-so. Like this hand does not have enough shapes. It doesn't even have one less than enough shapes. We need 2 more shapes in this hand. But that just means that it can accept so much and it can get to Tempai so fast.
Yeah, well, her first draw filled in that Dora shape. And these floaters are excellent for Anya. So really looking like a promising start there. And our dealer has some chances at a pin Itsu. 1, 2, 3, already complete. 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9 still to go. But definitely feasible for this hand. Unfortunately, the 8 pin kind of acting as the pair in this hand. And if you fill in the blocks, create a block in the Manzu and fill in your So shape, it's likely that this will just end up being a Pinfu.
Well, hey, that's what the pay is for. The pay is going to end up being the pair, so no worries. No worries there.
Well, Sam on the right is working with a possible chance at Ipeko in the upper Sozu. And For pairs, we'll keep an eye on the number of pairs in that hand. Also holding the 7-mon just in case the Dora can be accepted into the hand. And of course, the last hand on the left is looking like a fairly standard Ricci. And if you get the 6-pin, maybe you'll have an interesting Champon weight on the 1-mon, especially because there's that early 2-mon cut.
Anya has improved her Ishanten now, has the Ryankan in the Pinzu, can pawn the east for Tenpai at this point still.
Yeah,
and
we
Eric
saw
getting an upgrade as well, drawing the 7-pin.
exactly, and hedging still the Itsu and the normal hand. But now you can even work towards Honitsu. It's a bit of a stretch, but there's a world where that happens, and even Shinitsu is possible.
And the Hellweight Tankion North. I'm just saying. I'm not biased here. Oh, that 3-set might kill it though.
Yeah, that's a backup pair. If you draw into the Ipeco and the Pinzu, you can wait on 4-7.
Does drop the 4-so first. Do you feel like it is common when you have a single complex shape outside of a very heavy suit like the Pinzu here to make that shape outside of the suit you have most of your tiles in, the pair?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it depends a little bit on the shape that's in your heavy, you know, the one suit that has so many other tiles. But I do feel like that is a common play pattern, and I wonder if it is because a lot of times if you end up going for the Chinitsu, and you have to fight against a Ricci, you only have one tile to push, just multiples of one tile to push, instead of having to push 2 different tiles. As it is, we do see a Ricci on the left from Shidomi that is Ricci potential Tanya on the 4-pin, but the 1-pin is also the other side of that weight.
One of each left in the wall.
Well, now
There's
0
left
of the 4-pin, so just a 1-pin.
Boom.
And that could be a pawn into Tenpai. Yep, and that's Tenpai 3-pin, 4-pin for Anya. East or a 1.
Boom.
Ooh, and there's a pawn for Eric for K10, discarding the Suji 7-mon.
Yeah, 7-mon, a little dangerous because it's close to the Dora, but we'll
The
drop
3-so
it.
doesn't deal into Eric because no Yaku.
Ooh, 5's Suji to the Dora.
Yeah.
We have no upper Monsu discarded. We'll push, though. Eric realizes he only needs to pass 2 tiles to Tenpai, and the 5 did pass, so just needs to get one more through. And it's the Chun. That will pass.
Yeah,
So
the
well
tune feels
done.
great.
We'll see if Sichuan can get Haite, and that does not come into hand. So Eric manages to find the Tenpai when all is said and done. Will be Sam paying out 3,000, each of the other players picking up 1,000. One Ricci stick in the pot, one home ball. We'll go again with Eric as dealer.
Only 3 pairs here, which is always a disappointment. This hand isn't Chitoy. Good shapes, though.
I can think of 1 or 2 people who would feel the exact opposite regarding the number of pairs and the viability of Chitoy. But as it is, on the right we have Sam, who's got the East pair, and not much else going on. There is a door in hand. Could call for 2,000 points. Across the way, Anya's hand looks quite pretty. Tanya, perhaps you can work towards a Pinfu. And of course, you can accept the Dora. On the left, Shidomi has reasonable shapes as well, and I wonder if that could end up becoming an Itsu, especially if you draw the 2-mon, you're seriously thinking about it.
Oh wow, you dream about Itsu the way Korak dreams about Panfu.
I mean, look, we've drawn a 4-mon.
There it
We're
is.
2
Oh
tiles
my
away.
God. I can't believe this. I can't. There. Ugh, the one of the 2, and now it looks so much better to me. But without that 1-mon tile, it just felt so bad.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Itsu shapes is they don't always fill in the way you want them to, and we're just Ishanten here for Ricci Pinfu. It is a very nice Ricci Pinfu with potential Samenchan in the Monsu, but
Boom.
I would have preferred the 2-mon draw instead of the 7-mon here.
We do have the pawn from Sam there on the right. We are now Ishanten. This is not
just an Anko, so
Tenpai.
that gives you more draws into Tenpai. Exactly. Headless shape.
Yeah. my preferred headless shape. I really like having headless shapes when I have an Anko in hand. I like it a little bit less without the Anko because so often you end up on a bad Tonki, but at least with the Anko in hand, you will never end up on a bad Tonki because you can discard from the Anko.
Yeah, a couple
The,
big
An
developments.
Anko being a closed triple.
Right, in this case being the two so in hand. A couple big developments though. Sam paired up a second Dora and did manage to call the East. So there's Mongon potential there if you can find the last one pin. And if not, still a very respectable 3,900 point hand. And Anya keeps drawing well.
And there's Senpai.
It took the greedy way too. Could have chosen 6-9 Diamond for 3,900, but wants the Mongon. That is aggressive.
Each.
Well, it's interesting. Looking at the table, I would think 6-9 might be bad in the wall with how few Pinzu are out, even though the couple that are out are high. But in this case, I mean, there's no 9-pin anywhere.
We see Shinobi with the Tanyao, Richie Tanyao, and the 5-8 pin. Those are the only real. Oh, hang on a second. There's a 5 pin. And can
There's
Anya
only one 5-pin left in the
this?
wall.
If she draws the Dora, she's in trouble. But as long as if she gets the 4-7 instead, it's fine.
Yeah, because you could discard 2-pin.
Eric looks to be aiming to escape from this Ricci.
3-mon, 6-mon would also be okay. Because again, you could discard 2-pin and still be fine.
Yeah. If you're greedy though, she might try the Samenchan. Greedy in the like an efficiency sense.
This is 5 pairs for Eric.
Yeah, I wonder if Eric can actually escape with a Tempai.
3-pin is safe. There's a 6-pin draw for Anya.
Yanpeiko chance. We saw one on stream the other day. It was Brett finding the Yanpeiko. Can Anya do it?
Sumo.
Oh,
No.
There's going to be a sumo.
Not a. This is going to be a fairly expensive as a result of the sumo. 1,000, 2,000, and that will put with the sticks, Shinobi over 30,000, 30,000, sorry, 35,000, and taking the lead.
3-hon 30 fu is one of those tricky scores that's different when you sumo versus run. A run is only 3,900, but the sumo, because of, rounding, which is awkward, it just ends up working out to a nice even 4,000.
Okay, well, here's an interesting situation for Sam. You've got a lot of Mon tiles in this West pair, and this 3-5-7 Diankan, and now a lot of players will look at this and think, I can make Honitsu out of this. And we saw in the A1 match, Luce with, a similar situation, one heavy suit, tile heavy suit, managed to find a Tempai after drawing no more Monzu without committing to the Honitsu. I wonder if Sam will make a similar play. And it looks like that's kind of where he's leaning. If you're committing to Honitsu, you would hold the Chun, you would hold the East. Even though the East is once cut, that is double Yakuhai for yourself.
Also denied the West pawn.
Well,
draws the
Honitsu was the play in this case. You can never predict your draws, at least not 100%. Just holding this Gyankan shape over the 4 pairs. I did notice 2 Dora on the left. That is Eric's hand. That's
Not
progression.
Great. It needs work. The 4-6-8 Ryankan is doing a lot of the work in this hand right now. You really want to draw into that 4-5-6-7 so shape. So you can get rid of a Kanchan and replace it with Ryanman. Or maybe get rid of a pair.
Yeah, also multiple pairs in that hand. Making things a little bit tricky. We did see Sam pick up a 7-mon, so now Ishanten. And this 8-pin would be an upgrade, except we've already dropped the 9-pin, so I believe it is correct to just throw the 8-pin back. Especially because there are 2 more 9-pin already discarded. You only increase your tile acceptance on that side of things by 1.
All right, four pairs now for Eric. Ooh, that 5-pin. That's a step forward. We're Ishanten now.
Oh, I think you might toss the 4-mon here. Yeah,
feels
Sam.
good.
Even
so we
with
have a Ryanman, Ryankan, Ishanten.
Even with 2 6-mon discarded, Sam still has the ability to call for Itsu, should he become desperate enough.
How do you feel about Atazuke Itsu?
Atozuke Itsu. I don't like to do it, but in a pinch I will. Um, I don't think this is a pinch worth trying for, though. If the 6th Mon comes out, I might call it because we're in the 3rd one already.
And there's Tenpai for Eric, 4-so, 9-so. That is K10. No Yaku for Eric. Just wants to be Tenpai at Exhaustive.
Yeah, Yaku is here. But if we do hit Yukoku, Keshiki Tenpai will earn Eric some points. And we've seen Eric do this quite a bit. Really values the sticks that you get at the end of a hand if nobody's won.
So Eric obviously is an incredibly high level player. What do you think of the advantages to being Tenpai at Exhaustive in Akanashi, so with no red 5s, versus Ladder with red?
I think it's even more important in Akanashi. I mean, it's a little bit trickier, a little bit harder to build value without red 5s. And a lot of times your placement can come down to who happened to be Tenpai at the end of the round versus not. Oh my goodness,
and speaking of, this 6-mon would deal in. Holy cow, Sam got it 1 turn earlier, cheat into the Atazuke Itsu Tenpai, which might as well have been a K10 draw at that point.
Right, it was. I see Korak in the chat saying Korak would call for the Atazuke, but not expect to win it. And I think Sam was doing the same. Like, I'll take my Tenpai. It's late enough that I just need to repeat as dealer. But then, I'll take the 6-mon as a bonus. That was the last 6-mon too. Unbelievable.
And if you're Eric there, you've just got to be like, fine.
Yeah. 90% of the time, 99% even, you don't deal in there. But in this one instance, you just happen to draw the last deal in tile. And, well, we'll go again with Sam as our dealer. Has the Haku pair, can call for to try to increase the speed of the hand, although the value really isn't very strong.
And the shapes are a little awkward too. You really need to draw next to that 4-so.
Absolutely. And that would be a great tile to draw around because it's close to the Dora. 2-so, which we haven't seen at all, except for across the table, and that was just discarded as the second cut.
That looks like I'm not 100% confident that Sichuan's going for Honitsu, but I think it's probably Honitsu over there.
Yeah, with each discard, it's becoming more and more likely. Sam actually drew into the pair of the East, and this hand all of a sudden looks amazing. Just back-to-back, beautiful draws, and we already Shantan.
Oh, and similarly for Eric, back-to-back amazing draws there. Now has the 1-2-3 shape in Manzu. That is 2 Shanten still. Got it. Well, 3 Shanten. Needs to get rid of a lot of honors.
Yeah, one of those can end up being the pair, so it is 2 Shanten, but Sam will get the Haku call. Really preferred the East, but it is once cut, and we might see Eric discard this.
It's according to how worried Eric is about Sam's hand. Eric is a fairly defensive player. I mean, we see a 9.9% deal in this season. Oh, but it comes right out.
Yeah, it was once cut already, and surprise that I drew a pair afterwards. So Sam, 58, 5,800 would be the bonus, and Sam rapidly climbing here on his dealership.
We once again have a player with 8 distinct terminals and honors, discarding a terminal turn 1.
Yeah, this is one of those hands where you're not feeling optimistic, but it at least has a chance. Sometimes you open up your high pie, and if you're feeling maybe bad about what happened in the previous hand, you're not very optimistic, and you start to think, oh, this is Kokshi, or this has no hope, and you might undervalue the possibilities in the hand. I certainly have done that before. Sam,
sometimes you just need a hand break. And here, I think the determining factors for this hand are the 6-7 so Rionman, which started in the hand, the 3-pin pair, which started in the hand, and the 6-mon floater, which is a very nice floater. So you have 3 pretty reliable spots in the hand. You don't expect Anya to be calling Ricci turn 5 here with almost all Sumigiris. This is Ricci, possible Tanyao, but definite Dora 1 waiting on 6-pin, 9-pin.
Yeah, 1-pin Tadashi, 4-mon Tadashi, North. It's weird the North came out so late. And then 7-man Sumogiri North Tadashi. So it looks like Anya actually discarded away from the North pair to get this possible Tanyao, and will be rewarded if she can find one of the last remaining 6-pin. There are also 2 9-pin in the wall, so 3 tiles for this weight.
I assume that all of the players here are going to be pretty reluctant to discard either of those, given that they are both near the Dora.
Absolutely. And does anyone have a fighting chance? I mean, across the way, that's an Ishanten.
Is it an Ishanten worth fighting for, though? Well, now you're almost dead in the water. Unless you take the 9-pin as a part of a Shampon, and actually it's just going to straight fold, discarding away from the 7-8-9 shape. It's not necessarily a full fold, but it's certainly a step in that direction.
Yeah, you can start to fight again if you were to draw, say, the 6-0. But it's Eric actually who's going to take up the challenge. Richi, Penfu, Ipeiko with a chance to win on the Dora as well. Yeah, that seems like a fair fight.
And as for 4-pin, 7-pin, a lot of those are gone. There are 2 4-pin left in the wall, and 2 7-pin. No, yes, 2 7-pin. So 4 tiles left in the wall for Eric. So things looking slightly better for Eric than Anya. And gets the Dora on the sumo.
Reached Sumo, Pihu, Ipeiko, Dora, no Ura to turn that into Hanuman. But okay, that's after dealing into the 5800 earlier. Eric needed a hand like that to come back. Now
and all of a sudden, it's a tie game again. Everybody within 4K here.
So
or
tight.
7K.
And any positive result is good for Eric. You don't necessarily need to run away with things the way it's looking with the number of promotion slots in B1. So just being at 30,000 is important. For Anya, as the dealer, we have 4 pairs and a Dora, which I consider a 5th pair almost, if I'm thinking about the possibilities of Chitoi. I'm strongly leaning towards Chitoi in this hand. Is that something that you would also aim for here?
I really like keeping Chitoi alive in general. I feel like, especially from a defensive perspective, like Chitoi being 2 Han when you have Akka and Akka Ari, like in ladder, Chitoi does feel a little bit weaker because 2 Han isn't that much. I mean, that's just open Tanya with a red 5. But in Akanashi, when you remove, 3 out of 7 Dora, and you're only left with 4, all of a sudden that extra Han that Chitoi gives you can become really valuable really fast, especially since it stacks so easily with other Yaku.
And we see a Dora drawn across the way by Eric. We'll discard it, and just in time, because Anya found the Chitoi Tenpai, we'll take the Dora Tanki. 2 left in the wall to be drawn. And since the Dora came out so quickly and was not called, I wonder if players will think it's safe.
I mean, this is why I really don't like the way we use the word safe in Mahjong. Often we use the word safe to mean it probably won't deal in. I really prefer the word safe to be reserved for Genbutsu. We can at least throw a probably in front. Like, probably safe. But you gotta be ready for anything that's not 100% safe to possibly deal in, because it happens all the time. We actually have another Chitoi Tenpai on the left on the Genbutsu 8-so against Anya. And it's also Suji against Sam. Now, Sam didn't call Richi, so the fact that it's Suji doesn't really matter. I actually would have chased in this case. Genbutsu 8-so and Suji against Sam would have made the 8-so look like such a good tile to discard. Not that anyone has it, but...
Yeah, 9-so 8-so is definitely the safer cut here.
Much worse.
9-so being twice cut already. Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely a defensive play.
And here again, 9-mon also doesn't look great. So, 9-mon is actually safe, and we'll choose that over the 9-so, even though it's actually hell weight as well. So far, the Dora hasn't been drawn, so no danger. There goes the 8-so, feeling a little sad. But Sam still has a chance to win this hand. Oh, and there's the 9-so as well. Now the wall's just taunting you.
Yeah, now this is troll behavior. I mean, this is... Sam has to be trying to play as safe as possible here. I mean,
this weight is 50-10 for Sam, so definitely just worried about the danger of the 7, so dealing in. And again, no Dora. Where are they? Well, this is
Sichuan
Tenpai.
willing to discard the Forso there. Yeah, now we, like you said, Tenpai for Eric on 4-mon, 7-mon, which was literally just discarded by Anya.
7-mon would be Peiko. It feels like Sichuan now has 9-pin, 9-pin, but drops the 4-mon anyway. And that will be Tanya Pinfu. Dama trap from Eric ends up paying off. And we'll move Eric into first. Oh, this is an exciting hand for Anya, but our dealer is Sichuan.
And discards Dora Pei on turn 1.
Yeah, did that Pei have a future in this hand?
No, it didn't.
And in which case
this hand, yeah, like this hand looks so good. Like normally you keep Dora a Dora honor even if it is a guest win if your hand doesn't have a lot of shapes. But in this hand that is very well developed.
Oh, absolutely. And this is 2 away, but with all tiles you need for Pinfu. So just discard the 4-so and the 7-so upon getting the Diamond draws, and you're looking at Arichi Pinfu as dealer. The right, Eric called the East Wind, and looks like a Honitsu, but could also just be a fast Tenpai.
An interesting cut actually from Sichuan to cut back to the dealer real quick. Cut the 1-so instead of I think the 4-so would have been the more efficient cut for Sichuan, but once I guess is trying to hedge Tanyao a little bit here. Even though you still have the 1-mon in hand, you can always upgrade that if you draw the 4-mon.
Yeah, that was a really interesting spot for Eric. Had drawn the 5-pin, threw back the 2-pin, holding the 6-mon as a pair, and there's of course a potential toy there. And then drew the Dora, which is a very interesting tile, but decided it wasn't worth it, threw that one back too. We also have a Honitsu building on the left for Anya. This one is in the Manzu and already has the Chun as well, so that would be 3,900 presumably, unless you can get a little extra fu. Maybe it's more Penchan weight.
And is Yishanten.
Chi.
And we'll see the call into Tenpai. Eric not going all out for the Honitsu here. Just content to win and pass the dealership forward. Sichuan really committed to this 5-so shape. And a little concerned about these Mon tiles. Oh, there's 1-pin deals in it. It's safe to the big open hand, so it might just come out.
Gong.
And does.
In some sense, it's almost like Sashikomi preventing the Honitsu hand from completing.
I mean, it doesn't even bring Sichuan below 30,000.
And that moves us to the south round. So when all is said and done, it's Eric who's come out ahead a little bit, Anya who's fallen behind a little bit, but all the scores are still relatively close. Oh my. I love this.
2 Dora.
Eric.
2 Dora, 2 Haku, San Menchan, Ryanmin. I mean, does it get better than this?
When you are sitting there with 3 Han as a non-dealer, you're like, yeah, this is pretty good. I can get 3,900. As dealer, you're looking at 58, and you're very happy. And if you can call Pon on the Dora, that's 12,000.
I mean, and this is super perfect Yishanten. Con, you gotta con this. Yeah.
Oh, Con's 4 Dora!
Dora! Now this is 6 Dora Haku! And all of a sudden, everybody's much more scared of this hand, hopefully.
Everyone's looking at us thinking, this is 12,000. Nope, it's 18,000 or potentially 24,000, depending on whether or not Eric can find another 1-pin. If you're Eric, there's no way that you chi the so shape and then wait on the shampoo, right? You just always take 3-sided, take your 18,000. But if you get the 1-pin first for 24,000,
Each.
that would be huge. Oh, Sam doesn't
Oh,
care.
we're gonna have a Ricci.
He's gonna fight this.
Reaching against an open 5 Han.
And look at the weight.
It's just it's a hell weight. There's only 1 8-pin left. What?
This is gutsy from Sam. Sam is going all out.
Oh man. I cannot have,
that's for sure.
I cannot imagine making this
Gee.
play. I respect Sam for doing it. In no universe do I do it.
And well, Eric finds Tempai now on the 3-6 so.
Which is actually a horrible weight.
It's the same number of tiles remaining in the wall. It's 1 versus 1. And if Sam wins this...
I gotta say, there's a very big difference between 1 tile left in the wall and all the other tiles in the pond versus 1 tile left in the wall and all the other tiles in people's hands.
Yes.
Because one of them can never be discarded again, the other can. So there's still 6 tiles that could come out.
There's the last 3.
Eric.
But if you are the players at the table and you have 0 safe tiles, which pond are you going to defend against? It's going to be the dealer Hanemon.
That's true. And the 8 pin is safe to dealer.
Exactly. If the 8 pin is drawn, that will come out before the 3-6. Because So looks so bad against Eric.
One mon's fine. Because this doesn't, well...
I mean, it's a 1 versus 0 at this point. It's just a matter of, can we defend? There's
a 1 pin.
Do we switch?
Just 4 so or 5 so?
Yes. I'm so talky. And this tile has 2 in the wall.
So this is an improvement.
It's an improvement to Tonki. Unbelievable.
I mean, if you're
sumo.
Oh, there is the sumo! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Haku
Door 7. Unbelievable. The Tonki wins. And all you can do is shake your head. A 5 so Tonki. And Eric secures. I can't imagine falling out of first place in this game, even though there's the whole second half to go.
But what?
That's a moment for the highlight reels. I'm lost for words. Well, somehow we have to recover.
I mean, Eric's hand, as almost karmic retribution here. Eric's hand sucks. This is a bad hand.
I don't know. We've seen Eric pull a miracle out in that game. Maybe he can make something out of this hand. Sichuan not going to let that happen, though. Not wanting Sam to progress any further. If you're going to call the South, that was the last chance to do so, as the South is the door indicator. And it looks like it will just be a 1,000 point hand for Shinomi. Across the way, Anya, the West player, does have a door West in hand, but only 1. 3 left in the wall. And the best hand's probably on the right. Reasonably decent shape. I mean, none of these hands look... Maybe Anya and Sam are in competition for the best hand, but none of these are really amazing. Outside, of course, the called hand on the left.
Yeah, this is just going to be a fight to the finish here. With the West just discarded, do you discard it if you're Eric?
No, because I'm going for Chitoy Door 2. But in another situation, yes.
I agree. I like the Dora keep here.
If my hand was more normal, I would not want to deal into Door Tonki on the left, and so I would try to get that out sooner rather than later.
This is Tempai. Discard 6 pin, wait on 3 mon.
Doesn't want it.
Does not want it.
3
Could pull this
cut.
and take the Ariaman. I like the 6 pin, 9 pin here though.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a Honitsu greed.
We do see on the left a 3 mon, 6 mon weight. That is Richi Pinfu.
Sumo.
Oh,
and Ipatsu and Sumo.
And we'll check the Ura, and that does make it a Mongon. So a nice little past 8,000 points for Sam. We'll push him up to second place. And for Sichuan there, I think that was Honitsu greed given the overall standings.
Yes.
Wanted to get over 30,000 at a minimum.
Anya getting really unfortunate here. Isn't dealing in, but just everyone else is getting these massive sumos or kind of out of nowhere sumos. I mean, and hasn't really had a lot of opportunity to fight to get back into promotion here. It's still very close though.
You're right. I mean, the last 2 hands have been Ipatsu Mongon Sumo and Dealer Baimon Tanki Sumo. After a very early Richi, you really haven't had much of a chance to fight, but you've got to do what you can in this game. At least get a 3rd place, leave yourself in a position to fight, and And we know Anya plays a fighting brand of mahjong, so she's not giving up anytime soon.
Well, and here, what again though? You're fighting against Sam has a very good hand as dealer here. Eric already Ishanten on the left.
Yeah, Anya though as well, Ishanten. It's not a good one, but it could get there. And with a couple improvements, the hand actually might look strong. Oh, that's an improvement for Eric.
Ooh. Yeah, discards Forso.
You normally don't think of like a Penchon as being an improvement to Penchon. But when it gives you Sanjoku, that's a good value improvement. And for Eric, he will be more than happy to call this down for 1,000 point hand. Or just draw into Tempai. That works too. Won't even take the Ricci here.
Yeah, don't need to. This is an incredibly good draw for Sam. This is not perfect Ishanten. Too many Rionmen. There's too many Rionmen in this hand to be perfect Ishanten.
I didn't know that was possible, but here we go. Now Tempai found the ideal draw of the 6, so gives you Tanyao and Ipeko. And we'll just take the Ricci as well. Ricci, Pinshu, Tanyao, Ipeko is Mangan.
And another 6-0, just in case you didn't have enough.
It's always so awkward when you desperately need a tile. Like, please give me a 4-pin to fill this Kanchan, and you draw 4-pin, and then a 4-pin, and then a 4-pin. But here we go. There's a Tsumo. You're like, I just needed one, and will we find a Hanuman? No, just falls short on the Ura. But that's a huge result for Sam. Sam, who was looking to get into the promotion zone now, and with a very good second place and a chance to fight for first.
Yeah, and Anya and Sichuan now in pretty desperate straits. I mean, before, even with Eric so far ahead, it felt like everybody in second, third, and fourth was right there together. But with that really huge dealer Mangan for Sam, that really creates a distinction here.
Anya with a very exciting hand to start us off. Already Ishanten. And if you're patient, you could even work this to Sananko. Given the current position, I don't know if she's that desperate, but might be thinking about that even now. And Sichuan across the way, how about the same thing?
Yeah,
There's even
and
Suako.
also Chitoi Ishanten across the way as well.
You're right, especially because the 7 mon is Dora. Even this is Tempai.
Chitoi Tempai.
But given the overall standings, you might just put for Suanko.
Oh, discards the Dora?
Yeah, this is Suanko Greed. It's gonna be Suanko or nothing.
You still have 3 Hanchan. I mean, I get it, but you still have 3 Hanchan left. I mean, a Forso's already cut.
Each.
Oh, now takes
now
it.
we Ricci on the west. Yeah, I think if you cut the 7 mon, you never go for Chitoi again, just because you've lost all potential value. Like now you've gone, you're making a 1,600 point hand, a 3,200 point hand, and will you win it? Probably, but there's the 7 mon.
Tragedy.
It would have been Chitoi Dora 2 Sumo. This is like Chi. Yeah,
Don't.
And there's the West. You do get the win. You need 2 Ura here to make you feel better about life.
It misses. Yeah, I mean, if you're Sichuan there, or if you're the other players at the table, you see the Dora come out. You're not expecting a Tonki wait. Because if it was a Tonki wait, it almost certainly would have been Dora Tonki. The West did deal, and that was the Yaku High. But ended up just being a Tonki wait for 32. And that does at least put some distance on fourth place. It just felt like you needed to fight for more in that hand.
Well, and talking about fighting, we see Anya very quickly call the Dorahatsu here. This is already a Mangan.
All right. It's Anya's turn. I mean, we saw this from Eric earlier. The only thing we're missing is a Khan into Dora 4.
Oh, it's coming. I don't see another Hatsu yet. There's a 9-mon. We're Ishanten now. Do you call the South if it comes out?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think that's fine.
Because it doesn't increase your value.
But it gives you a lot more flexibility in your final weight. As it is, you need a 7-so and another 7-so or a 4-so. After you call, you can switch a Tonki around to whatever you want it to be. And we saw Eric switching Tonkis switching to a Tonki was very rewarding. So perhaps we can get the same for Anya.
What is Eric going for in this hand across the way?
It looks like it could be a number of things. You could just call the South for South only. Previously, there was even a Toy shift or a Chi Toy, but now that you've completed this shape in the Manzu, you're looking at really just hoping to call the South or be able to declare Ricci. I mean, there is Sananko chance still.
We do see on the right, Sichuan discarded the 3/4
Yeet.
Rionman, going for Rion Peiko and his Tempai. Tempai for Rion Peiko, waiting on the 7-so, which is also what Anya is waiting on. We see 3 of the 4 7-so in hands now. One is in
They're all in
Eric's
hand.
Oh, because the other one is in Sichuan's hand
Exactly.
already. God, so a deal in here would be a double run into Dealer Mongon and Rion Peiko.
Home.
And Anya makes the switch. We'll switch to the 8-so Tonki. There is 1 tile left in the wall for this weight. I was wondering whether she would make this move or not, and there was no hesitation. She had already decided long before.
What do you think the advantage is there? Because I really like the 7-so weight because it's Suji
To the Ricci.
to the Ricci.
I mean, the advantage would be if you could get a good Tonki weight, but so far it hasn't really gotten an upgrade. The 7 Mon already came out, and that's not a good weight anyway. Same with the 1 Mon. And Eric is trying to fold here. Is starting to run out of safe tiles. How about this 5 Mon? That's 50-10 as well.
And Manzu looks very cheap.
Which is why you'd want to wait in that area.
We do, yeah. 4-so is Tempai for Eric here.
Somehow Eric's found it. Oh no! I mean, you were never going to take the 50-10 weight, but what could have been? Still 1 8-so left in the wall. 1 4-so in the wall for Eric, if he can find the Tsumo. Eric now has safety in the 1 pin should he need to fold.
He's probably thinking about it here, and does.
Yeah,
The
is actually
East is-
worried about the East
Yeah.
dealing into Tonki.
Into Anya specifically.
Yes. Oh, could take Tempai again, and we know Eric likes these. Having been Tempai at Jukoku, will push the East anyway. And there's
no,
the
the
4. It's
four.
not going to deal in.
It doesn't
This
deal
is
in.
not Haite yet. Eric will
It's-
make a great move, call, and not get another draw. It turns out the last draw was the final Hatsu, so it would have been safe. But yeah, that's a great call. You can pass the Hote responsibility to somebody else because you had the safe 1 pin.
Yeah, I call that call the nuh-uh.
You're not going to catch me dealing into Hote. And well, with the table going to Ryukoku there, Anya, Sichuan, and Eric will all pick up some points, and we'll stay here. Anya's dealership. This hand feeling like it's turning into Honitsu.
It's kind of shifting that way, but it doesn't have to. I mean,
Right.
we've got 4 pairs. We also have the 4-so, which, now that we have the 5-so, it can accept Dora very, very easily.
Yeah, and Anya discarded in a way that held all of the blocks in hand. The 1-2 block, the floating 4-so, and getting rewarded. Now it's looking like a standard Ricci, maybe Peiko, maybe Dora. Just
Maybe
normal progression
Pinfu.
here. You're right, there's a possibility.
With the North, that's okay.
If you draw the 3 Mon, that definitely can happen. To the right, Shiromi Sichuan working with the South pair. That is double South. And it has a door as well, so it could be a 3-Han win. Across the way, Eric has the Chute pair, the ability to call this hand down, and it's already 2 away from Tempai. Sam on the left, not a lot to work with there.
Ooh, a 2-mon of all things. Now you have 5 pairs.
And if you draw the 8 Mon, I don't want to reach you.
No. No,
Fact.
what about 3-mon?
Menhon
Are we gonna
Peiko? I mean,
Real
that's a
Peiko.
way to do it. Get
There's
all
your
the,
Hanuman.
all the 3 Hanyaku.
What else do
Boom.
you need? Yeah, every single 3 Hanyaku all at once.
Oh,
Everything, everywhere, all the time. 1 Mon, 4
Boom.
Mon, and it's gonna immediately come out of Sam's hand.
but yeah. That was just unfortunate timing for Sam and also for Anya, who had built
Anya
a
and
pretty hand.
and-
It was gorgeous.
2 in a row. Anya and Sichuan had such great hands. Anya had the open dealer Mongon, and then the possible closed Honitsu Rianpeiko, and then it just and then a Rianpeiko the hand before that potentially for Sichuan. Just like tragedy befalling these beautiful hands here.
We are in South 4 here, and as Korak notes, the B3 demotion playoffs, the final 2 games of that series have started. There will be a little bit of delay before those go live, and as soon as this game ends, we will be heading right over there.
The timing should be pretty good unless Sichuan goes on a tear here.
Which I wouldn't
And
put past
with this
him. This is
hand,
looking good for it.
Boom.
oh, but there's a south call from Sam. Doesn't have really anything. Let's get things over with.
Yeah, Eric as well. A lot of incentive to just call this down for Tanya. And on the left, Anya with 4 pairs. Speaking of pairs, Eric.
There's another one. 5 pairs.
Boom.
Could call that. Does.
And this
This
could
is
turn
gonna
into
be-
Toy Toy as well.
Yep. Doesn't have to. You can still draw 2 so or 5 so.
You will take any call that puts you in Tempai. Anya, that 3-1 really helps Anya's hand. Not in a Chitoy sort of way, but if you're trying to find a Mongon, there is Itsu here.
Boom.
Oh, but there's Tenpai on the right for Eric, and Eric will take the better Ishanten here.
Or
Take
Tempai.
the for Tanya only, waiting 2 so 5 so.
Could have taken the Tanya Tempai, of course, but this is the wider weight.
Toy
You
Toy.
don't know.
Could have taken Toy Toy.
Yes. You don't know that the 2 is across the way in Sam's hand, but you anticipate being one of those coming out sooner or later. So this one had that great start, but if you look at the tiles in the pond, they're not that useful to what they're trying to build.
Yeah, it's one of the issues about being empty of a suit early. When you only have 1 tile in the suit, it really feels like you don't need it because it doesn't connect to anything. But at the same time, you also... Wow, avoiding the deal in. Sam discards the Dora North, which would have been a hell weight on the Dora, and instead waits Tonki on the 5 so. This has got to come out eventually, right? Like, a better Tonki is going to get picked up.
Yeah, I think if the second North hadn't come out, Sam would have taken the Dora Tonki, but...
I mean, it might come out here. Nope, 3 Mon.
Chi.
And we'll see a call. This isn't yet.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a...
Oh, 5 so soon!
What is this with 5 so Tonki? It's the second time this game. Not for nearly as many points, but...
5 so Tonki confirmed best Tonki.
Apparently. And it will be Eric picking up plus 36.2. Sam, positive 12.8. This will put Sam into the promotion zone. And Shidomi will take the negative 3rd, Anya the negative 4th. That actually puts Anya right next to the demotion zone. It's that close in B1.
I mean, the biggest winner here is Aldwin. The biggest winner at this table was Aldwin, because now the person who could have climbed out of demotion is further away, and Anya, who started out in promotion at the start of this, but took 2 incredibly unfortunate last. I mean, I want to look real quick at the records here. I don't know that Anya's dealt in.
Yeah, Anya just could not get her big hands to come together.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm hearing that the B3 match is live. The delay has ended, so let's head right over there. And, we see a Richie Potts Pingfu and an Ura. This is
for Ryan there.
Although this is not the B3 matchup, this is the B2 matchup.
Yeah, we stepped into the incorrect.
But that was a very exciting start for the B2 matchup. I'm sure Ryan's certainly happy to see that come on its way. But we will be hopping into the B3 match presently, and here we go, right into East 1. Just started, perfect timing, and it will be Aaron who is our first dealer. Leslie on the right with the early Hatsu call. Across the way is Mahjong Jen, and on the left we have Quincy. And of course, this is the motion playout for Division B3. We'll go ahead and let Tucker take over the hand progression.
Yeah, and we do see here that that Aaron has a fairly good dealer hand. The shapes aren't great, but this is an okay two Shanten to have it turn 6. We can make a couple of improvements. We'd like a middle floater maybe to make things better. That 5-so certainly helps. So now Ishanten for Aaron. The Dora is the 4-so, which now is an active part of Leslie's hand on the right. She is Ishanten with the Hatsu already called. We have a Dora as well across the way in Jin's hand. Jin is 2 Shanten, but has incredible shapes. Could even maybe has an outside chance at a 4-5-6 Sanshoku, though that's unlikely. And then on the left, Quincy has an okay hand if it wasn't already turn 9, and was not competing against everything that's going on around the table here.
And if you missed it, we saw the first 2 games of this series not too long ago. We can see on the right side of the screen the players who are in this game are highlighted in red, and the totals that you see there in terms of overall points are the results of those first 2 games. The wins and losses after that are not from just those 2 games, but the overall season standings. However, what's important here is just the point totals that we can see, and the top 2 will stay in B3. The bottom 2 will demote to the C1 League.
Actually, Korak has mentioned in the chat that the top 3 will stay here.
Oh
The
my!
top 3
So
will stay in B3,
Gee.
and only the bottom spot will drop to C1 because of hiatuses taken in another league.
all right, so an update. Perhaps we can get that reflected in the image as well in the near future. But as it is,
we once again have this really weird sideways movement. I don't know if we saw here. Leslie was waiting on the 3-so, all of which were gone. 1 was the Dora indicator, 3 are in Jin's hand, and Leslie making the sideways move into the 4-mon 4-so Shanpon, which is a pretty awful Shanpon, but is much more alive.
wow.
And by much more alive, I mean everybody's holding them, but easier to come out than the 3-so. It's since that 4-mon's kind of abandoned in Quincy's hand.
And we saw Ricci from Aaron on the Shampoo Wade 8-mon 1 pin. The 1 pin is dead, has been discarded already, but the 8-mon, that is live in the wall.
Yeah, nowhere to be seen at all. And no one can use that. This is Tempai for Jin, and is going to chase with the Ricci 2-so, 4-so, 5-so.
Oh, great Wade.
No,
and
there it
look
is,
at
the
the last
Apatsu.
2-so.
That was the
Ricci.
last one.
Gets the Apatsu and the Pinfu, and confirmed the door in the hand as well, so that's going to be a Mongon for Jen. In the first game of the series, Jen had taken the first place with a positive 30.3, but in the second game, lost 39 points in 4th, and Leslie had taken a big 2nd place in the first match and a big 1st place in the 2nd match to pull out ahead.
So Jin definitely wants this, especially with top 3 promoting. You really just want to not be last. Anything but last is good for basically everyone at the table here. Aaron would like to make up more space than that. You'd really like to be getting positive points as Aaron, because that means someone is also coming down towards you.
And
Across the way, though, Quincy already with a fairly good hand. Not great shapes, but there's a lot of different potentials for value there. Could end up with a 1-2-3 or 2-3-4 Sanshoku, according to how we draw around that. Does have a Dora 5-mon. Could even get Itsu. I'm trying to learn how to see the Itsu dream here, and we're 3 tiles off of the Itsu.
Okay. Well, it looks like the call out that we had in the chat about the number of promotions might not be confirmed. So we're going to stick with the 2 promotions and 2 demotions. So this is actually really important for Jen to be above Quincy by the end of this game. Well, not just this game, but if you can stay ahead of Quincy and Aaron for the next 2 games, then you will be able to be in the top 2 slots. There's a bit of a head-to-head when the scoreline is this close, because you're probably not catching Leslie at this point.
I mean, but it's still not impossible. Like we've seen so many times, it only takes one last to change fates. Mahjong is just such a fickle game.
And Quincy gets an excellent drop.
But for Aaron.
Aaron does as well. It's a good weight as well.
And gets it
right out. Richipat's Chun. We'll check the Ura. No Ura, but that's still a very good hand. You pick up almost all the value that you lost for the last deal, and you find yourself in 3rd place now. Leslie is in 4th. You were just saying there is a chance. And, well, Jen now will be our dealer in 1st place. Reasonable high pie. You've got good Tanyao shapes and the ability to accept the Dora 5. So on the right, there's a chance at a 789 Sanjoku. I want to see if there's a Junchan, but after pairing up the 4 pin and also with an Anko of the 7 money hand, it seems very unlikely. Crossway Aaron again with a Chun Anko. This is a nice little start. You have a Dora 5 so as well. You'd love to draw around, and you're just going to continue building your blocks in theory. Leslie on the left has awkward shapes. 1-2 Penchan, 6-8 Kanchan, another Penchan, 2 Penchans in the Sozu. It seems like it's going to be very hard for this hand to come together. However, there is a Dora, and there is a 1-2-3 Sanchoku chance.
So it can have value even if it's slow. We do see that with a lot of players, especially the higher level players. You see often if a hand is slow, that is when they'll push for a little bit more value because you're not really sacrificing anything. The hand's already slow. So there's no trade-off. It's only increased expected value when you add more Han to the hand that way.
Another good draw for Jen as we are getting closer to Tempai here, at least improving the shapes.
Chitoy Ishanten for Quincy.
And for Aaron, we've discarded the Dora, but improved our So shape a little bit, and now improved our Pin shape. And so 2 tiles away from Tempai, we can drop away from one of these Anko if we don't find an alternate head.
Quincy gonna go for Toy Toy here. Ishanten.
You'd expect to see a 9 pin, or even the last 9 so eventually. However, if Aaron draws the 9 so, that will be locked away in hand.
Leslie had a decision to make, ended up cutting the 1-2 Pinchan. Leaves Leslie with a pretty decent 2 away here.
Ooh,
7-mon not conned.
Yeah, that was an option for Quincy. Decided to hold off. Would you con there?
Never. Not me.
Yeah.
No.
It definitely adds a lot of volatility. Maybe you flip Dora 3. Maybe someone else at the table flips Dora 3.
Home.
With this hand, honestly, it doesn't feel awful because both the 9-so and the 9-pin feel like pretty decent folding tiles. So it's not like you'd be totally vulnerable, but it just adds. It is just you only have 5 tiles to flip with a toy hand, whereas everyone else more than likely has 10 to 12 that could help them.
Yeah, and perhaps Quincy might have considered if they were already Tempai with the, but if they had Sun Uncle chance, they probably wouldn't have done that either. So yeah, it seems like Khan was not an option, and I wonder if Jen will be able to find Tempai here. Has been doing a lot of sideways moving, but has yet to find a useful tile in terms of progressing forward in Shanten.
Draws the 5-pin. Interested to see what Jin cuts here. Yeah, cuts the 3-pin. The 1-pin 4-pin is looking like a weaker Rhiannon with 3 of the 1-pin already being gone. And there's another 1-pin cut from Leslie's hand.
It's a Ricci. It's a Ricci Tanyao Dora 1. So 5,200 minimum, waiting on the 4-7. So
And
there's
there it
the
is.
Epot Sumo.
Another Epot.
We've seen 2 in this game. And there's even a chance at a
And
Hanemon.
that's going to take first. And
Leslie
drop Quincy below 30K.
snatches it right back. And things have been going very well for Leslie this series. Definitely been having fun in this playoff series. There's always so much tension when you just have 4 games to determine it all and you know exactly what your conditions are.
Boom.
But when you have when you're sitting at plus 52 and everyone else is negative, you're feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, and then you hit your Hanuman sumo and you're back in first. And you're like, okay.
I can relax.
I was worried for a second.
Well, Quincy here starts off with a pair of Dora and okay shapes. It is Aaron on the right who calls the south, which is her seat when there's also a chance at Itsu, or if you're greedy, even Honitsu.
Well, this would be Tempai.
And Aaron does take the Tempai. We'll probably take the win as well for 3,900.
You gotta imagine 4-pin comes out here because that's Tempai for Leslie. Oh,
No.
doesn't evades.
Well, Leslie
Incredible.
can't take that Tempai without a Yaku, so recognizes that she needs the Chun, and if she's going to call that, she wants to be waiting on 4-7-pin in the future. So well played.
My god. An absolutely amazing dodge there by Leslie. And you are right. The Achizuke call is what makes that there.
And we'll see if Quincy is able to dodge this because there are great shapes in the other portions of the hand. It feels like either the 4-pin or the 1-pin is going to leave eventually. The only saving grace is if you draw a 3-pin, and even then you might still drop the 1-4-pin.
Yeah, because you're definitely going to drop the 1-pin before the 1-mon, as the 1-mon is Dora.
Mm-hmm. And you like your 3-4 Manzu Diamen and the 6-7 Sozu Diamen. So just by process of elimination, the pin shape, which is the weakest one, is likely to be broken.
Yeah, because you can discard the 4-pin and still have that complex 1-1-2 shape that can accept the 1-pin or the 3-pin. So the 4-pin feels like a very natural draw as soon as you get any progression. But Aaron's gonna sumo the 7-pin first.
By nature of not having drawn any useful tiles, Quincy avoids the deal-in.
Lack of flow keeps things in the clear for Quincy.
And Aaron will now move to their final dealership in this game, 24,300, looking to make that at least 30,000. And the high pie is okay. It's workable. It's
got the middle tiles you need to make up for your bad shapes elsewhere.
Right. You can certainly improve on those. And the 8-mon even a little bit helpful, although 1-3 so will come out instead, holding all the Tanyao tiles, and perhaps that will be the bailout. If you can't draw into Tempai yourself, maybe you can call your way there.
8-mon can even lead to 6-7-8 Sanshoku, especially with the 7-mon draw.
Yes, Sanshoku looking very realistic now. On the right, Leslie with awkward tiles, the middle Kanchan in the Manzu and the Gyeongkan in the Sozu, not sparking a lot of joy here.
If Leslie had held on to the honors here, would have 10 distinct terminals and honors, plus a pair. Not that I'm counting.
Yeah, and Kokushi. I mean, drawing the south not only acts as a pair in the hand, but also it's a Yakuhai pair and it's a Dora pair. So all of a sudden, Leslie's hand looks like it's got a ton of value to it.
It's a Yakuhai pair and a Yakuhai pair and a Dora pair.
That's true. All the value for that hand. Someone who cannot use the Dora is Jen across the table. Looks like her hand is progressing towards a Tanyao. So if she draws the Dora, it might come out sooner rather than later to try to avoid dealing in later.
Perfect Ishanten for Aaron. 7-8 Ryanman, 2-pin pair. 4-4-5 Ryanman. Actually, this is a super perfect Ishanten because that's a Sanminchan with the 4-5-6-7-8 pin.
Is that the official term for this shape? The super perfect?
It is the
Thank you.
official term because I have demanded it be the official term.
I think
I
I was
have made it so.
broadcasting the day that you coined that term. Oh my goodness, this draw for Leslie. And even
Oh.
takes the Ricci with a preemptive Suji trap.
Oh my god, the 2-pin here is nasty.
This is Ricci, Chanta, double south, Dora 3.
Holy cow, a Hanuman. And
Hanuman, that's a Baimon.
I'm sorry, I'm not a mathematician. I can't count. I have a philosophy major.
But the 2-pin
Only-
being held by Aaron.
And it's very useful to Aaron. Like, while that is a part of the super perfect shape, it will never be discarded from that shape. The 4-pin could be discarded, the 5-pin, the 8-pin could be discarded, never the 2-pin. Now we are going to have the 4-pin discard waiting on the 6-mon, 9-mon, which is a little bit better in the wall, but not much. There's 2 left in the wall. One of each, no. Both of them are 9-mon.
The ideal 6-mon draw not available.
And 7-pin Tonki for Quincy on the left. Why do I feel like the Tonki's gonna win here? Well, and here's another Tempai. If Jin discards the 8-mon, this is a 4-pin Tanyao Tempai, and it is. Everybody at the table is Tempai now.
Jen had the opportunity to call the 6-so, didn't do so.
Oh, there's a 2-pin! It's the sumo!
There's
absolutely
chance.
Massive sumo!
You gotta check the Ura. Nothing
No
but
Ura!
Baimon for Leslie, and another incredible hand. Leslie will take first place, 53,500. Oh, she was already in first place, but we'll take a commanding first place.
Well, and what a disaster for Aaron. Aaron had such a great weight, a better weight, had a great hand, but just it just couldn't come. And then you get hit with the Oyakabari on the Baimon Sumo?
Now, what more can I do is the thought. But for Leslie, what a huge hand. And I mean, honestly, that's kind of how this series has been. Leslie taking the lead and everyone battling it out for whatever they can. Leslie, the only player over 30,000. At least Jen is in a pretty good position to make it over 30,000 again. Only 1,300 away. Quincy as well with a Moncon can do the same. And
with Jin and Quincy being so tight together here, if only the top 2 promote who gets second and who gets third, if they are in fact second and third, is huge.
Yes. And that's where the head-to-head nature comes in. If you can't take first, at least make sure you're ahead of the person that's next to you. Just by Uma alone, that's a 10-point difference if it's a 1 placement difference. And well, for Jen, we are working towards a Ricci here. We can use the East as a pair, and this is actually Ishanten. You'd love to draw the 3-mon. Even if the 2-3-4 Sanchoku isn't there, you can still take your Ricci pin if that's the case. Ooh, and now you're faced with an interesting choice. Do you just go with the efficient cut, or do you greed for the 2-3-4?
Oh man, I feel like I would cut East here.
East is another option, kind of switch to Tanya, and you can still hedge the 2-3-4 Sanchoku in that way. It does drop you back though, so it looks like Jen
just takes the most efficient cut, especially with the 3-mon already discarded. It makes a lot of sense. And now you have a safe Hatsu. Well, not safe. It's Shunpai. It's totally live. Although there's only 1 in hand that's just deep in the wall.
Yeah, and usually honor tiles are a little safer in general. We do see the call come out from Quincy for a Tanya Dora 1 or 2. And there's a world where you can shift this to Sanchoku, but it's too far away to consider at the moment. Well, now it's closer. You can call Pon on the 6-pin or 8-pin and confirm the Sanchoku with your Tanya Dora 1. The hand that I haven't really looked at too closely is on the left, but that's kind of turning into a I was gonna say 9 gates, but it looks like Churen's dead with the 9-pin cut. But still, Honitsu is a valid hand, and you could just get Itsu Pinku Dora as well.
Leslie now cutting the 1-2 pin now that the Sozu shape has developed a little bit. This is Tempai for Jin, is going to take the Tuso East Shabo. And we are going to have an immediate chase an immediate open chase from Quincy, waiting 8 mon
Sumo.
6 pin. That's immediately.
That's incredible. And chose the weight that didn't incorporate the Dora, but did confirm the Sanchoku and was rewarded.
And that it does in fact put Quincy above Jin. This is what we're talking about. That head to head, that small edge can make all the difference here.
Well, here we are in Jen's dealership. The Dora is the east. There's one in hand, and south paired up now. In some worlds, this could turn into a Chanta, even a Sanchoku. But if nothing else,
God.
you've got
But
the
Aaron's
sub-call.
hand is gonna get in your way so hard here.
Oh yeah, there's two Dora in that hand, and a chance at Itsu in that as well for the Sozu. You're just a 1-so and a 3-so away from that. Of course, that's not the priority. The priority is just finding your Tempai and taking the Richi.
Although we now have Ishantin for Jin.
And depending on what Jen draws into Tempai, I wonder if she'll take the Richi.
Might be a second before we find out. Especially with the 8 pin already being cut.
Another interesting hand on the left for Leslie also looks like a Junchan.
Once again, we see Aaron cutting. There was a complex 1-2-2 pin shape.
Each.
Aaron cuts the 1 pin.
Yeah, in
Favoring
this
the
case,
pair.
You're not too thrilled about having a Penchon. But you're right, it is favoring the pair. And Jen with the opportunity to call and break Ipatsu, as well as have a Yakuhai, but declines, rather.
6 mon, 9 mon, very live in the wall. Still 6 of those. 4 9 mon and 2 6 mon.
Okay, we see another Ipatsumo not happening here.
G.
2 so safe.
Sumo.
And there's the 9 mon. Just took a couple turns. Just had to fish for it a little bit. No, not Hanuman. Mangan. I can't.
That was
listen.
not looking like the most exciting hand until the Ura hit, and that is a huge pain for Jen. I mean, you eat the... Not only does your direct competition pick up 8,000 points, but you lost 4,000 of those. So that's a
And your
12,000
dealership.
point swing. Yes. And now you're pretty much relegated to third place. You're hoping you don't fall to fourth.
This is going to give Aaron a little bit of life here. If Aaron can pass Jin... Oh, is this already Tempai for Quincy?
It is. Yeah, Quincy with Tanya Dora 1, Tempai. Sometimes as dealer, you just are looking to pass your dealership. Not necessarily in this case, where Quincy has a lot of incentive to continue to win hands. But this is not a hand that you could really pass comfortably. It's more likely that you'll win than pass safely. And choice on the weight that you choose here chooses to create a Nakasuji on the 6 so.
6 mon.
6 mon, that is correct.
And this is
Gee.
this is interesting because you can't really improve that weight. Well, now Leslie's Tempai 9 so south.
Yeah, it's also good for the south, which has yet to be seen. Outside, of course, the pair in hand. Leslie, of course, completely satisfied to end this game with 1,000 points, although this is actually 2,000 points with the door in hand. Yeah, it's a race. What will come out first, the 6 mon or the south? There are 2 of each in the wall.
And if you draw a 7 mon as Quincy, do you change your weight to the Champon?
That's a really interesting one. I think because we've dropped the 7 pin already, I would say no. But 7 mon as a weight doesn't look terrible. Oh, it's once cut already. Yeah, I think I just like staying here with the 6.
Home.
Now we have a pawn from Aaron.
The south.
The south.
It feels more suspicious because of that pawn.
Yeah,
You wonder
Aaron.
what the Yaku is.
Aaron might have given an assist to Leslie there.
Or like the opposite of assist, because it makes
Wait.
Leslie's.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. An assist to Jen.
Yeah, exactly. And not that Jen would necessarily, feel bad about dealing into what is just 2,000 points to confirm the end of the game, because it's unlikely that you're getting out of fourth place here, or sorry, third place. Now, if Quincy can retain dealership, we will go to another dealer round. Game does not end. Yeah, I'm curious, Tucker, what you think. If your Quincy Shoes gets to your last draw, do you throw Tempai? And looks like the decision's already made.
Yeah, is doing so. You end up plus 10 here, and you know that Jin is going to be taking minus 12.3. So that puts you 22-28 up on Jin. Yeah, I would take it.
Yeah.
I would.
In the end, Quincy found Tempai again, so picks up the 1,500 points, as does Leslie, who drew the wrong side of her weight. And we will continue.
Yeah, I feel like there is an argument to be made for taking it. If you're plus 28 on the person you're in direct competition with, they can definitely overcome that, but it requires 2 placement changes instead of 1, more than likely, which is easier for you to manage, easier for you to control. Whereas if you keep playing, even though you have a bigger gap now, especially with a player like Jin, who you know to be incredibly competent, it would not be out of the realm of possibility for Jin to say, get a Hanaman sumo here, and maybe y'all are still second and third, but now you're just gaining 5 points instead of gaining, the whole 20.
Yeah. As it is with this high pie, Quincy might be rewarded, as we're already Ishan dead. Oh, but Jen already Tempai.
Not wanting. I mean, it's a valueless Tempai, so not taking the Ricci.
Yeah, the Shampoo weight actually doesn't look bad. I mean, it's an 8 mon and a 9 pin, but Jen sees a path for more value.
I mean, you can get Itsu Pinfu here. Ricci Itsu Pinfu would be a lot more appetizing.
Sometimes you break Tempai and keep the 6, so I wonder if Jen will do that here. No, just takes the Ricci. Decides where we've hit the end of the first row. I haven't got the improvement yet, so it's time to apply the pressure. Quincy will take the Chi and break Ipatsu, but play the safe 4 mon instead.
And actually, across the way, Leslie has a 1-2-3 Sanshoku Chanta brewing up. We'll see. We'll more than likely just play defense here, although there's not many tiles to play defense with.
Yeah, and even if Leslie deals in, it's unlikely that she will lose her first place. And going into the last game, it's going to be very difficult to lose your overall lead in the top 2. So Leslie could probably just fight.
It would take a Baimon deal in to lose first, and even then you would still have a plus 10.
Yeah, even then that lead would be almost insurmountable. So we'll see how Leslie chooses to play this. She can actually do whatever she wants given the current score line. Aaron
on the other hand, desperately needs a Mongon here.
Unfortunately, this hand not looking like Mongon unless you can con the Chun and flip some Dora for yourself.
I mean, if the Chun comes out, I think you have to con it.
I agree. Did you see a Tonki?
5 so Tonki again.
Aaron was watching the stream. She knows.
Oh my god. It's not the value she needed, but just the fact that she won it.
5 so Tonki today has just been crazy.
It's the third 5 so Tonki we've seen win. I don't know. I wouldn't have paid passing that, waiting for the Chunkon to try and get more Dora, because I'm minus 31 here is pretty catastrophic, but there's got to be respect. You chose the correct Tonki.
Yeah.
There's respect for taking the sumo.
And as we stand after 3 games, Leslie plus 87.9, definitely secure to stay in B3. And Quincy, after taking the second place in that game, looking kind of safe at positive 8.1. However, you're playing your direct competition in the very next game. And so if now Jen is one placement above Quincy with about the same results, they're back to even again. And it'll come down to the small differences in score that will determine who is going to be in the top two spots here.
Yeah. One spot of difference on average is going to be about 10 points. The only differences for that is when there's 3 above or 3 below 30K, in which case second and third are only 5 apart, and third and fourth or first and second, according to, whether it's the good above, like everyone above 30K or everyone below, will be a 20-point difference. So on average, only 10,000 is accounted for by a single placement change. So more than likely, if you're Jen, you need it to be 2 placement changes, because Quincy was assisted by already being up 5 points. So I like in most cases, if Jen is only 1 placement above Quincy, unless it's Jen the only person above 30K, everyone else below, in most cases, 1 placement will still not be enough.
Yeah, and you still get the points that you have above 30,000 added to your score, and the points that you are below 30,000 taken away from your score. And usually if there's a placement difference, that also has an effect on things. However, if Jen and Quincy went third, fourth, or first, second, that would be less of a condition. It's more of a difference if one goes positive, the other goes negative. And we have a couple minutes before the start of the next game. So this is your chance, everyone, to grab a water, grab something to drink, grab some popcorn. It's going to be an exciting one. And we're really looking closely at this second guaranteed slot, the second place overall between Quincy and Jen, who are battling it out. And the difference in points there is, it looks like plus 33 points. And so I'm sure the players took a little bit of a moment to consider the win conditions, the difference not only from Uma, but also the point total necessary to get there. For example, if Jen were to get a second place and Quincy a third place, the Uma difference would be 10, as Tucker was mentioning. And then you still need to make up 23 points. So you have to be 23,000 ahead. Well, not necessarily. You could be, say, 13,000 over, and let's go. I guess that would be 23 ahead, wouldn't it? The other condition is 2 placement spots ahead for Jen would be a larger gap of Uma bonus. As it is, it will be Leslie, our first Quincy, on the right in the south seat, Jen across the table in the west seat, my favorite seat, and on the left, Aaron in the north seat. That is the comeback seat. We'll see if a comeback can be had. First discard, one so, as the Dora is the 7-pin. Leslie has one in hand, as well as a chance at a 789 Sanchoku. We'll likely be discarding some of these honors as the hand progresses, and we'll see if that Sanchoku is viable, or if we just draw into more Dora. That certainly makes things exciting. To the right, Quincy doesn't have very good shapes, but there are a few pairs, and so we'll see how that hand develops. Across the way, Jen with a more traditional start towards a Pinfu or a Tanyao, also holding this 8-pin as a Dora connector. And now we've got a 6-pin, so Tanyao Dora is a possibility. On the left, Aaron has reasonable shapes here for a Ricci, but not much more than that. We'll see if a Dora can be drawn into that hand. Leslie had just paired up the Chun, and out it comes from Jen. So we'll see a pull, and actually just dropping the Dora right away. I personally prefer, I think, the 9-mon, but this leaves the Sanchoku route open, I guess. However, open Sanchoku is worth the same as a Dora. So locking in that final 6-9-pin weight shape, if Leslie happens to find Tempai before filling that 6-9-pin shape, It looks very good. You usually don't drop a door that early if you have tiles to wait on in that area.
Well,
And
what do you think about not dropping the 8-9 so there?
Yeah, 8-9 so also not a bad cut. It looks like Leslie saw 7-8-9 Sanchoku and committed straightforward, and is now Ishan 10 for it. Oh, and we'll even get Tempai. It is weird that we have the 8-pin cut late after the 7-pin, but I'm not sure how the players will read that. And it looks like Aaron in danger of dealing in, as well as Quincy. Both of them have a 9-pin that's a little loose in the hand.
On the other hand, the 6-pin incredibly valuable to Jin. That 6-pin would be a part of the 4-5-6 Sanshoku.
Yeah, that, as well as even if you drew the other side, the Dora side, you're not terribly upset either. And there goes the 9-pin. It will be Aaron discarding that first. 5,800 for Leslie. The foresight of the Sanshoku paying off.
I don't believe in flow. However,
Leslie's making a convincing argument.
I'm licking my finger and sticking it in the air, and I'm feeling the wind blowing in a very specific direction.
Well, Leslie will have to pass dealership at some point if she wants to confirm her spot in B3.
I mean, that's not true. Just be dealer forever. Everyone else quits. Everyone else goes to sleep because you're dealer for so long. Mahjong never has to end.
Well, Leslie, we'll see if this can happen again. We have another Sanchoku possibility, this time the 6-7-8. And there is a door in hand as well. For Quincy on the right, we have the Haku pair, as well as okay shapes in the other suits. Jen is working with a Chute pair and shapes that look a little less appealing, although that's a nice fill with the Forso. And on the left, Aaron has a chance at Ipeko in the Manzu, and I'm not seeing much else outside of that. Maybe a 4-5-6 Sanchoku, if you're seeking a way to find value out of this hand.
It looks like Quincy holding around the potential for some sort of small or big dragon hand might keep Jin from getting her Chun for a little bit here. The Hatsu coming out of Aaron's hand might progress things a little bit. Now with the Haku call, the Chun probably won't hang around too long for Quincy at this point.
I look away from Leslie's hand and return to see an Alcove 7-pin.
And Ishan 10.
Yeah, it does. Making the 6-7-8 Sanchoku a little less likely.
But it's still not. I mean, if you draw an 8-pin, you're still there. Like,
you could even get Ipeko with that.
Ipeko Sanshoku is my favorite Yaku combination.
Add Junchan to that, and it's my favorite.
You are a greedy bastard.
I feel like so many times in like normal ladder play, I'm down in South 4. I look at my high pie. I'm like, the only thing I've got for me is Junchan Sanshoku. Let's go, and it works. It's sometimes
so remove the Ipeko.
Yeah, I mean Ipeko's the greedy part.
I was gonna say with Ipeko, it's incredibly greedy. Without it, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it comes to fruition more frequently than you'd expect. And also, I'm not terribly pleased at having that be my like go-to Yaku in South 4 in a last. But, you know, we'll take what you can get.
I mean, here we once again see a Tenpai where a player at the table is holding an Anko. I think I've been counting. I've kept careful track, and this is the 12th time that has happened this cast. Believe me, I promise. The Anko of 7-pin kind of keeping Quincy from winning here, and we do have Jin with the 9-pin Chun Shabo both being discarded the last 2 rounds by Quincy, and then an immediate chase by Aaron, waiting on the 3-mon Pinchan, which there are 2 of those left in the wall.
So much patience from Jen. Would not call the Chun, didn't even call the 9-pin. Well, that one makes a lot more sense. Wanted to build the sand closed and got there. Now just needs to find the winner. And 9-pin looks very safe on this table.
Yeah, 9-pin looks incredible. I mean, Suji to both players once cut.
Leslie's trying to find a path to Tempai that involves Tanyao. Could even wait on the Dora.
G.
Could chi this.
Yeah, headless now.
Because 7-pin isn't. How bad is 7-pin against Aaron, do you think?
It doesn't look great, but we can see all the 6-pins, so I think it's fine.
Oh, Quincy, a great dodge by Quincy. Drew the tune on the final draw and discarded something else.
Yeah, that was very good defensive play. I mean, look, the score now has Jen ahead by 2,000 points, but if you deal in there, it was going to be Ricci, Ipeko, Chun, and who knows what Ura would have given you. It would have been much, much worse. A 10,000 point difference instead of this measly 2,000 point difference. So that was
And
an excellent play.
3 placements of difference.
Absolutely,
which would be catastrophic.
Yeah, so good. And so
And
Quincy
now
has the chance to steal those Ricci sticks right back. And 2 Dora
With double
in hand.
East.
Oh, you're right. This is a Mongon.
We commented on different aspects of the hand simultaneously.
You're like, I see the double East. I'm like, there's 2 Dora. And it's all good news for Quincy.
Here, then let's do another Mahjong ink block test and take a quick look at Aaron's hand and tell me immediately what you see.
Sanako?
Yeah, I saw the same thing. Usually I see Cheetoy. This time though, I'm looking at that and I'm like, ooh, that really does feel like
1
it.
Anko, 2 Anko, 2 pairs, Ishanten. This looks great. And the West is actually an honor. That's a Yakuhai for Aaron. So this could be a huge hand. And given Aaron's position in the standings total, she might be greedier.
Oh yeah, and if you're Aaron, not only do you want a huge game, you also want to do what you can to put Jin specifically down. Hitting Leslie does you nothing. Hitting Quincy does you a small amount. Hitting Jin actively puts you towards your goal of getting into B3 here.
And we'll see if Aaron can draw another useful tile. I mean, 5 So is not available. It's being held by Jen as far as tiles you can draw. 9 Mon once cut, so there's only 1 left in the wall. These weights are not very strong, and Aaron's trying to maximize the use of everything. I like this 3 So keep because it allows you to hold the door even if you don't get Sun Uncle. We noted the door pair in Quincy's hand, but Leslie on the left also has door pair. And a very nice Ishanten. This is not the Tempai you wanted, but she might just take
You
it.
can't turn it down though, can you?
Boom.
You know what? I think some people would turn it down as the 2 So is completely dead and you're waiting on Dora, but not Leslie. Leslie believes. And we see a Ricci from Jen. This is a very nice one. Ricci Sanchoku.
But you can only win on the 2 So, which once again
Might come out.
Oh, now it could. But the 1 So is going to come out and said, so now we have the 2 So, 5 So weight, which is almost entirely held. Nope, it's entirely held. There's one in the discard, 1 5 So in the discard, the other 3 in hand. We now have Suanko Ishanten for Aaron.
Yeah, Leslie dropping the 1 So was definitely the safer tile, as you can see all of the 2 So.
Sumo.
Oh, there's a
And the
Sumo for
9-pin
Quincy.
Sumo.
And that's a Mongon. This is huge for Quincy. All the way to first place. And you can play pretty comfortably for the remainder of this game from this position.
Yep, even if you stay in a positive second, then Jin would need to score 33,000 points ahead of you. So if you just stay, I mean, you have to go 7 wins without falling below 30K. That's it.
And again, we had that question earlier about whether to retain dealership or not. And I think that's a valid question even here. I mean, of course, you want to keep winning hands to maximize the distance. But if your hand isn't looking very good, the fewer hands that there are to play, the less likely that someone else, specifically Jen, is going to be able to put a hand together that can knock you down. And I wonder if Jen is going to play this for Kokushi, because that is a hand that can knock Quincy down.
I mean, you have 9 distinct terminals and honors. You've got a couple of pairs. Like, what else? I mean, at this point, that's obviously what she's doing. I mean, she's thrown away shapes.
I guess there's Sanshoku Doko Toi Toi Honroto.
I mean, if you're a coward.
Or a dreamer. Oh, now we have 4 pairs.
or Chitoi Nomi.
No.
Never. 7-pin back. But the biggest disadvantage of going for Kokushi is that means you are holding all the tiles that slow everyone else down, and that is very apparent at this table. Everybody other than Jin at the table is within a pretty reasonable striking distance, even as Jin enters Tu Shanten here.
Yeah, Yan Shanten just needs a couple of wins. In fact, the win tiles are the only ones that we're missing. Drew into the south, or sorry, the west. The south is twice cut. The north we can see 2 of as well.
3 of. There's only 1 north left.
Oh, you're right. One is the door indicator, and I missed the one that was discarded by Aaron.
So this is the point where I start calling. Like, as when there's only a single tile left of one of my Kokushi tiles, and I'm still 2 away or more, that's when I'm like, okay, the next time someone discards something I can pawn, I'm gonna Honroto this because I have 0 belief. And here we go. We can hedge it a little bit.
Yeah,
although
Jen's discarding away from pairs. Yep. So playing the full committal, and Leslie is the one who's calling pawn, actually holding this Dora East, and we see a Ricci from Aaron. This is Ricci Nomi waiting on the 3-mon. 2 left in the wall.
Other 2 held by Quincy.
And Quincy, the worst thing that can happen is a deal into Yakuman or Ishanten for Jen.
There's another west. The west is the one that Jen already has, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's only 14 tiles left in the wall. We're running out of time here. That this 4-mon is dangerous.
7-pin. How does that feel? No, cannot risk it.
Folds.
An interesting call from Leslie, who's working towards a Honitsu here. Could even end up on Dorotanki if the 3 still comes out.
Oh, and there's the 3-mon. So the fold paying off here for Jin. And as it turns out, the south and the north totally deadwalled.
Yeah, just unavailable. But that was exciting. Jen getting close to a Kokushi, Ishanten, and Leslie actually finding Tempai at the very last, her last draw, will pick up a few points as well. Quincy safely passes the dealership, though. We'll go into East 3, Jen's dealership. And there's an East pair.
Is it still Dorosoba if it's a win?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
I guess we're not exploring space quite yet.
No, I'm not quite the space mahjong aficionado that you may be.
I've never played before. I'm just making
Fair
jokes out here, Nathaniel.
Well, maybe we've got some viewers that Red Zone. There we go. Played space mahjong, and
we do have the double east pawn from Jin. This is Tu Shanten ish.
Take
Tu
your
Shanten.
win, repeat as dealer.
It's a good start.
Rough going in that hand for pairs. The door is the north. We saw that come out already from 2 players. Leslie, slightly better shapes. Away from Tempai there. And we'll see another pawn from Jen, Ishanten now.
Yeah, you have 2 dealerships left, so you're not at the complete desperation step yet, but you don't want to lose any opportunities here, especially with 2,200 points in the middle of the table.
Did you see that move Quincy just made there, discarding the safe tile east, holding the opportunity to draw into maybe a 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku?
I did not see that. I'm very glad you pointed it out.
It is interesting because you really don't want to deal into Gen, and having the safe tile held in hand does give you the opportunity to push if you think Gen is in Tempai or if someone else declares a Riichi. But this definitely is value seeking. Also, in a desperate moment, allows you to call for an open Sanchoku, even though it wouldn't necessarily be confirmed.
It's actually ditching the 1 pins here.
Okay, so we're no longer attempting the Sanchoku. We've got the same Ishan-ten, though.
But the 1 pins are safe, so a little bit of a mind towards safety. Not taking that 6-mon chi, of course, would have no Yaku. Jin abandoning the 3-pin, now with multiple options for the pair, makes Jin's hand a little bit more flexible. Yeah,
And
both
there's
5-so and
Tempai.
8-so felt fine. Yep.
All right, so it's a 1-mon, 4-mon wait. 4 tiles left in the wall for 2,900. And the 4 Homba and the Riichi stick.
And there's Tempai for Quincy.
But Jin gets there first. Okay, so that's a nice pickup. 1,000 all, plus 1,200 from the Homba, and the Riichi stick puts Jin almost over 30,000, and very close to second place now.
That's not going to be enough though. The Jin is almost unconcerned with points and is only concerned about Quincy differential. She's defining her own mahjong variable here, and it's the Quincy differential, and that's all that matters.
And well, only a dealer long gone away at this point, and it's still only East 3, so lots of opportunities here. And this hand might be one of them. Good shapes, different ways to incorporate the Dora 4-mon. 2-3 Yamen as well as the 5-6 Yamen. And I'm not sure that Quincy actually does have pretty good shapes in the hand to compete.
Yeah, draw around that 4-so, ditch the 1-so, and then you'll really be headed in the right direction. Although not a lot of available tiles near the 4-so, as we can see, all 4 5-so already held. So that 3-so might actually be a little bit of a curse there, just because there's only one tile that completes the 3-4 shape left in the wall.
Wow. Jen, looking for the Haku, I imagine we would see a call made should it come out. Jen has been very patient on these honor calls, and but as dealer might be more inclined to open her hand for something a little cheaper.
If the Haku call is made, what would you expect to come out of Jin's hand? Because there are 6 blocks here.
Maybe one of the pairs, like the 4-pin.
Not the okay. Because I was wondering whether you might drop 6-mon 7-mon here.
Aim for a future Entel 2-8.
Well, if you're dropping 6-mon 7-mon, you can't get the Antonsu anymore.
Well, assuming you pull in the Haku, then you'd have what 5, 5, 5, 6, 7 mon, and then the 4-pin pair. I ended up just cutting the 5-mon here.
So is cutting the pair that you're already eating one of the tiles up, which makes sense. And we have now Ishan-ten for Quincy, but as noted before, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Quincy to finish that. I mean, even the 5-mon 8-mon is not good in the wall. I mean, we see all 4 5-mon. Yeah, we see all 4 5-mon and 3 of the 8-mon, or maybe just 2. My eyes can't keep track. Too many tiles. So like 3 total tiles left in the wall for Quincy.
And Quincy was the first one to draw the Haku, but would not drop it. Lots of tempi tiles here for Gen. 5-8 pin will do it. 4-6 pin will do it. Goes
Gee.
Haku.
Home.
And we do have the call. It's a very early K10 call there for Quincy, and then a Tempai call for Jin waiting 5-pin, 8-pin. Although the 8-pin being held by Quincy.
Although the 5 drawn by Leslie. Leslie aiming for Suanko. Ishanten for that hand. Would likely draw the 5, discard the 5 pin rather.
I mean, even if you draw the 4, you probably still drop the 5 because the 4 leads towards Ipeco.
Although with multiples of the 1 pin being cut, you could see a switch to the the Champon's dead. So yeah, would likely be the 1-4 weight anyway. There's the last 5
There's
pin
another
drawn.
5-pin. Just nobody can find. There it is. I was gonna say nobody can find the live weights here.
The value of that hand doubled by the 5 Homba, and Jen will continue the dealership.
And now we have 1,800 points in bonus sticks in the middle. Again, it should be noted for anybody who has perhaps joined late that Jen is not on her 6th victory lap as dealer. We had a couple wins from Quincy that got carried over in the exhaustive draw.
Right.
And even from Leslie, actually. Have we been on the same Homba since the beginning of this Hanchan?
Could you repeat that question?
Like, has every exchange and dealership been an exhaustive draw?
I see. I wonder, because we are only in East 3.
And 6 is a lot.
Case. Yeah. We saw the early Hatsu call from Jen. So again, aiming to just repeat his dealer. 3 pin is interesting. Do you cut maybe the penchant, or do you break away from the pin shape? Breaks away from the pin shape. Doesn't want to lose all the Mondraws. And actually, we'll see it Ricci.
Yeah, Aaron waiting on the... once again, we see someone waiting on Kanchan Dora indicator tile, Tuso in this case. So this is Ricci Dora 1. And we have another Tempai on the left from Quincy waiting 1 so 4 so. Although there is no Yaku.
But of course, if the tune comes out, you can call pull and discard the West and still have the same weight.
Which I imagine is the plan here. Although doesn't want to discard the 7-mon. Like we said earlier, you don't need to keep winning. Just playing safe is more than likely going to be fine.
And for Jen, you don't really want to deal in, but you'd like to continue this dealership if you can. So we'll see how aggressively she plays it.
There's the tune, which Quincy, of course, does not take, having already discarded 2/3 of the Sha Anko.
Yeah, that's just 2 safe tiles at this point. And now
here they come.
Drawn 2 of the winning tiles, it definitely feels like this hand is almost too difficult to win. That would be an improvement for Jen. She feels like the 6-9 could be pushed. And whether or not that's a comfortable push, your only other safety was the 4 pin at that point, and now you have Nakasuji 6 so, but maybe the best defense is an offense here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels almost like you have to discard 5 so. Waiting 5-mon, 8-mon. Which
is 5-mon is Genbutsu, so Quincy might deal in.
This is another good reason why you always play the... If you are full folding, you want to play the safest possible tile. We see there, I mean, 5-mon is safe against Aaron, but the 2-pin was the safest tile on the table. So Quincy playing a very good disciplined defense so far here.
1 pin as well is safe. And you don't even feel so bad about the 4 pin because it's Genbutsu to Aaron, but also Nakasuji to Jen. And now
but the 4-mon, yeah.
So I think Quincy will be able to get out of this cleanly.
It's so hard to maintain that discipline sometimes, though. It's so easy to slip up right at the very end when you've done such a good job the whole time. Like right now, it'd be an easy slipping point because that would be Tenpai.
Dum.
It does.
And it does come out. And maybe saw the late 3-pin from Jen and thought, oh, maybe she's breaking her Tenpai. She drew something that was too dangerous. But in this case, it was just Jen discarding the safer choice between the 3 and the 6-pin.
Yeah, it was just a shift. So perhaps also just, yeah, that's a very good point. Could have just been tricked by Jen's discard there. And now we are on Homba 7.
Look at the standings now. Jen only 1,600 points behind after that direct hit.
And although if you are Quincy, you still don't feel too bad about that. Like, you're within one placement. You don't like it, but you haven't ruined your good stroke of fortune so far this game. Although Jin's hand does look pretty fantastic right now.
It does, especially if we can find the 6-so or the 3-so, looking good for a Pinfu or Tanya. And you could just draw into Ipeco. There's so many routes that this hand can take. We saw the call of the Hatsu for Leslie, and there are enough blocks to complete that hand. However, you'd like to upgrade from that Mon shape to something that incorporates this Dora 4-pin.
Quincy's Soju shape getting a little bit dizzy there. Elects to toss the 2-so back.
And even after this call, Leslie's still holding the Dora, hoping to connect to the 4-pin. If not, you have to draw a 2-mon and either a 2-mon or a 5-mon. Oh, hey, we have a Lucas raid. Thanks, Navitas. 24 new viewers. So for all of the people joining us, this is the B3 demotion playoffs. This is the final match, and really it looks like a battle between Jen and Quincy. Can Jen overcome the deficit? Has been rolling on this viewership.
3-pin Tenpai, no Richi called. Perhaps waiting for the Itsu. Just need the 1-so for that. Could even open for it, because since you would be discarding the 7-so, you wouldn't get hit by the no sliding rule. Although 1-so is almost entirely dead. You do see
there's the sumo.
There's the sumo. Sumo Doranomi.
And that's huge. The Homba alone doubles the value of the hand.
And after an entire Hanchan worth of Homba, we finally get to clean the slate here.
It should be noted, a small thing. Leslie had the opportunity to cheat into Dora Tanki Tenpai. Hadaka Tanki would not accept that. And that gave the 3-pin to Quincy for the Tsumo. And so cleaned up right now. Quincy, 42,000 points in first place. Jen close behind. We're still in East 4, so a lot of time to complete the comeback. But it is Aaron's dealership, and this high pie looks pretty strong.
Right, and Aaron wants to go on a raid herself right now, just stealing all of the points from all the other players.
If this has a chance at that, could be Tanya, Ipeco. Hard to use the Dora with these shapes, but I imagine that's why we're holding on to this 9-so. It gives us an excuse to keep the Dora, which then gives us an excuse to keep a 6-so if that comes. And, well, for Leslie, there's an East paired hand that still is Yakuhai. We played a lot of hands, but we're still, Leslie's still able to call the East for value. And 2 away from Tenpai there. Quincy has the June pair now. And we'll break away from the 6-8 so shape. Doesn't care about the Sanshoku or the Dora acceptance, just wants the fastest, most efficient route to Tenpai, and decides that killing the Kanchan is worth it.
Aaron similarly here taking the most efficient Ishanten, although this one keeps the 2-3-4 Sanshoku very much alive. And now we have Tenpai on the left for Jin.
Just on the 5-mon, so not going to declare the Richi. There are a lot of good upgrades here.
Each.
Oh, but we will see a Richi from Quincy. Does that entice Jen to chase with a bad weight? No. Richi Chun is quite good, and it's a solid weight as well. 1-4-so.
4 of those left in the wall.
Reach.
And there, oh my god, this is the biggest Tenpai. Confirmed Sanshoku, possible Tanyaoi Peiko on the 4-so, Pinfu even on the 1-so. I was not counting the Yaku as I said them out loud, but it's a lot of them. This could easily be a dealer Hanuman.
Jen in some trouble here. Has to defend against 2 Richis. Also with incentive to push her own hand. What do you do here?
I probably do discard the 5-pin because it's Genbutsu to the dealer Ricci. It's obviously it's a singular Suji against Quincy. But
If she had pushed, she would have sumoed, but instead dropped a safe 7 and safe 8. Also, I believe has the 6 pin, but there's Leslie. There'll be a double run.
double run.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness,
this
these are
is-
expensive too. Make sure we hit the OK button so we see the value of the next one.
The 1-so is going to be no Ura, but that was also the Takame, the more expensive end for Aaron. Guaranteed Hanuman.
Yeah, I know what I hear, but that is some big swing, and Leslie has the points to spare. But this is pretty thrilling, and now there's 3 players over 30,000, and all of a sudden Quincy has 2 players to fight off for first.
But again, Quincy doesn't really like need to. Quincy's like, sure, take first. Like as long as Quincy's within like 20,000 points of Jin, all is well.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Quincy was regretting that Ricci once the chase came from dealer, and then you see that it was a Hanuman. You could have been the one dealing in, although I guess you would have sumoed the 4-so. But there's a risk. It might give you second thoughts about declaring Ricci, even with good weights in the future when you can just Dama.
Yeah, it could very easily have like empathetic post-traumatic stress disorder on the mahjong table here. Although we do see, like, looking at Aaron's hand here, we've got 4 pairs and not a whole lot else. We do have, I mean, we discarded the Dora turn 1, so it doesn't feel like this hand can become all that much.
That does reset the home now. I mean, Aaron would love to go on a bit of a streak. And we saw, what, 6, 7 homba?
7 homba.
So maybe we can make it a real Padenjan. Hands kind of coming together now that you've drawn the 8-man Anko.
And that's one of the things about pairs. Pairs can really block up the hand, but as soon as they become an Anko, they really set it free. Like, transforming a pair into an Anko also completely radicalizes your hand. It's like the anarchist's cookbook of mahjong draws.
Well, if you want to see something tragic, look at Jun's discards. First cut 1 pin into Tsumogiri 1 pin, 1 pin. Tadashi Dora into Tsumogiri Dora. And Leslie as well dropped 1-so, followed by 2 Tadashi 1-so. Tsumogiri 1-so. That's insane.
Hey, don't worry. Jin can still get Nagashi. Oh wait, hold on. Looks at rules.
Yeah, we don't have Nagashi Mangan in this league. Oh wow, Quincy building towards a Sohonitsu.
I mean, or Chinitsu at this point. None of those honors are paired up. Ain't nothing keeping them around.
Absolutely. Dion Pico possibility as well. I mean...
Oh, now they are.
I think Quincy's aiming for Menhon Chitoi.
It does look that way, especially with that 5-so cut.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the more standard cut would be the South or the Hatsu, both of which have been twice cut.
I mean, I would say Jun-chan, Gianpeko, Honitsu, but all the 3 of the 1-so are cut, so that's not possible.
I mean, you could be Tenpai for it. You just can't win it. That 7-pin is incredible draw for Aaron. That's exactly what Aaron needed. Now you can chi 2-so, 5-so, or 3-man, 6-man, and be Tenpai. Oh, but now you have headless.
Draw. And so many tiles get Tenpai now. Jin drawing more pairs here. Ishan 10 for Chitoi, but there's the 3-man.
Oh.
And
got it. Discards the 8-man. Very, very good. There's only 12 tiles left. Doesn't want to toss out the 1,000-point stick. And this is Furiton as well. with 2 5-so in the
Mhm.
discards.
Yeah.
Now, if you've discarded your own tile twice, do 2 negatives make a positive? Does that unfurriton you?
Unfortunately, that type of mathematics does not work in Mahjong. I do
Dang.
wonder, though, if you want to throw the Ricci stick out anyway to scare potential chases. However, I don't think it's going to scare Quincy off of this hand. Tempai for Honitsu.
Waiting on 7-so. Which there are 2 left in the wall? Nope, 1. Just 1.
Yeah, because of the Furi-10, I almost like discarding into a Tanki weight in the Sozu and then switching that later. But it's possible Aaron was concerned about allowing this Honitsu room to grow.
The Honitsu actually abandoning Tempai, and it's going to be Leslie instead who picks up the other 1,500 points here.
And so the dealership continues, the Homba growing now. See if we can beat the current record in this game of 7. And what is going on in Jen's hand? I'm seeing lots of honors. I guess they're not as exciting as I thought they were. I thought there was four different pairs. In this case, you have an Anko, a pair, and a Singleton of the East. However, we're still in the East round.
The South has been discarded. Leslie takes it.
Yeah, this is E-shot. That very fast hand for Leslie, aiming to just shut this down. And if the Chun comes out and you pawn, do you wait on the Dora Tanki or do you take the Nobetan shape?
With 6,900 points, Dorataki.
Yeah, I think I would just choose the Nobetan shape because the number of points doesn't matter too much to me. It's just ending the game. And I'll accept my 1,600 points to just end the game.
Here's my counterpoint. As an incredibly defensive player, what I don't want to happen is for me to not win the hand and hang around for 6 tiles, someone call Ricci, me draw a Dora, and then not be able to not be able to win on that Dora. Like I often will pick the Dora Tanki wait, not for value purposes, but for defensive purposes. Because if you're waiting on Dora, you can't deal in on Dora.
Yeah, that is a good point. However, I think waiting on Dora makes it more likely that it will allow time for other players to reach Tempai, and then you have to throw everything except for the Dora in your hand.
If it were 1-4 Nobetan, I think I'd feel a lot better about the Nobetan. 3-6, I feel a little bit worse about, just because it's like 3-6 and 4-7 both are a little bit harder to come out. Like it's what puts me on the edge.
Yeah, Leslie did have the opportunity
There's the 3
to switch
though.
to 2-5. Declined it once the Dora Tanki, and there are 2 Dora in the wall, so Tsumo not out of the realm of possibility. Quincy with a Tempai here for Tanyao, assuming a 6-mon is discarded, cannot win on the 9-mon with no Ricci declared. So that would be Tanyao Dora 1. And again, maybe the danger of the previous chasing Ricci is causing Quincy to have second thoughts about declaring Ricci.
There's
here.
the 9-mon.
Would have won on the 9. Would have won on this 9 as well. And now all the 9s are gone. You might as... Oh, I guess there's 1 9 left. But at this point, you might as well Dama.
All your wins, you can win Dama anyway. This is 5 pairs now for Aaron. Not anymore. Discarded the 9, so who needs it? No one needs Cheat Toy.
A little upgrade for Jen. Now this Ishanten looking better. Still, 2 Dora 6-pin in the wall.
And can't get Sananko with this.
You can drop the 8-mon here and confirm Tanyao. Oh, but takes the 8-mon Tonki, thinks that's a sneakier weight, and there are 2 in the wall. It is quite sneaky.
And for the record, that also confirms Tanyao.
It does, yes.
And now we have the slightly better Suanko Ishanten for Jin.
Oh, there's the 6-mon. Tragic. I'm really excited for this hand. Does Jen actually have Suanko chance here? There is a 7-so live. Oh, this 8-mon's going to deal in.
No 4-so live, though.
And so ends the dealership, finally. Leslie paying out for the round to pass.
And after that entire Hanchan we just played, we enter the South round.
So true. Well, here we are. It is Leslie's dealership. High Pie's actually pretty strong here. The Yankan and the Sozu looking pretty good, and you have excellent floaters in the Pinzu. No door in hand. Those are on the right. Quincy with a pair of them. And this is Ishan 10 already. I wonder if Quincy will take a Kanchan wait if Tempai presents itself soon. That's another good floating tile. Across the way, Jen's hand looks to be in disarray.
Yeah, Jin started with the eight distinct terminals and honors, did not opt for the far off Kokoshi.
And on the left, we see Aaron. Also, not a lot of value in this hand. It will be difficult to put it together. So advantage Leslie and Quincy. We saw an interesting early call from Leslie, aiming for Tanyao here. The one so will eventually leave the hand. Maybe even consider dropping the one so before the 7-pin here.
Before the what?
Before the 7-pin.
Oh, that was dropped earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, there's no 7-pin in his hand. What is going on?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if the pawn came before or after the 7-pin cut. Maybe it was after, in which case it makes more sense.
We're like 5 hours in at this point, Nathaniel. Don't expect anything more than 20 seconds of memory from me.
That's fair. I was thinking about casting tomorrow, and I realized my throat is so hoarse at this point, I don't think I'll be able to.
We do have another Dora pair now. Jin has drawn the fourth and final 9-so. And lots of ways for her to get to Tempai using that as her pair, so that might not inhibit her, only having 2.
Yeah, that is actually quite useful. Also, the value sense. I mean, if Jen can find a Mangan here, even if it's just a Tsumo or a direct hit on Leslie or Aaron, that still puts her very close to passing Quincy.
But remember, passing Quincy on its own is not enough. You have to pass Quincy and then get another 22,000 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Or push Quincy down another placement. We do have 4-pin Tonki now.
And might switch this out. 2-5 though is, I guess you have a pawn of that, so it's the same number of tiles, right? 3 versus 3.
I would love the 2-5 way if the 2-mon had just been pawned. But since that pawn was like 3 years ago, I feel a lot less good about the 2-mon 5-mon wait.
What do you feel about cheating this 8-so and waiting on 5-so Tonki?
I actually really like that.
If we've learned anything today, it's that 5-so Tonki
5-so Tonki. Yeah. It also is like, I mean, it's not Nakasuji because you didn't discard the 8-so, but it feels like Nakasuji. Like, who would do that? Now, 3-mon discard, I think, would be standard here, waiting for Mon 5-mon, no?
Yeah, it does make your future Tonki draws awkward. Because now you're locked onto this weight. Whereas previously you could have... Oh, never mind, it's just the perfect play. Just go for the shampoo weight. Who needs flexibility when you're going to draw your tile anyway? Tucker, you're cracking up there, I can tell. Oh, Leslie, with a win, will continue the dealership. Now draws an Anko of the Sanzo.
I'm here. I'm alive. Okay. All right.
I started to get concerned. Okay. Tucker alive. Good to know. Door is the 4, so we see 1 across the way. And the others are on the wall.
If those start coming into Leslie's hand, I'm not going to mention all green. But
yeah, we won't say anything, but
they're there.
We'll be thinking about it. Trust me.
Ooh, the 5-so is a great draw into that, because now you can get 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, and you don't need those honors anymore.
Yeah, Quincy with a really rough-looking high pie might be doing the fake Honitsu thing, and might actually turn into real Honitsu. Across the way, Jen has what looks to be a Tanya in the works, and Aaron maybe with an Anko now. Could just be a Ricci. You want more than Ricci no me, but
Kanta?
Maybe you can build towards San Anko. Yeah,
San Anko, I feel like San Anko is less of something that is built and more of something that San Anko is like a great mighty oak. You don't build it. It arises from the ground. We do see Leslie pushing for the Tanyao here, ignoring the chances at Sanshoku. Just
Yeah,
give me whatever win I can get.
I will say about Sananko, you do have to give it the chance to grow. I know personally, I am a very Dianmen based player, and so I will cut my pairs down a lot of the times, assuming I will never draw the Anko, and then lo and behold, the Anko appears. And I do think I get Sananko less frequently as a result of just not believing in drawing the third tile.
Did you know that effect can be used as a verb?
I guess yes.
To effect something is to like make possible to have been.
Yes.
So it's like affect is to directly cause something. If you use effect as a verb, it means to like make possible, like make the environment such that it could happen. So what you're talking about is like this idea of effecting Sananko, to allowing it to happen with your discards, which is like the verb form of effect. And now we have a Tempai from Leslie waiting on something she hasn't chosen yet. All right, 6mon, 8 so.
It was interesting because Leslie had a Tepai and declined it with a 4-mon cut. Could have been waiting on the 5-mon. But now does choose to take the Shampon Wei. 6-mon, 8 so. And
you know what though? You could still slide into Sanshoku here. I like draw 5mon or 7mon, switch to the Ryanmen.
Specifically 7-mon.
Ooh, there's Dora.
Yeah, well, that kills the Sanshoku Dreams, but you'll take the value upgrade.
If you had discarded 8so though, would you have been Furiton?
Yes.
Okay, because that would have been 3, 6, 9? 3 so, 6 so, 9 so, 6mon would have been the weight.
Yeah, and there goes the 8 so.
So Leslie getting this one for Tanya Dora 1. And so the Honba farming once again is continuing apace.
The players at this table determined that this be the longest game in Armel recorded history. I wonder if we're getting close. There have been so many Honba.
I mean, I also have the question if this is the longest Armel stream in history. I mean, we're in South 1 and we're at 4 hours 57 minutes. So
yeah, the game started 49 minutes ago. And it's only South 1. Unless things speed up for the remainder, this has a real shot at becoming the longest game.
I mean, everyone here is fighting. Leslie, unfortunately, has a lot of honors still to get rid of. That 5-pin draw, though, is going to give a little bit of flexibility here. You can make a couple of different shapes out of that 5-5-5-6, especially since it incorporates the Dora 7-pin.
You see the Hatsupon from Jen. This could become Hatsu Dora 1. Choosing to hold all of these honor tiles, hoping to pair one up and increase the value a little bit.
6-pin feels awkward. Yeah, discards the once cut tune. 6-pin could still be useful. There's a 3-so. Very nice for Jin.
Ishanten Dao. And Leslie with a nice pickup of the 8-pin. 2 away from Tempai here.
Aaron's hand has a lot of nice shapes here. Still 2 Shanten. And it's not not super wide, but it's reasonable.
Right, we see it again. The pin heavy hand discards into the pair. This has become a theme.
I am taken over by the urge to do some statistics on this.
But there's Toy chance, Sadanko chance, Suanko chance, as well as just Chinitsu Dora million.
If
Dora
you draw, well, the 1-pin are gone. That hampers you a little bit.
That does.
And there's the 4-so. So a little bit of a slight backfire there. You could have had 7-pin, 9-pin Shampon. Could have had the Dora weight.
Jen still hanging around Ishanten.
Quincy discarding a pair of Forso. I'm not entirely sure why. Just is. What do you think Quincy's going for here?
Well, this is Ishan 10, so maybe just had too many pairs and was not going to go for a bear-based hand. Also might just be concerned about dropping... Oh my goodness, this is Tempai.
Yep, and Jin Tempai 2-mon, 5-mon.
Ooh, Jin did draw the Dora.
Oh, there's 5-mon.
Ooh, feels like it's coming out.
Dum.
Feels like it should.
Not the most expensive deal in, just 2,000 plus Homba.
And there was only 2 of those. 600 feels like a very cheap Homba payment at this point. What Leslie has right now is a hand I look at and I say, okay, Itsu might be coming.
Yes. You're just 2 tiles away, a 6 and a 9, and now 3 9s are gone.
Immediately.
So much for Itsu. Wait, there's 1 left. And if you don't get Itsu, you could build around the 5 pin and work towards 3, 4, 5 Sanjoku.
And you'll at the very least have a Dora. Quincy's hand is okay. We once again are kind of relying on our floaters to do a lot of work here. I like looking at these hands. I found that I can look at them and decide very quickly whether I feel like they look good or not. But this hand is kind of in the middle where I don't feel like I can adequately describe why it feels not as good as others. The 1-3-3-4 I feel like is a bad overlap.
Yeah, you have that overlap. Your middle tiles are Kanchon shapes, but of course you can easily draw out of that situation. And I think like Quincy holding the South and the Chun is almost hoping to pair it up so that you can call to advance this hand instead of relying on drawing everything yourself. But these draws are starting to come in.
They are. The South is twice cut. So they're not the South. The Chun, the other one.
Yeah. And the South also did come out once. So at this point, these tiles looking more and more like safe tiles. And now you actually have 5 blocks, so they are safe tiles.
So good development there for Quincy. A nice little hand for studying. That 8-so out of Aaron's hand, I'm kind of curious about. I feel like the 7-so is kind of your only pair, but we have weak enough blocks elsewhere in our hand that I don't know if I'd want to cut that so quickly. I guess we've already cut the 6-so, so we want to avoid Furitin, but
yeah. Because of the 6-so cut, and then also, I agree with you in the sense that, if we didn't have that issue, we do want to pair up the Dora and use that as a pair in our hand. So, something like the 1-mon is a little less useful in that sense.
6-mon's useful to Aaron. Won't deal into Leslie yet.
Yeah,
and we do have going for Chinitsu.
Wouldn't have been able to win on that anyway. And will this Chinitsu come together? It's Chinitsu Dora, so that would be Hanemon. And Leslie, after dealing into the double run, has been sitting at the bottom of the standings in this game, particularly for a while. But Hanemon would be a nice way to bring yourself back up,
and to bring someone else down. And the implications here are very different for different players. If Aaron is now, you can cheat this into Tempai, waiting 4-so 7-so. You can opponent into Tempai, waiting on 4-so, although. That would be pretty wild. And almost all those every single one of the winning tiles are held by Aaron right now. Aaron's got them all. 3-pin, 6-pin. And that 3-pin.
It does come out, and that means we will go to South 3. No repeat on Quincy's dealership, but Quincy totally fine with that. Not only did you pass your dealership without losing any points, but also Jen was the one who took the hit. And now Quincy is going to try to end this thing with a fast north call.
Ishanten.
Oh, so speedy, and they're great tiles as well. You can easily call the 1-mon or the 2-so, or even Chi a 3-6-so. Looking very good for Quincy to take the 2nd spot overall in the standings for this demotion playoffs.
And Jin's hand isn't that bad. It's just Quincy's is so fast. And you've had to Sumo Giri 3 tiles right off the bat. And it's not like keeping any of those would have benefited you over discarding the honors. The 6-pin now has some value.
Other hands looking pretty good too. Aaron with the ability to accept another Dora. And, well, Leslie can call for the Hatsu, but her hand has 2 Dora. That has a little bit of value to it. And the Hatsu will come out, and we will see the palm. Jen trying to match the speed that Quincy is showing with these Tanyao calls. Ishan 10 as well. Ooh, that's a good draw. That allows you to break away from the so shape.
Get rid of that 6-0, 6-0, 8-0, and discarding the innermost tile first, so a little bit of a defensive move there. And as we see, that was perfect timing, because if you discard the 8-0 first, now the 6-0 discard deals in.
Yes, and now we have Tempai for Jen on this beautiful 4, 6, 7 pin shape. And there
it
goes the
is.
4 pin. Well played by Jen.
It all comes down to the order in which you get rid of the 6-0, 8-0 shape. If you do it in the other order, you lose that hand.
Yeah, and this was, of course, because she already knew the end shape for her hand. It was either going to be the 2-5 Jiamen shape, or it was going to be that pin block, the 5-5-6, waiting on the 4, 6, or 7. And when you know you don't need the 6-0 or the 8-0 for either of those weights, you choose to discard them in the most dangerous first. And it was rewarded by allowing Jen to keep her dealership.
Leslie taking the early call here is 2 Shanten. Doesn't have enough blocks currently. Has a pair, has a run. That helps a little. Still 2 Shanten, but a slightly better 2 Shanten at this point. So Jen really going to need to speed things up if she wants any chance to overtake Quincy here.
But Jen did draw into the pair of the Haku as well as the Chun. So 2 options to open this hand with.
Which means that there's no longer any such thing as Otozuke. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, either of those as your final weight will give you a value. So second call for Leslie. That is now Ishanten, looking for a head still.
Now, if you're Quincy, do you start trying to Sasha Komi, start dealing on purpose to Leslie here?
Yeah, with this hand, that would be a totally acceptable outcome. I mean, you can't see the Dora. Well, you could see one Dora, and it's an easily usable Dora, but you're not thinking this is any more than Mangan.
And Mangan is perfectly fine. Even Hanuman would be an okay hit to take, given the win con. It would put you a little bit anxious, with Aaron also being so close to the same scoreline, but
ending Jen's dealership is so important. I think that you're right. Just a Sashikomi here into Leslie would be a good move. And we see Tempai. It's not a good Tempai on just the 6-pin, but Quincy can deal into this.
Oh yeah, it feels like the pin tiles have to come out here.
Quincy might be trying. That was a 3-pin. Maybe the 6-pin is next.
The wrong one first. I mean, the 6-pin has to, unless Quincy draws the 7-pin, it feels like that 6-pin's coming out. And the Haku and the Chun are just not seeing. Quincy holding on to that Chun desperately. Oh no. Okay, Leslie keeping the 6-pin weight.
Yeah, that would be Furiten otherwise. Oh, 6-pin is Genbutsu, but no, Jen is the one who draws.
Jen's gonna deal in.
And that's another 1,000 points. That's basically a nothing hit, but it's very big in the sense that was Jen's chance to come back. And so now she needs to make a miracle out of this hand.
For all intents and purposes, Jen is eliminated here. Because the issue here, so let's see, if you hit Quincy with a Baimon, that would put Quincy at 20,800, which would be minus 14 point...
30,800.
Oh, 30,000, yeah.
It would be a third place, though.
It'd be a third place, but it's a positive third.
Yeah.
And then you'd be at 50, so you'd be at 35. So you would get 30 points there, which is still not enough.
Yeah, it looked like Jen was thinking about maybe trying for wins or Tsuiso with the West Call, but no, decides that Kokshi is the play here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have Sanbaimon direct. I mean, Yakuman indirect, that puts you at 66 and Quincy at 38. That's not enough. It has to be Sanbaimon or Yakuman direct hit.
And well, another acceptable outcome is for Aaron to continue the dealership. If Aaron can maybe chip down at Quincy a little bit, you might get there. Oh, another draw for Jen. Up to 9 now in a pair. And Aaron, it's actually looking pretty good to be able to win this hand.
Yeah, so Jen needs a Hatsu, which is twice cut. an East, which is not cut at all, a 9-so, which is not cut at all, and in one hand, and a 1-mon, which is once cut.
Oh, what a big draw for Aaron.
Yeah, that's
Is Ishanten
huge.
now for Sananko. If the 7 or 8 pin comes out, do you pull for the Atozuke Forso weight?
Oh, that's a big with 2 4-so discarded. No, if you flip that, if 2 1-so had been discarded, yes, just because I want to win for forever. I mean, you con this, yeah.
Oh, the
and
Dora.
the 6-so's Dora, but you can't use it. I mean, I would discard the 4-pin first.
Yeah, I think the Dora indicator was not looked at before the discard was made, but will we see a pull? It is made.
So we have the 4-so Atozuke.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that this will be our final weight. We can, of course, draw into the 7 pin or draw into a pair of the 2 or 3 and go
Or
for
pull the
Toy Toy.
7-pin.
Yeah, Toy Toy Sanako, even if you draw into it.
Right, because the 6-mon is still counted as closed. It is a closed con, of course.
Quincy draws into Ishanten and decides the Hatsu is worth pushing. It is safe now.
There it is.
Wow, Tonki weight on Sanzo. We might have a cultist on our hands. Oh, but that's Tempai for Quincy with a great weight. Just have to pass the tune. Doesn't want to pass the tune. Cannot risk it. Oh no, the 2-so is the winner.
I mean, the 2-so's the winner twice.
Yes.
Jen,
Goodness.
Oh.
Well, the 2-so was once cut. The Sanzo was once cut. It's hard to say which one's better. And also, you have the Suji trap with your Dora cut on the 3-so. So it made some sense here, but there's only one left in the wall, and I don't think it's leaving Leslie's hand.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know Jin and Leslie are pushing absolutely anything, and Quincy
Leslie drew the last one. It didn't fit, and so that would be Son Uncle Toy Toy Tanya. That's a 12,000 point hit, and all of a sudden Leslie's in the negatives. I mean, if anyone had room to be in the negatives, it is Leslie.
A San Baimon hit is now enough for Jin. On Quincy directly.
Is it?
Yes, because it would be 2 placement changes. So you get plus 15 from the Uma, and then or plus 20 from Uma.
Yes.
And Jin would be at 58,
yeah,
and Quincy would be at 22.
Yeah, I think it also would have been a 3rd place if it was done earlier. But at any rate, Jen, I mean, how do you build that hand here? Is it going to be a Chitoy? Honitsu?
Chitoy and hope someone calls a fuck ton of cons.
A Dream of Dragons?
Dragons with only 1 Haku discarded is not the worst dream here.
Might be a Manhon Chitoy Richi and see if you can hit Ura. Sumo and Ura.
The issue with any sumo for Jin is that any sumo guarantees Quincy second.
That's right.
Home.
Yeah, it almost needs to be direct. Okay. We have Aaron attempting to repeat, waiting for the south. Atozuke, although you could switch to Tanya if, say, you draw the 6-so. And Jen pairs up another pin tile, so Ishanten for the Menhon Chitoy. She declined the call of the Hatsu twice.
Home.
Aaron, another pull on Ishanten now.
G.
It does need the south. And Leslie calls into Tanya Tempai. 2-pin is dead, but the 4-pin still twice in the wall. And this weight could easily be shifted. But that's a 3-pin that deals... It does not deal into Quincy because there's no Richi taken. Sorry, the 3-so.
Yeah, unwilling to take any risk here. Kind of like the A1 game that we were watching before.
I mean, Jen is Ishanten for a monster hand. If you Richi and then Jen chases you, you are in such big trouble. Because you know Jen is building for a hand that can overtake you.
And is well on her way here.
That decides the East is a great waiting tile. It's a waiting tile that Quincy might be willing to drop. However, just valuing the efficiency. There's that sumo. Quincy will end things finally. Will snatch the first place, and Quincy will be the second person overall in the standings. In fact, might even overtake Leslie after that hit.
That will overtake Leslie with that hit, but it doesn't matter. Leslie's still in an incredibly safe second.
And after all is said and done, Quincy and Leslie take the top 2 spots, will stay in B3, guaranteed. Jen and Aaron will finish 3rd and 4th. And my goodness, what a game. That was a long game and a tense game, and I'm sure a draining match for all the players involved. It certainly was for us watching.
66 minutes and 43 seconds, if you wanted to be exact. Not that we're counting. It was 1 minute and 13 seconds off of making the top 5 longest games in the ARML.
And let me tell you, if Aaron and Jen had the choice, would have extended that as long as necessary. Yeah. But
without a doubt.
And that's it. That's the final game of this demotion playoff. There is another playoff yet to happen. That is the B3 promotion playoffs. And I know those will be happening later this week. Let me check the schedule. It looks like the first 2 matches will be played Friday evening, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then they will finish Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. The times, of course, are a little bit difficult because Garth is playing from Japan, I believe. And so trying to find a time that works with all the players at that table and the Japanese time zone is a little tricky, but they found a way to make it work. And we'll eagerly await the start of those games, Friday and Sunday. There are 2 more matches that are going to be happening on Thursday night. I don't know if we will have a pass for those, but I know we try to do as many of these games as possible. There is also going to be some more action on Sunday outside of that match. There is a very crucial B1 game, a couple games that are going to be played, as well as some very important A2 games on Sunday. So every day throughout this week, there are matches scheduled to be played, and we will bring you as many of those as we can. Well, that being said, this has been a very long 5-hour and 20-minute stream. Thank you, everybody who stayed the whole way through, and for the latecomers, I hope you enjoyed what you saw. This is the final session of Mahjong for the winter season, so that means there's a lot of exciting action. This is like the March Madness of Mahjong for the American Ricci Mahjong League, and it's so thrilling to see all the action here. If you'd like to be a part of it, the registration for the spring season has closed technically, but there is a shot that you might be able to make it in, either as a substitute player for this upcoming season, or if we have not a multiple of 4, if we need to fill in a couple extra seats, you can still maybe sneak your way in. So if you liked what you saw, you want to be a part of the excitement, make sure to register at our website, americanricci.org. It will say that the registration for the spring season is over, but even if you do miss the cut line for that season, you can always play in the next or act as a substitute player. We always need those every now and then throughout the season. There's the need for someone to step in and play a hanchan or 2. So you'd certainly be welcome to do that.
Well, and signing up also gets you into the Discord. And even if you're not able to participate even as a sub for the spring season, the Mahjong commentary that occurs just in the Discord, whether it be casual streams in voice chat or pictures posted in What Would You Do, or just conversations about meta that occur there, are incredibly valuable. So there's a whole lot of bonuses to signing up for the ARML, even if it's going to be a full 12 weeks before you're able to participate.
Absolutely. And if you're a little nervous about what it's like playing Akadashi Mahjong without red 5s and with our somewhat unique rule set, you can play practice games. I've been playing several practice games with people who have registered for the league but haven't gotten the chance to play any games yet, who will be playing in the spring season or in the summer season. You can also play practice games with other members of the league and get a little bit of practice with that. So lots of reasons to sign up ahead of time. Of course, if you just are enjoying the streams and you'd like to see more of them, you can make sure to follow our Twitter. That's at American Ricci on Twitter. And to make sure to follow us on Twitch to be notified when we go live. And if you'd like to see any of our previous broadcasts, they will all be available on our YouTube channel, tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. I see someone's putting up the Nightbot messages. Thanks for that, Tucker.
Someone has to do the deep, hard, dirty work of
Yeah.
typing in commands for Nightbot in the Twitch.
So all the links are there in the Twitch chat. And well, Tucker, it was an exciting day, and I know you and I get the spotlight because we're doing all the talking, but big shout out to Harrison, who's been behind the scenes doing all the broadcasting work, taking us to breaks, switching games, and even chiming in every now and then with things that we missed on the cast that we could make sure that we could share it with all the viewers. So thanks to Harrison for doing that. And thanks everybody for watching. Hope to see you in our next stream.
American Ricci Mahjong League. Have a wonderful night.